Okay, guys. Hey, guys, I should be back. My mouse isn't doing the funky thing anymore, so hopefully that was it. God, can you imagine? It takes less time for me to reboot my entire computer than it does for me to get into fucking... Why are you opening? Nobody wants you. Go away. Jesus Christ, Edge. Is it opening? Did it open? Where is it? Acting like something's happening. Trying to clean my monitor while I wait. There's more soda on it from yesterday's choking. Didn't realize I got it on the left monitor too. Just trying to get it a little bit cleaner. There we go. All right. Try this again. Yay. I need to pull that up. Need to pull that up. We should be back. Can you hear me, Burr? Good. All right. I apologize if you hear my chair making horrendous noises as I lean back. Now I just need my arthritis pillows for my elbows because I am an old man. All right. I do not know what causes a car to explode. I do not know if that was like retaliation from another gang or what. Although Poe can't be in a gang. You can't legally be in a gang and be an EMS. You cannot be a criminal and be a government employee. They do background checks. You go to jail, you get fired. You get a parking ticket or a speeding ticket, that's okay. Which is hilarious because we can't get speeding tickets. We are immune to speeding tickets. Hey, where the fuck is Aya? Aya went to get food and never came back. It's been hours since he said he was just gonna go to the store and get some fried mac and cheese. Oh, wait. Pause that. And I have mucus in the back of my sinuses. It won't go away. This is... I fucking hate this. Still got my hat on. Can't breathe. Okay. I'm gonna go take my hat off. Oh, is Hel'leon back from my nap?
Play.
It's going to cost me $100 to take the hat off. There we go.
Some swelling and bruising on your upper body and right leg. I'm gonna get you a ice pack, okay, and apply some pressure.
Alright, thank you.
No problem.
Hello, Ezra.
Hello.
Okay, and I'm gonna patch you up here.
I am
And what was your name?
probably still in
March.
Unit 1.
March. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. What's your name?
Mine.
She must be the new girl, Lily.
I don't know.
I just saw Ranche running to the top of the Arcadius.
Nice. Sorry, I was checking the units. I didn't even realize who was saying hi to me.
Hi, I got hired yesterday. We've met before. I'm Lily, but nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. It's kind of nice to have another highlighter.
There's another one as well. Dolly got hired yesterday as well.
Dolly?
Yeah, her name's Dolly. She's very sweet. Call sign Lolly.
Oh, that's cute.
I'm call sign Lil and she's call sign Lolly, and it's Lil Lolly.
That's also very cute.
We're very cute. We are very cute together. We had floor time and everything, and then we went out in Angel 1 together, and it was very cute.
Oh, you got Angel one time already.
I have had Angel one time, I've had Akuma time, I've had Outlaw time, I've had Ambo time, I've had all of the vehicles we have time.
How did you manage to get on the Aquamon already?
Because it was only me and Dr. Green on shift for like an hour. And we had 3 calls all come in pretty close to each other, and he was like, "We're getting the Akuma, we're going through this quick as fuck." And I was like, "Okay, dokie."
Wow. Okay.
So I've had Akuma time, I've had Outlaw time, and the Outlaw kidnapped me down a mountain.
Oh no. Just start rolling with it down the mountain.
Yeah, no. Nubis
wanna-
managed to get out of it fine, and then I got into it, and then I went out of it, and it started falling from the mountain, and I got caught in the door, and I went for about a minute and a half just screaming as the door dragged me to
Lily,
my
Ezra, are
death.
you guys still outside?
Yes.
Do you mind coming inside really quick?
Okay.
Thank you. I did just want to let you guys know that I called Dr. Prom, and I called one of the officers. According to Dr. Prom, the creepy lady who came over and dropped off that note dissipated into thin air before the director's very eyes. So, whatever they're doing now is just them goofing off and having fun. But that lady disappeared, but the officers did say that there is something weird going on in town right now. They don't know if the two are connected. So we are not doing any solo runs if we can avoid it right now. We are going to be staying with our units at all costs. And preferably, I know normally we hang out a lot outside, but just with some weird stuff until, like, you know, we give it a little time. Maybe give it like an hour or so. I would just prefer we stay, like, here in the lobby where it's nicely lit and we know it's a green space and we're all safe.
Floor time.
We can't have cozy floor time. Cozy floor time, everyone.
Yeah, I'm down.
What's this creepy lady and a note?
Apparently
I
some
may
lady's
or
been
may
dropping
not
off
have
notes.
Accidentally discovered an active crime scene yesterday because they didn't put red tape up. If anybody wants to see it, I'll show you. Just don't share it.
Fine.
Send that shit. Send that shit. That shit. Also, I want you to know Prom is being hilarious in phone right now.
And there's also this one.
Oh my god, that's so creepy.
Criminal misspelled bloody.
This reminds me of what was happening when Eve and I
In the
answered
mountain?
that cult. No, the lighthouse. When Eve and I answered the call with the gentleman, there was bloody footprints. They left blood crusted on the lighthouse door, and they drew a blood pentagram next to him, and he
I've
was
been
warning
into-
us.
Oh my god, what?
I've been in 2 other scenes like that. There was one up in the Taviva Mountains or whatever, and then there was a lot more gruesome one at the Sisyphus Theater.
Yeah.
That was
There's-
a room full of bodies.
If anyone here is not aware, there is
Serial
basically it's a cult.
I'm not happy now. I'm scared.
That is why I want all of us to stay here.
I'm scared.
Don't worry, girl.
This is why
I'll
I
keep
will
you
feel
safe.
better
I will
with
keep you
all
safe.
of us
Don't
staying.
you worry.
Mina, not inside of the building.
I'm just showing that I'll keep us safe.
I appreciate that.
I also have a hunting rifle.
Scared. I also have
It's gonna be okay.
a firearm. We're gonna be
Yeah.
okay.
We're gonna be okay. We are
It's
EMS.
okay. Look,
We
our
are family.
badasses are back. Our
Yeah,
badass
our-
spooky guys are back.
Our badasses are here to protect us.
Don't worry, guys. A new
Not gonna
chapter in
lie,
my
I
life
said
is about
I'm
to
a
begin.
Yeah, badass Mina. So
Because that's
Mina,
what
we
my
need to go
fortune told
drinking
me.
together now that I got a new paycheck. We need to go drinking.
yes.
Drink drinks from me as a celebration because we've been
Hell
drinking
yeah.
before I had this paycheck, but I think we need to go drinking together again.
I spend a lot of my money on alcohol, and I might have.
We
I
need to
feel
go
like I've-
bully Al together.
Yeah, let's go
Eve?
bully Al.
Oh, sorry, Eve. I headached. Can you hear me now, Eve? You can hear me? Hey, where are you?
I thought Eve went 10:42 for the night. Ooh.
That's what I thought. Oh god.
I think Eve is 10:42 off shift.
Oh, I thought she was going to sleep.
I thought that too.
The big one. The big one. In parentheses, sleep. Gonna go 1042 for the big one. In parentheses, sleep. 10-4. I'm flashing mid. Actually, wait, I need more to be over when I do that one. It'll be real funny.
I want you to know, can you see Prom falling onto the floor? It's because I'm calling him a good boy in his texts.
Oh, I'm gonna wait.
Let me send one right now,
I don't
and you'll
like
see
being
as soon as he
alone.
gets it. Are you watching him?
I am. Like he's like physically falling over.
I don't know whether he will again. I think he's already done it.
No, I missed it. I'm so sad. Call him a good puppy. See if that works.
No, good kitty will get him.
Okay.
Oh,
You're welcome.
you're right.
Oh,
Bye bye.
Did your horse throw you again?
Sure did.
oh.
Had a run in with the locals.
Oh,
Watch him. I've just sent him it. He might
I'll give you a
respond
quick
to
check.
It just keeps happening.
I'm starting to think the locals don't like your horses.
The
I think
locals
he just
do
did-
not
Damn.
like
I think he just
horses.
did
Damn,
full-
right?
I think he flexes you, but is not appearing as him falling
Uma, remember. Okay.
Yeah, my
you do
Umas.
do have some.
Guys, I'm going
blood pressure
10-7 for a second. I'm gonna pick up my sister. I'll be back.
10-4.
10-4.
10-4.
You just have sorry, you have blunt force trauma on your left arm, left leg. I'm gonna apply some pressure with that. Okay,
All right, thank you, Doc.
problem.
Sam,
It
is
just-
that
It
you?
just keeps. It is.
It is.
It is
yeah.
me.
What'd your Umas do to you this time?
It was the locals this time.
Oh, yeah, they're crazy. I can't. Yeah, nothing to do about that, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, police don't like it when you fire back.
Yep.
Not at all.
Y'all are
Okay,
gonna have
Sam,
to
how
put
are
me
you
on the
feeling?
wall of shame. I'm feeling better.
Okay. You need any food or anything?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Y'all are always a treat to see.
Good one.
I don't want to go outside. It's scary outside. I don't want to be out there. That's a scary place.
Rain. The spooky
I don't want to go
night.
into
Fine.
the out.
Spooky night.
That's how I feel about that.
I like
Okay, I'm okay, I'm okay.
storms. I like,
I
to
like
sit out in
storms. I don't like
storms.
storms when they're scary.
I don't like to get wet from the rain, but
Yeah.
I do like the thunder.
Oh, the thunder scares me. Oh, too loud.
Thunder puts me to sleep.
In ASMR. Crazy.
Who's going through our dumpster?
Wait, one is? Oh. Mina?
Ah. I love how she just needed her money to gamble so bad. She was willing to immediately break the don't go outside and don't be alone rule.
Lily.
Did Lily's head just explode?
Yep, I think so.
Yeah.
We weren't supposed to go outside or be alone, and you broke both of those rules so you could gamble.
Yep. Hey, I went and did it right next to the directors too. They didn't say shit to me. So I think I have the pass. I think I get to do it.
Are they still
I
out
think
there?
that means that yeah, they're over there by the trash can. I think that means that I'm God. I think it means that I am God. I can't do a funny, serious thing because I'm not a serious person.
That's a nice car.
It is a nice car.
Yeah, I just wanted to get you here. Of course, of course. Are you dry? Did you get any rain on you when I picked you up?
No, I ran into the car really fast, actually. So I
Okay,
didn't get too wet.
Okay, I'm happy to hear.
Yeah.
But yeah, Chief Riley looks like he's about to make his. Oh, he's out there on the phone. But I think he's about to come back in, and we can ask him more about it.
Okay.
Where's Lily and Mina?
Lily had popped.
Lily had popped.
Okay.
Mina, she was just here.
No worries. Yeah, I think it's good if we stay in the brightly lit hospital lobby until we get our calls. And then, like
Okay.
I said, everything we're doing in units tonight. Oh, hi, Miss Mina.
Hi, I was gonna go to the gym.
You're gonna go, okay?
Oh, boy.
There's a patient.
Can one of you guys take care of the patient up front?
Yeah.
I was just gonna tell you be safe.
You okay?
Okay.
I
have my gun.
hit my knee.
I know you do, Miss
Oh,
Mina.
How did that happen?
Keep it. I stay
I was
strapped.
skateboarding
I know you.
and
I know
hit
you
a
keep
puddle,
that thing on you.
slipped off the
Oh,
skateboard,
yeah.
slammed my knee.
Yeah, but you be safe. And if you
Yeah,
need
it is your
anything,
right knee
actually, you're
here.
on the
There
radio
is
right
some
now.
bruising.
Just stay on the radio. If you need anything, call
And
us immediately.
did hit
Okay?
your upper body
Got it, boss.
too, so I'm gonna get you an
Okay.
ice pack, okay?
Have a good workout
Thank you.
And apply
Stay
some pressure
safe,
too.
Mina.
and stay safe.
Be careful.
You got it, boss.
Okay.
And don't let anything happen to you.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Upstairs. Go rest.
All right. Hopefully you don't see me on a milk carton.
Mina.
okay, how are you
Well,
I'm feeling better, thank you.
feeling? No problem.
everything okay with the situation out
I'm
there?
alright.
Okay.
Thank you.
He'll be
Stay
fine.
safe.
Thank you.
If I do run into trouble, I'll just spam turn the noise on.
It'll be
Sounds
fine.
good. Okay. I went to go pick up Eve from the noodle house. What?
She-
So,
Hmm?
Dr. Green, so earlier, either this morning, it was this morning. Dr. Green called me and asked me if I knew about the note. This is the first time I've been around for one of them to actually be delivered. Is this a normal thing for us now? Oh wait,
I don't know
Mom's
if it's
calling
a-
me.
Okay.
Hello? I did. She's here at the hospital. What? Oh, okay, cool. Okay, bye-bye. Okay, sorry. Anyways, as you were saying?
Apparently there's been at least like 3 notes so far, including this one.
Uh-huh.
So, I don't know. This is the first one I've actually been around for one.
Oh, you know what they say? Like, are they threatening us? Are they just weird? Are
weird.
So not threatening.
I don't think so.
Fine. Oh no. I don't know. With everything else, I don't know. I just wanted everyone to be safe. I had everyone come back inside. And
Yeah.
I told everyone we're only working in double units. We're not sending anyone on solo runs if we can avoid it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just more supernatural, cryptic bullshit.
I know you have your PTSD from your previous city.
Not even PTSD, it's just annoying.
Fine, Ezra, do you mind responding to that?
Okay.
Thank you. Be safe.
Which ambulance is ours?
One near the dumpster. Oh god, on that thing again. Okay, there you go. Here's one heading to Magellan.
10-4.
Oh god, it's hurry.
Looks like it's at the casino.
Yeah. Hopefully nothing too serious.
Maybe somebody passed out playing the slots.
I think so. They're too engrossed.
Or the horses. When they play the horses, they can't hear anything, so they can't even tell someone's
Oh.
warning them.
Okay. One sec.
Oh.
Down here.
Yeah, there you
I
are.
fell into the restaurant.
You fell into the restaurant?
Yeah. Did you know you can... Never mind. Just don't die in the casino. You'll go to the back rooms.
Not particularly fond of the back rooms. You are bleeding, so
No,
I'm gonna clean the wound with saline and stitch you up.
Thank you.
This is Apollo, by the way. Alright, and now to get you on your feet.
What would you do if I was lying?
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
All better?
Yeah, all better. Thank you so much. Oh, it
Yeah.
stopped raining.
It did.
Yes. Thanks, guys.
Have
Yep.
fun.
See you later.
Be safe.
Bye-bye.
Sorry, I always lock it because I'm scared that someone will take it.
I do not know why I absolutely need to punch the window out if I try it and it's locked. I don't know why.
Yeah,
Let me out here, let me out.
I asked myself the same thing.
It was so nice to see you. Bye-bye, my love.
Of course. Bye, Tat. It was nice hanging.
Hi, everything okay?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I love you and I respect your service, that's all.
Thank you, thank you. You have a good day now, okay?
Alright, bye-bye, you too.
See you.
Bye.
Bye. Unit 1 returning to hospital.
4.
she had the same hat as Lily, and for a second I was like, how'd she get out
Yeah.
here?
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, oh, we're supposed to be at the hospital. Oh. Did you want the?
Are you okay?
Do you want the keys?
Or are you leaving?
I'm gonna leave soon. I just wanted to give you a chance to drive too. That's why.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that I don't need you to give me keys.
Okay.
Lilin 88 responding to Palomino Avenue.
10-4.
Okay, I'm just gonna reverse it after they exit the parking lot.
You got this.
I just realized that says that I'm carrying these are like 20 kilos each, right? If I've got 3, that means I'm carrying 60 kilos of just gas. It's 120 pounds, not including the rest of the shit.
Sorry, that was me in my pockets.
That's the same place.
Unit 1, can I get you to respond to Magellan Avenue? Oh,
10-4.
stay at base. Lil and I will. It's we're right next to it.
10-4.
I get you guys to respond to Del Perro Freeway?
You're one heading to Del Perro.
Never mind, we got it. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. I think they got it.
So they're gonna get all 3 of them?
Yeah, I think they got all of them. Oh, others.
That one's a gunshot.
Yeah.
I said that they were gonna be on all weekend. They were even gonna take today off. They said that they were gonna get on as soon as they went to get food and come back, and that was hours ago. I haven't even
I think
hardly even seen
after
them.
the next one, we probably have to fill up the tank.
You want me to just use a jerry can?
Good, I thought about that.
I got 3 of them.
Would you be able to do that? Thank you. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you know what? Let me sit in it so that it knows that it's
Oh, yeah.
full.
Perfect.
Welcome back, Chief.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Hi. You highlighter.
Yeah.
Are you
Nice to
Dolly?
meet you. What's your name?
Good yourself?
Good, good, good. Dolly, right?
Mm-mm.
Nice to meet you. I'm my pain.
I'm trying to remember names. I'm very bad with names.
Oh no, no,
but
it's all good. I know it's like it's overwhelming. There's like so many of us, but you'll catch on the more you know get acquainted with everyone.
Mm-mm.
Today your first day, or did you start yesterday?
Official first day. I was hired last night.
Okay, congrats. Welcome in.
Ran through the basics.
Hmm.
Helped with a few calls. Very basic.
That's okay. That's okay. No, even I still get nervous whenever I go onto calls too. So it's all good. He asks what unit you'll be in.
Sorry?
I'll just ask Riley what unit you'll be in.
I think I've.
Oh. Hey, what happened? Oh.
Oh no.
You pick it up here.
Oh, do you also need help?
Ah, jeez, Wolf. Come here.
Okay, I'm gonna.
This is Lilin88 RTD
Ooh.
+1.
That's a lot of blunt force trauma, my
10-4.
friend.
I'm gonna help you back up here, okay? It's gonna be okay. Okay. If you're feeling good, don't need no food.
Alright, let me just give you some band-aids, alright?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Feeling better?
Please be careful,
100%? Awesome. Alright. If you need anything, just
Alright, man.
send me a message, alright? Be safe, you two.
Oh, is that Lon? Lonnie? Like just the side over here before?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, is that Lily?
Yeah, that was Lily, yes.
What name?
Hi, are you okay? Do you need medical attention?
I'm just waiting on some friends. She just came in from a car explosion.
Ah, okay. What was your name, sir?
My name's Bubbles.
Bubbles. Okay, nice
Oh,
to meet
sorry.
you.
I don't think I caught your name.
Ezra.
That's right. Alright. Dolly, but I think.
Dolly, did you want to
Are the
exchange
giggles
numbers?
part of your name?
No. They're part of the nervousness. And I shall check.
It was nice to have like everyone's number and everything.
Dolly, no.
Oh, hang on. I can
Oh wait, we should be adding them to the group chat too, no?
Yep, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, do that. Add Dolly and Lily.
I can do that.
I think Lily needs to be added.
Where y'all at?
That's weird. Dolly's not showing up in my list.
Oh really?
Alright.
Dolly shows up twice. For me, actually.
Oh, probably because she's already in here. Okay. I don't see Lily in here though.
Yeah, I did not add her yet.
Should be in there now.
Yeah. Thank you. Desert? Okay.
We going?
This is AR 34 for the call at the pier. Otto was stuck and I had to punch him.
That was a
Four.
actual phone call from Bubbles.
I'll be treating him.
Okay, I see.
Okay, so Hera got
He
it?
asked
Okay.
where we were.
Oh, he's over here.
Okay, I think Hera got it.
Oh, that's right. It's no mask.
Yep.
Hey, Bubbles.
How you feeling?
As best as I can be after an explosion. The second one.
Lesson number one. If I jump out the car, that means y'all gotta jump out.
Well, she was out of the car. It was just I'm surprised that we got pretty far from the car.
Hey, y'all saw how far I ran. I didn't stop.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey guys,
Hello.
could I check
Hi.
if Whoop and his friends stopped by?
That damn seatbelt got me.
If one can head to the
Did, yeah. What I went and fetch, I don't know.
Yeah, I was the one that accidentally hit them.
Oh no.
Wanna drive?
I can drive if you want.
R34 going 1042. 4.
Guys, is this insensitive to ask? Has she always sounded like that?
No, she took damage from the MRI machine accident the other day.
Ah, I see, okay.
What the hell? Oh.
There they are.
Yo,
Hello.
Ezra was I was up there doing some parkour and I fell.
Well, I hope you learned a lesson.
I learned to always wear a helmet when doing parkour.
People on 1041, good morning. Good morning.
Oh, that was rough.
There you go.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank
Yep,
you.
No problem. Do you need
That
anything?
was I'm
E-Bone and
perfectly fine.
T-Lolly,
Thank you so
I
much.
signed
I
you guys to
appreciate
the
it.
same unit together.
Okay, so you don't need to go to the hospital or anything.
No, I should be fine. Thank you, though.
Just
Thanks,
watch your
Ezra.
step, okay?
I've learned my lesson. I've learned my lesson.
Okay. See you later.
Bye bye. I liked the
See ya.
hats earlier, by the way.
Oh,
Thank you.
A good one.
Bye bye.
Unit 1 returning to hospital.
10-4.
Oh, that's freaking far. In Europe. Freeway.
Damn, I forgot the lights.
Thank you.
Go, Lolly, go, 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 go! Reading! I want it to be known that the aura points are really, really adorable right now because everyone has +5. Apart from you, More, and
Hello?
Riley.
I had a really long, like, potential head pop.
Okay, I didn't know if you were headaching because I was sitting here trying to talk to you and then you didn't respond. I was like, oh, you must be in his head.
You egoed her so hard.
I did get
Everything,
egoed twice.
my entire life essentially flashed before my eyes, essentially.
Ooh, that's happened to me a couple times today.
Yeah. Could not
Entire
move,
brain
could not
bricking.
stare, could not hear anything. It was just stopped.
Yeah, I've been getting entire brain bricks where, like, even what I used to make my eyes open was bricked.
Yeah.
And I just had to sit there and be like, well.
Oh, that's all the way up in, helicopter.
Lolly and Bone, have you guys left the hospital?
No, not yet.
Alright, Parker and Bone, come here. You're going on Angel 1 with Chief Riley.
Are we gonna go to the call that they were gonna go to then?
That's the call they're going to.
Oh, okay, never mind. By the way, everyone bar Riley has positive aura points right
Let's
now.
go. Alright, guys, over here. Over here.
Thank you.
Have fun. Don't let Chief Riley leave you behind. Enjoy Angel 1. It's okay. Okay.
Does anyone else get the thing where their phone freaks out and it sends a message like 12 times instead of sending it once?
No, I haven't had that.
Angel 1 heading out the Senora Freeway.
10-4. Hello.
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 Oh, good.
Oh, she works here.
Yvette works here.
Oh, I can't see Yvette. I can just see Yvette's feet. Oh.
Well, that's fascinating.
Your head
Can
might
I-
be having a moment.
Can I take a picture of this real quick?
Yeah.
How you doing, Bailey?
Hi, Meathead. How's your guys' night
Can I
going?
send this to you, Yvette? This is kind of funny. It's just your
Okay.
shadow.
Oh yeah, I need to send you the phone numbers. One second.
Oh yeah.
This is all I see of her.
Oh.
That's
Oh.
all Yvette is right now.
Oh.
Hey,
I'm just
okay,
a
give me a
ghost
second.
again.
Let me try something.
Hello. There, I took a picture. Okay, Lily, open your phone.
Yeah, wait a second, yeah.
There, that's how. That's who she is.
No, I know, Yvette.
I know. It's just funny because you can only see the feet.
Man.
Did you get it?
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, okay, sorry. There you go.
I'm sorry, Yvette. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. It's
You
okay.
did not exist. You did not
You've been kidnapped, Yvette. You've been kidnapped by the void.
The ghost
man,
daughter.
Not again. Not again.
The ghost.
Miss Moore, do you think I would clock off if I wanted to potentially talk to a police officer later about the whole being stalked and copied?
Yeah, are you gonna head over to the PD right now? You can.
No,
But if
they're,
not-
they're closed right now, but I'll wait until someone's on.
Is there no
I can
one
take your
clocked in?
statement. I can take
Yeah.
a statement right now if you
No,
want.
you're not working. I don't want to bother you when you're not working, Lulu.
No, I need to write reports later on, so might as well.
Okay.
Come over here.
No.
Who's all working right now?
Me, Mai, Mina, Chief Riley, Ezra, Lily, Dolly, and Na. We have I'm like kind of running dispatch, but because we have 3 highlighters, I'm also going with Lily on her stuff. So we're perfect. We're good. We've got 3 full units. Yeah, you guys enjoy your night.
Well, he was gonna clock in to write the reports, so I thought I might clock in.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Feel free. I was gonna say if you want dispatch, you can take dispatch and I'll just stay on a unit with Miss Lily. Or if you want to go out on runs, you can go on the unit with Miss Lily. I don't mind either way.
Yeah, I'll probably take over dispatch then. That way you
Okay.
can go out and do stuff.
Oh, I don't
worry
really
about it.
care. I don't really mind either way.
Hmm.
I just go wherever I'm needed. There are just no other advanced EMTs on at the time, so.
Yeah.
And for a little bit there, Chief Riley was dealing with some stuff with the other directors.
Oh, they're always dealing with stuff.
Yeah. So I was just like semi doing it while also going on runs.
Yeah. Let me clock in.
Fine.
Why? What's wrong?
This is I'm going 1041. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Oh no. I'm sorry, Burr.
Okay. Oh, there's new reports. Okay, cool.
Are they still
Who was the
updating at
last,
least? And
unit
it's
to go
just
out?
like a weekly thing now?
It's currently Unit 3. Lolly and Bone. They're in Angel 1 with Chief Riley.
Okay, so Unit 1 will be next then.
Yep.
Sick. Okay, cool.
Doesn't it say on the manhwa's like front page? Is there like a note from the author or something, or like a next chapter on this date kind of thing? I mean, that's good. That's good because that means that it's updating. You just have to wait a week.
My radio's acting funny, but I just wanted to say I'm going 1042.
Okay. All good.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Have a good night.
Good night.
Okay, let me...
Oh.
You're just doing your pacing rounds.
Yeah, doing
You
my
having a
pacing.
convention or what?
Hi, Officer Val. I don't think so.
Convention.
Also, Ezra, I'm gonna go talk to Yvette because Mai's off the radio. Hey,
Yeah, oh,
Yvette,
she
is
went
Mai...
1042, but forgot to say before she clocked out.
Oh,
Her
okay, okay.
radio's acting up.
Yeah, I
No
could see
worries,
her
no worries.
flashing in and out.
Bye, guys.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, whatchamacallit, we need, we have to...
See you around.
Alright.
Miss Maury!
You're a demon
I'm gonna
now?
put
Yeah.
Lily and Ezra
Okay.
together, and then you'll be solo more.
Okay.
Oh,
Andrew. Am I still
Wait,
Unit
me
2?
and Lily are gonna be in a unit?
to Lily.
Yes.
I thought
Because
two...
we can't have two high, or we can't have one highlighter go solo.
If it helps.
Oh,
And
I-
I'm the highest rank.
On.
Oh, news is about to
Yeah,
clock
this is
on?
about to
Oh,
clock,
okay.
yeah.
Oh, the Nubis can pair up with Ezra and I'll stay with Miss
Yeah,
Lily.
yeah. Okay, cool.
Nubis, you're clocking on, right? Because I just
Yeah.
told them you were, and you can't make me a liar, so you need to clock on.
I am.
It's okay, it's okay.
Okay.
Hope you had a
Yeah.
good
Let's just be paired up with Nubis then.
So how have the calls been so far?
Nothing bad. I mean, Lily and I had like 3 calls just back to back in like the same slap of road. But
Okay.
she's doing great. It's her first day as a well, I guess
Drink
for my brain, her first day. For her brain, her second day.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh.
So she's
Oh,
doing great.
A new hire? That's cool.
Yeah, we have 2 that are working today.
Good stuff.
Yeah. You're doing great. How are you guys doing? Are you?
Oh, I'm hurt.
Are
Apparently.
you...
Okay.
I don't even know how. I didn't even do anything.
I'll be honest with you, we've had a couple of people, particularly police officers, be like, I just got out of the car and fell down.
Huh.
And there's been like massive blunt force trauma all over their bodies.
Interesting.
Weird. We didn't do anything.
No,
or
we
at least-
didn't.
And now that I think about it, we answered a call in the parking lot across the street, and she said that she got attacked by someone she couldn't see too, just after waking up.
Huh. Thank you, more.
You're welcome. Is this something that's like going on? Like,
No, not really. You know, just figured we'd come by here for a little bit.
oh no, I meant
No,
like all
the
these
ghost
people being
attacks.
attacked by ghosts.
I don't
Oh.
know. This is the
Yuki
first time
said
hearing
that
about
it was a ghost attacker and that it's been happening today.
Good morning. Morning.
Huh. Yeah, no, that's news to me.
I don't like that.
Also, what's that on your eyes there, more?
I don't know.
You don't
trying out
know?
a new look?
I was told today was black and white day, so I just grabbed random black and white things, and now I kind of look like Void.
You do.
All right then. Can you actually see out of that?
Yeah, it's like lace, so I can just see through it.
Oh, okay, okay, good, good, good. At least you can drive an ammo.
Paired up with Ezra and
I
Unit
can
1.
again.
Oh, okay.
Wait, I missed that.
Let me tell Miss Yvette. Miss Mari, you're back on.
Actually, do you guys know if Dr. O'Reilly's here somewhere?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Do you need me to radio him?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Chief Riley, are you available? There is an
He's on
officer.
Angel 1.
When
What was
Unit
that?
1 with Anubis.
What'd you guys end up
There's an
doing?
officer who wants to talk to you at the
Oh, we
hospital.
just kind of stuck around
I'm
the area
making
for
my
a
way
little
back
bit, you
from
know, went for a
Polito. It'll be a
walk.
couple minutes.
Fun!
Yeah.
That sounds like a good time. I hope you guys had fun.
Yeah, something like that.
Riley will be
yeah.
here in a few minutes. He's on his way back from Polito and Angel 1.
Sure, no
Oh,
worries.
important business.
Everyone just walked away. I love that.
Mm.
It's like you guys are having a conversation and then they're gone.
Yeah, well, that happens. More often than I'd like to admit.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I've kind of gotten just used to it at this point.
Mm.
We went from like 5 people on to 9 people now.
But you have 9 people on in the grave shift?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I am pretty sure they said they were hiring for the grave shift and the afternoon shift.
Yep.
Fair enough. At least it's good coverage, I guess.
Yeah, needs to be.
Did they just stop in the middle of the road over there?
With locals, who knows?
No, those are sibs. I don't know. You guys get many calls out of Polito today so far?
Not that I know of. This might be the first or second one.
Maybe tomorrow will finally be my lucky day that I can actually go hunting where something catastrophic doesn't happen.
I haven't tried hunting yet. I'm kind of thinking about it though.
I mean, it's enjoyable and therapeutic in its own way, I suppose.
I tried fishing for the first time yesterday.
Yeah, how'd that go? Oh.
Are you okay?
Hi,
Yep.
Carmine.
Yep. Hello, Val.
How's it going out there, Kermite? Oh, hey, I guess Angel 1's back.
You're gonna have to remind me your name.
It's canon.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. This is my first time seeing you all natural.
Yeah, admittedly, most of the time I'm here, I'm usually in uniform, so that's fair.
Val, you
And I
know
usually
this
have
guy?
sunglasses on.
Of course I know this guy. I work with this guy.
Ezra, you know this guy?
Yep.
Yeah, Ezra's had to personally pick me up off the pavement a few times.
Good
Kind of romantic.
Yeah, I guess in a roundabout way, sure.
Isra, do you have an ambulance out?
I have the
You guys
keys to
know-
Mina's ambulance,
you
which
guys
is
know
the
where the
left
plastic
one over
surgeon
there.
is?
Yeah, so if you
Okay,
go
I'm gonna
in there, I
swap it
think,
out
and
to
you
an
go
ambulance I wanna use.
upstairs, I think.
I'll get lost in the hospital. Thank you guys.
There's Riley.
Oh, yeah, there he is. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Riley, you got...
Oh.
It keeps you going 10-7. I'm gonna fill up this ambulance because it's at 35%.
Made up for it. Thank you.
Maybe that wasn't? Because I just filled up our ambulance.
Hi, Miss Sabine.
Hello, gorgeous. How are you?
I'm good. Do you like my black and white outfit for today?
I do. It's actually very cute.
Thank
Should I
you,
go and
thank
be
you.
in black and white?
Yeah. It's the theme. It's black and white theme.
Can I copy you with the cute little eye thing you've got
Oh,
going
of
on?
course you can, Mr. B.
Ooh, how exciting.
Sabine, are you cool with being a solo unit?
Yes, ma'am.
10-4, thank you.
Anything
That
for
if you
you,
need
does
me
not have
to,
be
I
hard.
can, so...
Oh yeah, we knew it. You know.
Actually, could you put me on a solo unit?
Okay.
Yeah, could you put me on a solo unit and shift Ezra over
You okay?
to Sabine?
Yeah, I'm fine.
10-4, Sabine, you will now be paired with Ezra on Unit 1.
You're paired with Sabine, I guess?
Yep.
Unit 1. Or Unit 3. I don't know why I'm cheering for Unit 1, but Unit 1!
Just wondering what's wrong with me that he doesn't want to be on a unit with me.
I don't think that's the case.
I did accidentally insult him once. I was trying to be playful and it hurt his feelings.
Oh.
I apologize, but I don't think it did much.
It could be just
I'm
that
just dropping off somebody.
you want to be alone.
Thank you.
Yeah, and
Sarah,
sometimes...
Nice,
Have a good night.
nice hanging with you. Yeah, have a good night.
And sometimes, like, they, the MS are, like, in a teaching mood, and sometimes they maybe not.
Yeah.
And if it was recent, it might just need a little time, I guess. As well.
No, it was week 1.
Oh.
It was
But
week
I'm sure
1 and it
wasn't-
is now week 3.
It might be something else then, I think.
You never know what's happening in, like, in someone's personal life, or...
Yeah.
And again, maybe they're not in, like, a teaching mood. Want a brain empty and just do job in quiet.
Mm. I also think I told him the wrong ambulance because he went and filled it up saying that it was low on gas, and I just filled up our ambulance, so I must have told him the wrong one. This is why I always go for the red one, so I'm sure I know which one it is.
Ezra, I've already filled up your ambulance. Hi.
I'm wondering if I told you the wrong one, actually, because I just filled up ours with a jerry can, so it should have been full. So, can I pay you for the gas in that unit?
That's fine. Whoever has those ambulances is fine. You're welcome.
R34 going 1041. Hello. Good morning.
Morning.
Hi.
See, now I think I upset him again.
Maybe he's just in a bad mood today.
Hmm.
And it's nothing you didn't really do anything wrong. So I wouldn't take it too personally, I guess. People also just don't get along, so.
I mean, that's all. That's why we wear, like, that's why you and I are wearing, like, our bright highlighted jackets. Like, we're gonna make mistakes, and that's okay.
Yeah, though hopefully Ezra will soon move out of that highlighter jacket.
Ooh.
Hopefully, you know, we're fingers crossed, you know.
Fingers crossed.
I think at this point I might be the person who's worn it the longest.
You're freeway again?
Unit 1, can you get that?
Negative, that's an Angel 1.
4.
Ezra and I to go.
Unit 1.
Jesus Christ, what the hell?
I have no idea what unit I am, sorry, give me one sec.
Sorry, wow, there's a lot of us in.
There are multiple
There are
things
2 at Sonora
Freeway,
and
up
1
north,
at
Angel
the
1.
pier.
That might be a gas station explosion.
There's also one for Red Desert Avenue, I think in the middle of all of them.
Yeah, Unit 1, go to Red Desert.
10-4.
Unit 1, so that's you and Sabine, I'm guessing, and then Angel 1
Yep.
will probably head up.
I'm not sure where Sabine is.
I did see her inside.
Ezra, do you have an ambulance?
Yes I do.
Okay, let's go. Unit 1 responding.
Would you like to drive?
Sure.
Nice.
There's also a new emergency at Bay Tree Canyon, it looks like.
Yeah, Unit 2, Nubis and Lily, can you take that?
Anyone want to head in the helicopter with me?
I wanted to go in the helicopter.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's been 3 of them today. Maybe you'll get
No,
another
that's
one.
okay. It's alright.
So where is the helicopter going?
Helicopter is Senora Freeway.
Yeah, we're going to Senora Freeway.
Stay safe.
Of course.
On the way to Angel 1. Lily, you can't bring out the outlaw. It has to be Nubis.
Has it been busy today, darling?
A bit.
Mm.
We're just coming out of a lull, I think.
Really? Okay, let's hope that not
we
too
didn't
many
need
people.
them anyway.
It's okay. Let's hope that not too many people have exploded. I never trust the pier. If it's on fire, let's just keep the ambulance back a little bit.
Yep. I've already had my drowning for the day.
Did you drown?
No, I didn't drown. I fished somebody
excellent.
out.
Oh, good on you. I'm so proud of you. The water rescues always stress me out. Okay, let's pull up here, I reckon.
Oh, it's the penguin.
Hello, darling. Okay, let's go have a look. Oh, you have a concussion?
Yeah, it's me.
No worries, darling. Ezra, would you like to treat her concussion?
Sure.
Ezra will look after you, sweetheart.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. Hello, darling. Oh, I'm just going to crouch next to you, darling, so I can break your fall until Ezra successfully applies the
Okay, thank you.
medicine he has to. That's okay, darling. Let me know when you're going to apply it, Ezra. There we go.
I am applying.
Yes, sweetheart. What's wrong? What do you want me to look at?
I think he likes your cat ears.
Oh, you like my cat ears? Thank you. We're dressing up for today. My friend is she's wearing a white version of the little eye thing I've got on, and she's got very cute little devil horns. Do you like them? Thank you so much.
Here you go. How do you feel?
Okay, thank you. I feel much better. Thank you, my hero.
You're welcome. Was there also somebody down
Was there
here?
somebody? Oh, thank you. You're so sweet. Wait, let me trade you. Come
I
here.
don't. No, I
Because
haven't
we
seen
got
it.
we got a
Maybe
distress
around-
signal. Actually, it's up here. I'm gonna run up here.
Thank you.
Okay.
See you, darling.
Oh, the pin disappeared.
Is there anybody else?
I think
who
it was
needs
Tucker
assistance
because he
from
can't
EMS?
communicate with you guys on the phone. He did that because that's what they told him to do.
Oh, he did the
So I think
slash
Did
911.
anybody,
yeah.
did anybody call for help?
Yeah. It was him,
Okay,
it was him.
okay.
None of us did until the phone call, so there might
Sabine.
be somebody else
Yeah.
around
We
here.
got a hi, darling.
Sabine.
We got a distress signal. Yes, sweetheart.
It was the
They just
penguin. The
reminded
penguin did it
me
because he can't. Yeah.
Tucker can't speak, so we've
Oh.
told him to use the slash 911E, which sends a distress signal.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you, darling. It's nice to know.
Miss
Alright, shall we?
Sabine, how are you doing?
I'm good,
I
Nico.
said
How are you
I
doing, darling?
called because someone kept passing
That's
out.
good, darling.
Hi, Miss Bean.
Hi, Cyrus. How are you?
Hi,
Staying
hi.
good?
Oh, I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
get a
Staying
high?
out of trouble.
Okay, fine.
Good.
Well, you were next.
Next
I
time
got
you're
more-
down, I'm letting
I'll
someone
meet you
else
at the
take care of
ambulance,
it.
darling.
I got more to talk about with you. So.
What?
Nothing.
What?
Oh wait.
What?
No. Wait. Was the EMS? Did I not get posted earlier?
Oh, did you fall down again from
I
dehydration,
did.
Cyrus?
I did, but I
How many
it
times
didn't-
is
I
this
didn't see it go
now?
up. Like 4, maybe, since the wall of EMS
Wow!
started.
At this rate, you're gonna get a. You should get a like little Hall of Fame moment.
Maybe one day.
Employee of the month or something.
Well, I wasn't the one who took your picture, so.
Sweet, I'm free.
Oh.
I got away with it.
Thank you for coming down, please.
Just
Well,
kidding.
I'll remember to take your picture next time. I won't trust it to
I
someone else.
see. Oh.
I've
Okay,
snuck
ma'am.
away. I'm
Alright,
sure it'll
take
happen
care.
again. I'm too absent-minded for it not
Alright,
happen again.
Did you not get a watch?
I did.
Did you set
it's-
the alarms?
No, because I put it. All right. I put it away in my apartment earlier.
That
After
is,
getting it.
you can't. Keep it in your fucking pocket.
Yeah, I know. I need to go back and
Who's
get
your
it. I
told,
forgot.
Cyrus?
Yes,
I
you
forgot
know
to
that.
put it
I'll tell
away.
Aaliyah on you.
Hey.
Listen, if you're
She's
not
sleeping right
wearing it next time and you go down, I'm just leaving you down.
No, come on.
Ah!
Oh,
Jeez,
oh.
you got in front of me. Now I'm healing you.
I will have it. I will
Too
have
late.
it on me. I will have it on me. I promise.
By the way, as many times
I'll
as
go
we've
get
run
it
into
later.
each other, we've never exchanged numbers.
Have we not? Wait,
Why is this
really?
taking so long? Someone accidentally signed up.
Oh, I don't think we have. Hold on.
No, it's just being fishy. No, we're good.
Oh, there we go. Yep. Okay, got it now. I can't believe we had never.
Get this man.
Oh my word.
That's crazy. That's
What?
crazy.
What is that
Seeing you
local
so
doing?
much. I don't know. I think the local squared up on the Ask guy. I haven't met him yet.
All right. Well, I'm gonna stay here in case one of you guys needs healing.
I think
There's
Kat-
a
I think
local
Kat's got
attacking
it.
these guys, so I'm just gonna stay here until he's down to make sure that they don't need healing.
I think they're good.
Are you
I
okay?
think Kat got it.
Yeah,
You
I'm
alright?
now sick. I used two med kits and a bandage. I should be right now.
Did you get
All right.
him?
Let me just take a look.
They got him.
Good job.
Yes. He's down.
Excellent work. Excellent
I
work.
curse him with nightmares too, so.
Yeah, you're okay.
Oh, very cool.
Yep. It's
Is
Just
he,
wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, we gotta get
See you
back to
though.
work. We'll see you later.
All right.
See
We'll
you
see y'all
later.
later.
Bye bye.
Too.
Bye,
Bye
Ezra. Bye,
bye.
Susie.
Bye, Tucker.
Bye bye. Do
See ya.
you want to race again?
Who said I cursed him with nightmares? I missed that.
Off we go.
Oh wait,
Good
those
job,
are.
Ezra.
Oh, that's great.
It's okay.
No, I was trying to eat and drink. I forgot that those are also siren fingers. Oh yeah, the masked guy. Yeah, I missed that. I was too busy. Ezra has a massive crush on Cyrus, but Cyrus does not have a crush back. So Ezra is always happy to see Cyrus. Can you ping the hospital for me,
Yes,
please?
I was just about to do that.
Thank you.
No worries, darling.
Why are you stopping directly in front of me?
Move. Get out of the way, you idiot.
Damn, these locals are crazy.
Seriously.
It's like a giant insurance scam or something.
I know, right?
That wasn't a civilian, was it?
That you just hit?
Yeah.
I don't think so. That's okay. I didn't actually see it.
I think they were going too slow to be a civilian.
Gunshot.
I hope that's not where our people are.
I know, right? Oh, look at them. Throwing it back with the vulture. Very cool. Thank you for the lift, darling.
The lift. As if we aren't partners. And I'm just giving you a ride.
You are. You're just excellent. You're so much better than I ever could be.
No.
The penguin really... Oh, sorry. I shouldn't call him that. Mr. Tucker really liked my cat Iz, which was very cute.
Yeah.
Better at the hospital.
Where did the vulture come from?
It got attracted by the beef jerky in my pocket.
I see.
You want to join us?
Mm,
Fun. It's good exercise.
You should join us.
Join us.
so, just so that you guys know, as like a reminder, well, not a reminder because you guys probably didn't know, we had a little thing about, you're aware that we have a penguin named Tucker?
Yes.
Okay, so Tucker cannot speak English, and so he was trying to send us his GPS coordinates yesterday, and our higher ups said absolutely not are we going to just random suspicious coordinates. So he came here and we had a talk with him, and if you get a distress call and Tucker's there, he probably sent it even if he's not down, because we told him to use the /911E to request assistance rather than try to send coordinates that we don't know where it's coming from.
Okay. Oh, I see. I understand.
So we were a little bit confused when we got there and it was Tucker and there was no down person, so.
Oh.
But
He's
then
only
some.
supposed to send it when he's downed, right?
No, because he can't speak English, so he can't call us for help.
Oh, I understand.
He can't call 911 and say, I need help. It's just, wah.
Yeah, it's just went, and they won't understand.
Right. In fact, Prom told him to send the coordinates like that, and when I asked about it, Director Quill, Connor, was like, no, tell him he can't do that. And then he's like, no, Prom told me. Actually, I said, who told you to do that? And he wrote, I put the fun in funeral.
Oh, I see.
And I was like, he said Dr. Prom told him to do this. And Prom was like, of course I did, because I don't understand.
I was at a cafe with him. We managed to somehow have a conversation.
Wait.
He wrote it down?
Oh, we talked.
Miss Dolly.
Uh-huh.
I have a hospital secret.
Okay.
You see that coffee cart over there? You can actually go inside of it.
Oh.
You stole it from me.
Would you like some coffee?
I would like some coffee.
I ran out of coffee.
Oh, too bad.
How about a frappe?
That's coffee in it. I don't got coffee.
Hot chocolate?
That's got coffee in it. I don't have coffee.
There's no coffee in hot chocolate.
But there isn't hot chocolate in it. There isn't coffee in hot chocolate.
No, there's no coffee in hot chocolate.
Maybe in her.
I sell coffee though. I'm out of coffee.
Well, that certainly is a cheap shot coffee then.
Yeah, they put the cheap and cheap shot.
Oh no!
There's
Oh
the
no!
drink. I got you. I got you. That's right. It's the coffee cart that traps you in there forever.
I will get my way out. Hi.
You just flop a little bit. Yeah. Oh,
No.
oh, there you are. You
I just
got it.
ran out.
Yeah. Persistence is key.
Yeah.
That's my
Now you
trick.
can
How
do that to
how
any
dare
other-
you do that to
Yeah, I stole
someone?
it from him.
I found somebody
thought
stuck in there one day, and now it's my favorite thing to do to new people who've never been here.
Oh, good. Oh, was that a?
Ow!
Good song.
My
Both of us. That's
face!
crazy. Do
Are
you
you
need some
okay?
help? Are you-
No, I'm fine.
No.
Fix your face just a little bit, like a little bit of there and a little bit of that, and there you go.
Yeah, I don't want
okay,
any
no,
more
no.
scars, you know.
Yeah, you don't need to be opening up my scars, please.
Oh,
bye.
Lucy. Bye.
Bye, Lucy.
He hates us. Bye, officer.
See you later.
Someone call me?
Goodbye.
Bye, Mina. Bye, Mina.
Have you been sleeping?
Great news,
Ezra?
everybody. I didn't end
Hey,
up on the
what?
milk carton.
Oh, what the?
What happened?
What
There was
happened?
blood all
Boy.
over the wall. What are you doing?
Oh.
Oh, there's blood all over the wall. Yeah,
Where?
so I guess they were warning me to be safe and stuff. I said, well, hopefully next
What
time you
happened?
don't
What the
see
fuck? Why
me
did I
isn't
trip?
on a milk carton,
Oh.
and then I ran off, and they said, no, that's not funny.
I am going to diagnose
Did
you.
someone staunch me?
Police officers have been
That was
being
me.
attacked
I
by
ran in,
ghosts.
staunched you, and ran the fuck away in
Oh,
like
okay.
the fucking wind.
Okay,
it was
you're
funny
fine.
as fuck.
Whose blood
Oh,
is all
am
over
I?
this wall?
Oh my goodness.
We're a great addition to the
Unit 3,
hospital.
can you get that?
Yeah, people have been attacked by ghosts today, so if you just randomly fall down and it wasn't one of our excited employees, come see us.
All good, all good. Are you okay? Like, things has been crazy recently, Ezra. You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
That's good. Keep yourself safe. A lot of things are brewing, let's say.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure if I'm gonna be alive after this. Hopefully.
Why?
I mean, I'm surviving so far, being the only cop on duty most of the time. So.
Huh. Every time I've switched to one to call for something, it's been Phil.
to help a patient that's
Yeah,
around.
like the rotation usually is just
Unit 3 en route
in the
to
morning
latest,
there's a lot,
1052, Great Ocean
and
Highway.
then when it hits like the storm early on, usually it's just me, Shion, and then another 8 hours, 9 hours, then Phil would go in, and Commander, and everyone would drop in. But usually on weekends, especially, Phil is always there.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you drop in now, I don't think there's anyone.
Well, let's find out.
Where's Shion is on?
Nope, no one's there.
Yeah. Well, give me a second. I need to call somebody.
Never mind, eastbound's gonna go
Just say
1042,
Ezra,
go
if
buy
you're
a
gonna
car.
talk to someone that has information about Stalker.
Hi, I'll miss you forever. Don't worry, I'll be back, Pookie. I'm just gonna stay on radio, though.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, I would say that too, huh?
Sorry, there was a lot of radio chatter. Did I hear something about a stalker?
No, it's like, say, like, you were gonna call someone that has information about someone stalking people, what would you say? Amuse me.
Wait, if I was gonna send you a note saying
No,
I
if
have
you were gonna
information about a
talk-
stalker,
No, yeah, if you were gonna talk to someone like that, yeah, what would you say?
oh, if I was gonna pretend to be a stalker,
No, okay, wait, whisper.
what?
Alright. So if you were someone, you're gonna call someone else that has information about someone that has been stalked, what would you say to them as an opening?
Okay, so you want to be an anonymous caller about a stalker.
You know, it's fine. The question is getting derailed.
I am getting confused.
It's fine. It's a confusing
I
situation.
don't know what to tell you because I'm not sure what my role is in this.
It's fine. You don't have to tell me. I'm just, just amused by the situation that I have to deal with. All right, I'm taking a call.
Someday, Burr, I'm gonna have to go through like 100 hours of this and find clip.
RTB. And for
Who the fuck is yelling, "I'm not a girl"?
Codeine signing back off.
good night. And for good night. Night.
Leonie did not pass out in front of a convenience store.
Oh no! You get food. You get food here. You know what this is? You know what you get from here? Exactly. You had food and drink in your pocket. You didn't even bother to drink it. You didn't bother to eat.
Leonie did not pass out in front of a convenience store.
Oh no!
I do believe that the man being carried around right here is my spark match.
Unit 3 will actually head to Benny's to repair the ambulance.
And for Flatline R34 and 88.
Angel
RTB
1 gonna
plus
be
4.
returning with 4.
Oh dear. 10-4. 10-4. Code green.
I'm on call if you need me for MRIs.
Oh my god. Why is it that both of the people that I would have liked to come across today, I was not there? Because if that was the guy that I've been talking to on Spark, I would have liked to actually meet him firsthand. And and also one of my fellow Rusaders was at a clothing store, and the person she went with forgot to eat and passed out. And that was actually my unit, but I had pop, so I wasn't there for it. I'm so angry. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? You're setting a bad example for our patients just jumping off the roof like that.
Oh, power washing.
All right, you four. What are we gonna do?
Not blow up the gas station.
Going to
work.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Wear my seatbelt.
Okay.
Miss
And what
Anita,
are you
come
gonna
over
do?
here. What happened? What
Um,
happened?
And
Well, you see.
Hold on, sorry, I love watching
yes,
this.
remember
Oh, yeah.
consent.
Alright, I'll see you guys around. Okay, take care, take
Be
care. Let us
safe.
know if you need anything.
Don't mind, don't mind. We didn't. Nothing happened. Don't mind, don't mind.
High five.
Nothing serious
No.
happened.
Yippee!
Be careful. Don't let Apple drive.
Yeah.
Yeah, had 2 accidents on the same place. Chip
Oh,
Riley had to pick us up twice.
Oh, I can see
It
why he
wasn't
would be
my
very
fault.
cranky then.
Yeah, she passed out first time, and then the second time she drove into a gas and we blew up.
Oh,
No.
dear. You guys need to be
Yeah.
far more careful than that.
Oh, well. Yeah,
Make sure
remember
you're
to
looking after
eat.
yourself.
Mhm.
Remember to eat, otherwise Chief
I was
Riley
too
is
focused.
terribly mean and
Focus
he'll take a
on
photo of you.
Working.
You know, there is pretty. Yeah, we're near the area. Do you want us to head over?
Yes,
Wait,
please.
since we're here, is Miss
Or-
Lily
Come on, Apple.
the ward?
No,
What's wrong, Miss Apple?
You're very pretty today.
Thank you.
She's running again.
I can't. She's
Where
so
did I get a
cute.
bottle of water? Who gave me a bottle of water?
One day we will be friends. She won't be nervous and I'll be able to be her friend.
That's true. That's true. Which might take a while because she is very scared of pretty ladies.
That's
So
very
we'll bring
funny.
her to you.
That's all right. Just make sure you're looking after yourself, okay?
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Boone.
No
Have a
worries,
good
darling.
day.
Of course, I'll walk you out.
Is anyone responding to the Red Desert Avenue emergency?
There's a unit out there.
Yeah. Smoke time.
I did my laps. What now?
And now we wait.
And now we wait. Actually, we just got this patch, so. Miss Hera, Miss Hera.
Ezra.
Yep.
Could you please take a
What's the
photo of
thing?
Dr. Prom and I?
Oh. Yes.
Oh.
Sorry, I was about to go 10-7. I got you.
No, that's okay. I was asking Ezra. You don't have to. It's okay.
Oh, okay.
You
Bye
can as
bye.
well.
You can if you
as
want
well.
to.
Unit 3 RTB.
10-4. 10-4. I'll be back in a little bit, okay? Okay, that's fine.
Just like that.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Indeed, thank you.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Oh, just shove me out of the way. It's fine.
I'm sorry.
Happens to the shove of us, really.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Oh.
Thank you.
What the flying fuck? Okay. What the flying?
Oh, perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Ezra.
You're
Every
welcome.
time I hear excellent, I think of Burns from The Simpsons.
You know what? You're actually right, and now I'm going to think that every time I say that, I'm going to think of him.
Excellent.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Indeed.
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 Don't. It'll become my
Should have
vocal.
taken fucking detective class at this point. Might as well be a detective. Sorry, I'm trying to piece together cryptic messages. Just either. So high on the ground, say high building.
Back Unit 1 to respond.
Are either of you able to do water rescue?
Yes, ma'am.
It's like in the ocean. Yeah, Unit 1, you can go to that.
There's 2. Can I go as...
There's 2. Can I go as backup? Yes.
Let's get Ezra.
Sabine, I'm tagging along.
10-4. Which ambulance is ours?
This, I thought it. You know what? It's the one with the broken windows over here.
Okay. Are we doing Del Perro?
Yeah, I think
Wait
so.
for Miss Hera. Ah, crap! I accidentally cleared it. Sorry. You have to drive forward a bit. Oh no, you don't. Never mind.
I'm all good.
Let's go.
I assuming you're just gonna tag along with them. We probably need space for a patient just in case.
So it's a water rescue.
Yeah, it looks like they're in the ocean.
Oh dear.
Yep, there's 2, and I think 1 tried to go after them.
Oh dear. Okay.
And I keep reminding them to stop doing that.
Unit 2 is split because I'm standing by since the ambulance has no space for patients if I go.
I understand that people want to help, but sometimes it really makes it a bit of an inconvenience.
Yeah, I keep telling them that.
It's
But they
like,
don't seem to
yeah.
listen. Several of them walked away while I was talking about it. I was like, okay.
I'll,
I was
quickly
just
put
automatically
my-
going to
You
the
can go
pier.
down.
I'm sorry.
No, you can go down the side. It works.
I'm putting my diving suit on.
Yeah, I still have mine.
Mm-hmm. You got yours on?
Yep.
Excellent. Actually, Ms. Hera, can you come into the water if you've been affected by the MRI?
Yes, it's only affected my vocal cords.
Okay, excellent. Just wanted to make sure.
All right, the pings disappeared for me. I'm not quite sure where we're
Hasn't
going.
disappeared for me. Just keep going straight. Keep going straight towards the boat. Yeah, beautiful. I think they're
Yeah,
literally...
perfect.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you. Let's go, Miss Hera. I'm stuck. Okay.
Ah, okay, the ping's back. They do not need a third person out there. I will just wait. They got a long way to swim. It's going to be a very slow swim back, too.
You have better people skills than me, Sabine.
Can't tell if she's coming straight this way or across.
Is anyone able to check recovery?
I can 10-5.
Hey, Ezra.
Let's go.
Oh.
Apparently,
No one in
if you
recovery.
don't if you don't dive correctly,
surface of the
10-4.
water is painful.
Alright, let me get you back up, darling.
Like diving onto the ground, I guess.
Yeah.
I didn't even
Physics.
die to the water. I died to the surface.
Oh,
Either
this
that
is
or my
the second
HP was
time in
pretty
an
low.
hour we've had to pick you up.
I'm sorry.
Oh, dear,
it's
that's
all me.
embarrassing, Co. That's worse than me.
This is what happens when I don't work. I was
Well,
telling
just a bit
Lucy.
of a
clock in, sir.
disaster, actually.
This is what happens when I leave the safe confines of the hospital and touch
Miss Lucy,
grass.
you have to make sure that you're staying safe around this man, okay? He seems like a bit of a hazard.
So was there
1041 again.
was there a
Friend
second
Was-
person?
Yes.
Let's
She
get you
drove.
up.
I may need
Further
an extra pair of eyes.
deep.
I
I'll
cannot
come
be
back
done.
out in a second.
I can put my gear
No
on and go
worries.
out.
That's okay.
I mean, I know about where she fell. She could do.
You're not coming back out, Co. I'm sorry.
I mean, I do. I do have gear.
Actually, Ezra, if you want to come as well, feel free. More eyes the better.
Yep, I got my diving suit on.
I'm sorry, but as a patient, can you please stay here?
On our way, Hera.
10-4.
I think they said it was Miss Issa. Issa, do you hear us, darling?
Issa?
Issa, do you hear us?
Thank you. Shouting. Isa?
Another ping in your guys' area.
Yeah, I see that. Thank you very much. Just ahead of us, I'll respond.
I am swimming in that direction now.
Is that Miss Hera? Miss Hera? Oh, I see her. I see her.
Patient is Hera. I'm gonna pick her up and take her back to shore.
Alright, I'm gonna head back to the boat and look for Issa.
Yeah.
EMS? Issa, can you hear us? Issa?
Have
Issa?
Hera returning to the shore. Can't find the second patient though.
Issa? Issa, can you hear us? Oh, I did not mean to get on the boat. Issa, are you here? Issa.
This is eastbound. I'm coming 1041.
Mina, was that you spamming the radio by accident?
Yeah, I accidentally hit the wrong muscle.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure.
Yep, I apologize for it.
Issa. Issa, call out if you can hear us. This is EMS. Call out if you can hear us. My tank's out of air.
Everything good down there at the beach?
We can't find one of our patients.
You went really, really deep. Towards the front of the
I'm gonna make my way down there.
My scuba tank ran out of air, so I can't go back down. Baby girl. Are you the one who's messing with my cords and making my monitor go out?
Did anybody check the hospital bed?
Check again.
She like sank really, really far.
Yeah.
Nobody's in recovery.
I was out there pretty deep, but not like bottom
Okay.
deep, and I was shouting. I didn't hear any replies, and I couldn't find her.
Okay. Are the other two okay?
I thought so. Did those two drown out there? Because I know Hera was drowned out there, and Sabine was supposed to bring her back.
I'll just go.
Come here.
Hold on.
All right, wait, no. I'm gonna respond. Okay.
Towards the front of the yacht.
Sabine and Harris should be on the latest ping.
Mina, Moore, you guys are gonna be Unit 4.
Unit 4.
Swim down. Swim down.
We're above them.
Indeed. Happens to the drowned of us, really. Indeed. Indeed.
Why do we always meet like this?
I'll stop carrying you, Harris, so you can be
Perfect.
Hey, hello, Chief Riley. We really have to stop meeting like this too.
Be very careful with the scuba gear.
Yeah,
It
something's
died
happened
right
to
after
the
purchase.
scuba gear, yeah.
Not lift, yeah. You have to be lift, not
Yeah, do lift,
drag.
don't do drag, otherwise you get stuck. That's why we're going so slow, Code. Code, do you have swimming gear on? Oh, good.
What is wrong with you?
I mean, far out.
Yeah.
Hi, Sabine. Hi, my love.
I'm so sorry. Well,
If you guys need me, I can drag someone back to shore.
here for a really long time.
Thank you. We really do have to stop meeting like this. I'm sorry. If it's any consolation, something happened to our scuba gear. Does it die?
Yeah, it runs
Is
out
that
of
a
air.
thing? Oh, well. There you go. The more you know, right? Oh, I didn't realize. No, we couldn't find them.
If you guys could check back at the hospital to see if there's a patient in the recovery room.
Boy. There's no one in the recovery room.
And for
You meant on me. What do you mean? You don't want to listen to this, Yvette?
Nope.
I'll convert
can
you to
go
the
out
freaky
there,
side one of
right?
these days.
No, you
I
won't.
think
Charlotte's
they're
out there.
they're right there.
Yes,
I can
we
see
will.
them. They're over there.
We just had a patient in the recovery room.
They're that way.
I owe you so
See
much.
them?
ask
Oh, I
them
owe you
if
guys.
they were the ones
For
that
what?
drowned at the beach.
I drowned.
That was you who drowned?
No, technically, I hit the water.
Said yes, that's them.
Oh,
But
okay.
Lisa drowned.
All right, she's in recovery.
Okay. That's
Yeah,
good.
I could not see her. Let me get back on
It
radio.
was really deep in the trenches of that front of the boat.
Okay, I'm back on radio. Something is wrong with the diving gear.
Me too, but apparently Chief Riley said they run out of air, so...
Yeah, but this one's new, I should have bought it.
They run out of air eventually, and you have to go back and resurface.
Oh, I see.
Is there an
Not
indicator
infinite
for
air,
that?
just lets you breathe underwater for longer.
That's stupid, it should be.
Yep.
That's not how
So wait,
actual
do we
diving
just
gear
need to
works.
resurface and it refills,
Oh.
or what?
Don't ever drown again. Don't ever drown again. I'm so serious. I was having a great day until I had to come and rescue you and I fucking drowned.
In my mental cage, I'm going to just say that this did not happen.
Stop being a hero. When you're not clocked in, you're not a hero. Okay?
Well,
So I have a question. When you hit the water, did someone go in after you to try and save you?
I
no,
did.
she did. But
Okay.
Lisa was already way deep underwater.
Way deep? Okay.
I think she was probably at a certain, like, similar depth to what you were, Miss Hara.
Probably. I couldn't see her. And if it's Issa, she wears dark clothing and has dark hair.
I thought Issa had green hair.
Yeah,
Did she
has
dye
green
it?
hair right now.
It's
Yeah.
very
the
dark
green.
under there, though. And we went at night,
Yeah.
so...
True.
Yeah.
So I do appreciate you bringing him over, so thank you. You're a very experienced swimmer. But at least we know now with the diving gear, because that wasn't specified before. I thought it just let us stay under there until it ran
So
out.
did I. Well, we're just girls. Now we know.
Well, I owe Co 2 dinners.
I will
Stay safe, please.
sign off.
Why does she owe you a dinner?
Thank you.
Well, it's because the first time I actually met Hera on duty was saving her from a drowning incident.
Oh.
Yeah. I think it was like my second day here. I think Hera and Mar or more like drowned with Officer Lucian.
Ezra, they're about to leave.
Oh, okay, fine. I'll see you
See you
later. Go.
later.
What's up, Colt?
You guys need a ride?
My car's at the dock. Thank you.
You all good?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, I was just checking. Please send in the... I'm gonna send you an IOU at some point.
Take care.
We'll never talk about this. Okay?
Yeah, we won't.
Alright, Scout's honor, goodbye! The diving gear's stupid.
So I'm a little confused. Does it run out of air and you have to surface to breathe, or does it refill when you go to the surface?
I think it acts as a rebreather, which you have to resurface for.
Okay, so I could have gone back down after surfacing.
Maybe, but it's not something I want to test out. If it does happen again, I will try and test it out.
So I guess to be careful, I'll just buy another diving suit or another scuba gear.
I was down there for quite a while, so I'm wondering if it does go based off of your lung capacity.
I have a pretty good lung capacity at this point.
I think mine's maxed after being under there for so long.
Even while dead?
I'm not dead, I'm unconscious.
Hmm.
More, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
officer. Hello. Follow that. The diving gear is evil.
So evil. I can't believe it. I can't believe it would do this to us.
Well, at least we figured it out before.
Exactly. Yeah. So
We
does that
slept through
mean
the
now
past ones.
do we have to go and buy some new ones, or we just have to resurface?
I think if Chief Riley is correct, that it just extends your breathing, you have to resurface.
I see.
Because I did resurface, and then I went back down. So,
I see. Well, I mean, at least we know now.
The bane of my existence.
Yep, don't get added to the wall of shame.
I'm sure you do. You're just biding your time.
I could have done it earlier.
You could. But you didn't. You love me.
Yvette, do you love me enough to keep me off the wall of shame?
Of course I do.
I do.
I'm gonna blow my shit smooth off.
You're gonna blow your shit smooth off? Why?
I'll join you.
Did something happen?
Today?
Did something happen?
No, not today.
Has
What's
it
wrong,
been any
darling?
day?
I'm not since you guys implemented the wall of shame.
I see.
That's good. I would love
But-
it if you stay like that.
Accidents happen. You know how I get when I get distracted with a
I know.
case.
I know.
Uh-huh.
Especially that one time when you were on the tablet and then you fell down.
I will punch you.
I know. Wait, let me remove my glasses. Okay, no. Too late.
I am here to plead my case, and I'm here to say, do not believe a word that man says. Okay.
Oh wait.
Do
Let me
not
conversate
believe-
with my brain
do not
cells.
believe a thing. I am
Hello.
innocent. I'm
Yes,
absolutely
Yvette.
innocent, okay? Do not believe the mean man.
As
okay?
a lovely dispatcher, you okay to pop me onto a unit? Because I have popped
As
real
my
bad.
duo, you have to believe me.
Oh,
and
yeah, let me
be
do
on my
that.
side, okay? You're right. Yeah. It absolutely was not me that drowned, and it definitely was not Hera either. It was two civilians that looked very similar to us. So and it wasn't to the point where we nearly had to wake up in the hospital. It was absolutely
Just
fine.
informing. I'm just gonna go to pt.2 to write a report. I'll be right back.
Okay? Don't believe him. You pinky promise. Thank you.
Units have been updated. Please look at them.
This is 88. I'm gonna go 1042. I'm sorry, I know you just redid the unit.
It's okay. Have a good night. Good night, more.
Night.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh, Mina can be by herself. It's fine.
Are you cool being solo? I don't know if I can. Mina.
Yvette, iPhone insta-killed me again.
No.
What?
I'm
gonna
hiding
get you.
around people.
I don't know if
Are
you
you-
said
be
anything
back
aside
down
from
here
my
in a minute,
name.
but I'm gonna
I
get
think
you.
you might be
Are you cool
whispering.
being solo?
Oh, I can. Yeah, I can be solo. I don't mind.
Okay, cool.
I can also just
Okay,
steal
cool.
people from other units too.
No, don't do that. I beg of you, do not do that.
Yeah, I won't do that.
Yvette, am I seeing my future?
Oh, can I ask a question?
Me?
Oh. Oh. Just a question in general.
He is. Oh, sorry, what was that?
If I have to duck out to grab some food, would that just I don't know what to do.
Oh yeah, you can just clock out. Just radio in that you're going 1042.
Follow me.
If
Cool,
you're
yeah,
only
there's
going to
just
be like a minute or two, you can say 10-7 and clock out.
10-7. Yeah. Depends on how long.
And
like, is
then
it, like, a
if you're
big
gonna be
food
gone
group?
for like a half an hour or something, just say 10:42 to get some food and clock out.
Okay. Okay.
But there is a cafeteria if you need something real quick right now. Mina's kind of ran over there.
Okay.
Solid wall is what it kind of looks like.
Oh, I see, I see.
I was assuming she meant pet food.
I know. I just had an explosion and now the ceiling's doing this.
I don't see anything in my eyes.
Yeah, in my eyes, the ceiling is absolutely fucked.
Huh?
Thank
That looks
you.
fine for me.
I see. Yep.
Bizarre. How bizarre.
How bizarre.
I see. I see. I see.
Okay, well,
Okay, I think I'm gonna head home and go to bed.
yeah, it's okay. Have a good one, Val.
Thanks, you too.
On the floor.
Sleep well.
I'll do my best.
You gonna sit with me?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So you okay?
Yep.
I don't
Need
think
to
he is.
decompress.
Yeah, he might just need a moment.
It's okay. Take your time.
Or I've been on shift for 9 hours and I just want to sit in a corner.
Okay.
You should go to bed.
Not tired enough.
That's fair. But like mental health ways, because 9 hours is a lot to somebody.
Mm. It's about half my longest shift.
Goodness, you've worked 18 hours before?
18.
Jesus. Yeah.
Don't forget to take care of yourself.
God.
What's going on out there? Oh boy.
I'm blacking out again. I'm blacking out.
Do it.
I got you.
Thank you. I
Is
keep
Sabina
blacking out.
around?
No! No! Don't listen to them, please.
Mina, you got this.
Yeah, I
You need
got it.
medical attention as well.
Oh yeah, you got some bluff force trauma for sure.
Why did I do that?
Oh. Maybe that's why. Ugh. Ugh. Oh. Ugh. Thank you.
Yep. How would you say your heart's feeling?
It's a lot better now. Thank
Hi,
you.
Leona.
Yep. No problem.
Thank you, Miss Lucy.
No, I'm still good. Okay, I'm still good.
You're still good. You're still good.
We didn't do
Hi,
anything.
Apple. Oh, so what's this about being blown up?
So, are you okay?
Here's my phone.
Lily, would I be able to get the keys back for number 5?
Just a little depressed. That's all.
What's got you down? Or just a general feeling?
Couple of things.
It's fine. I'm gonna go to Benny's and get my ammo fixed up.
4.
Kind of depressed that there's a whole new wave of highlighters and I'm still a highlighter.
It's hard, I know. But
It's like nobody's come to me to say, hey, you're doing this wrong or you need to work on this. All I have is I asked more if there was something I could do better. And I don't even understand that.
have you had the chance to talk to maybe one of the director level people about it?
No.
Well, maybe you could ask him, because I know you're worried about coming off of certain ways. Maybe you could kind of phrase it in the sense that you want, I guess, like feedback or performance review. Because they are obligated to provide that. Every employee needs guidance. If it's unclear, you know, you're not sure why, and no one's really telling you why. I think sometimes being direct about it might be, you know, the next best step.
Hard for me to
Sorry.
be direct with people who are in a position of authority.
Also, sorry if you just wanted to commiserate. I should have clarified if you were looking for advice or not. It's hard. It is hard. Is
I don't think the pixel thing should be able to flee after one throw.
yeah, they should fix that. So fast. Are you getting a lot of pixel mons or pixel things? I don't know what they're called. Pixels?
I've had quite a few of them run away on me today.
I see. Have you caught any uncommons yet, or just commons?
I think so. Uncommon ones are the middle ones, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I've been able to, wait, the Cerebi evolves into the Shade Kit?
Oh, really?
Or is that... Oh no, these are... Oh. I was looking at all of these as each row was like beginning, middle, and end.
Okay.
But I guess that's not it.
Just. Where did I get these?
Apologies.
Oh yeah.
Just double checking. I just need to run out and quickly do something to clock off the 10:44.
10:42.
So if it, yeah, it depends on how long, but 10:42 if it's a while.
Okay. I don't know how long it'll be, so I'll just say 10:42, and if I'm back earlier, surprise. And if I'm not, it's already set.
Yeah. So just remember to clock off and leave the radio.
Okay. Okay. Yep. Alrighty.
Change your clothes if you wanna.
I tried going to the locker room, but it was locked. I was like, okay.
What? Why's the locker room locked?
I don't know. I may have tried the wrong door.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay. It's not locked. I was lied to.
I'm just flex your E.
Okay.
You unlock it by flexing your E, but yeah.
And sorry, same question again. At 10:44.
10:42.
10:42. Okay, I may need to write those down half the time.
Cool.
Okay.
Are you in the Slack?
I don't think I am.
Like the EMS Slack in the
Discordia.
Oh yes, I am.
There's an information channel in there.
Okay.
Yeah, there's
I've
a
got a lot of reading
documents.
to do.
I think you might be.
The most important one is going to be the 10 codes, and it tells you like what to say to the patient and
Okay.
what all of our 10 codes are.
Okay. All right. 10:42. Head clocking off. Okay.
Yeah, all you have to do is say your code and going 10:42.
Okay. Sorry, I'm practicing on you.
That's okay. That's okay.
So P Lolly 10:42.
Yep.
Okay.
T Lily 10:42.
10:04.
Good night.
10:04. Have a good one.
Okay. Sorry, I get excited.
All good. That's just what we do. All right, we should let her change.
Yeah, sometimes like if you need to go into the store or something, if you're too close to the locker, you won't be able to see yourself. So if you stand like over here right at the edge, you can guarantee that you'll see things better in the store.
Okay. And then it's leave the radio, which is this. And then that. Okay, brilliant.
Okay, you're all set.
Thank you so much. I'll be back. I don't know how long I'll be, but I should be back in a little bit.
No problem.
No.
Just flex your E muscle to open it.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Tactical roll.
He's so cute.
Alias?
Yeah.
She is. She's really cute. She's nice. Am I cute? Am I cute?
No.
That's a hate crime. That's a hate crime. Yeah, get him.
Oh,
Oh no. Oh no, oh no.
Get him while he's down.
Yeah,
Oh, right in the
get back up.
balls.
Oh, did that hurt you? Oh, sorry. Did you know? Did you know?
What?
The other day, I went on a date with somebody.
Oh yeah? Who'd you go on a date with?
Hi, Mina. Hi. Secret.
Secret.
Are you on duty right now? I don't think you're on duty.
You're joking. You're joking and you're kidding me. Look at me. I'm on the radio and everything.
Well, I don't see you. I don't see you in the dispatch. Where are you at in the dispatch?
I'm on. It says I'm on duty.
We did have that problem with other people earlier today.
Oh.
Clock off and clock back on.
Okay, but what if I
I was gonna say I don't see you in the dispatch at all.
I go back on? How about that? How about that?
No, I still don't see ya.
You might have to refresh your dispatch page then.
Yeah, or like close the tablet, open the tablet. What's going on?
Oh, it's Tucker.
Here we are. Alright,
Wait.
Tucker is my favorite.
You want to treat him then?
I don't think Tucker needs treating. I think Tucker was here with a friend. But Tucker, do you need help? No, you don't need help. Okay. Tucker doesn't need help. Tucker's just
Okay.
waiting for a friend, I think. He gave me a diamond.
Yeah, I got one too.
He gave me a canary diamond. They're like so expensive.
Oh, I only got a regular diamond. But I don't think it was from Tucker. Although Tucker does collect shiny rock.
I know. I'm surprised it gave me the shiny rock.
Oh. Well, you know what it means when a male penguin gives a female a shiny rock.
Oh. I think he likes
I see.
you. I think he likes you.
He likes you.
I think he likes you. I think he likes you. Oh, he likes you to hear him.
Ah. Ah.
You can't run away forever.
Go to teaser.
Looks like you're with Mina on Unit 4.
Oh, you're running?
I had to go pick up some more medkits.
Hmm.
She's gonna clock out. She's gonna clock out because she hates me. Oh, nice jump.
I'm gonna do a tactical roll.
Bubba.
Hit it.
It didn't quite sound like an explosion, but it was too loud to be a gunshot.
Forgot to tell Dolly to park her ambulance.
Fuck.
Here. Oh. I'll wait.
Whose turn is it?
I don't remember.
Unit 4, can you take that?
Yeah, is that me and Nah?
Yes.
And 4. 4.
Do you have an ambulance?
Yeah, I was actually gonna drive to Club Malibu and buy mozzarella sticks, so I'm heading back right now. Or
You okay? I know that Riley is. Would you like me to radio in and tell him that you're looking for him? And you can call him if you want to. Yeah, Riley's on shift right now, so you can just call him.
Hello.
Back from a catastrophic headache.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that Roma?
She's waiting for Director Riley.
Hi, Roma. Are you doing okay? It's no problem. It doesn't hurt.
Shooting some people outside school.
This is E-Raven going 1042. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
For RTB. For.
I see. Understandable.
Fucking problem. She keeps changing her style to look like me and then committing major crimes and saying she was me, and it's fucking awful. I have told the police, but there's not much they can do. I'm really pissed about it.
Oh, my little kitty's back.
Are you? Oh, I thought it was gonna be a staunch. I really thought you were gonna get staunched there. Oh, he hates you.
He's busy. Oh, I know he doesn't hate me. He's a busy guy.
You fair.
I'll let you two speak.
You know, why does my phone keep killing me?
That's a really good point. I don't know.
Why does my tablet keep killing me?
Your tablet like it explodes you?
It literally insta kills me. Oh my god, my phone's gonna kill me again. I just know it. I just know it's gonna kill me.
I feel like this got put out because of me because I went to go help Ranche and she was in a zone that I thought required the outlaw, and I guess she told me I don't need to bring that.
Oh, did a report come or something saying no?
New bulletin board.
Do I check the tablet? Do I take the risk? This is the real gamble.
I like that it's in all caps and really bold and loud.
I want to look at it.
I don't know if I can read though, so I don't know if I can follow this.
I'm sure you can. I'm sure you can. So I hate ECGs, just FYI. Never get.
Oh, echocardiograms? Yeah.
Yeah. No, electro.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, those suck.
Yeah. What's an axis, bro?
Okay,
What is that?
in my
What is that
defense,
AVF?
In my defense, in that map where I took it to was on
looked
there,
like it-
so
Yeah, okay. Did they draw a map or something?
yeah.
It's highlighted.
Oh my goodness. Okay, okay. Whew. If I die, you know what happened. Lazo, oh, and it's pinned. And it's full caps, you were not kidding.
Yep.
And it's just that. It's just that, huh?
There was a time I brought the outlaw towards the pier, but that was because I was already in it.
Ah, fair.
But I asked Dr. Prom for approval instead of coming back to the hospital since we were passing the pier anyway.
Okay, fair.
Arante didn't bring it up to me, so it might not have been me.
Yeah, I think you were fine. I think you did all that you needed to do procedure-wise. I forgot to tell Dolly to park the ambulance when she 1040'd.
Do you know which one she is? I can see if I have
Yeah, it's the one next to the one we parked.
Hello.
It's because Roma turned on the MRI. It doesn't hurt. I was in too close proximity. Yeah. That's why I always leave the hospital whenever it gets turned on.
Ezra, my right arm, it's trembling. Oh.
You doing?
I'm sending beams of magical energy directly into you. And
That's
making your
amazing because you're
brain
completely
grow
missing me.
1 millimeter bigger. Oh, okay, let me just stay right there. Ah! Oh, come on. No, no, I got you in advance. Ah!
Yeah.
Arr!
Completely missed.
It's a little hard to aim, okay? It's a little difficult. You don't understand how hard it is. Here.
Something different.
Oh jeez, all the money's falling out of my pocket.
So how much did you have to pay for the light
Do
bill?
I have a hole in here?
14K?
What?
You're too broke to be dropping cash like that.
No, I'm rich now. I'm EMS, remember?
Oh yeah, how much you got?
A lot.
Oh yeah, how
So
much you got?
So much.
Tell me how much you got.
So much. Because if I exit the menu, maybe I'll lose my cool pocket effect, and I want to show Mina. So she has to go back first.
You're not doing it anymore.
I know, because I stopped doing it for a bit. Here. You want me to lose more
It,
money?
it looks like you have money sticking through your wrist.
No, it's from my pocket. Why is she?
I get that. I'm honestly thinking about getting a different place though. The 6K a week is getting a bit much since I want to take more time off. so I'm thinking of downsizing.
That's fine.
It isn't my name, but you have the ability to do everything in it. So.
Can we get Angel 1 on that?
Never mind. Okay.
Can we go? Can we go?
That
Unit
bitch just
1.
Walk off. Did you see him leave the radio the second you asked for Angel 1? I'm strapped. I can take
So Hera, can you guys
I'll
go
go
for
with
that?
you. I can go. I'm strapped.
No, Outlaw can only fit 2. I'm thinking it's Hera and Ezra.
Okay. You guys need a gun?
By chance, could I take someone that might be more experienced though?
Yeah, it is in Stab City.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, you two can go then.
Alright,
Okay.
let's go. Let's ride, Hera.
No offense, Ezra, I just need someone that who's been with their gun a little bit longer.
Make you aware that that call in that location is a pretty big hotspot for crime. Yes, we know.
Yeah, I'm strapped.
Okay, whatever.
Make sure to contact PD as soon as you need them, if you need them. Things are looking hairy.
I think she didn't. Oh, all good, all good.
You got it, 10-4.
Hello.
Hello.
So hurt. Ooh. Oh, hi, Lily.
Hi, hi.
Hi, hi. Hi, hi. Watching you.
Do you need medical attention as well? Yeah, okay, let me check it out. You don't seem to have any injuries, so I would just recommend using a health,
There you go.
a med pack on yourself, because we're
You're
not allowed to
welcome.
help you anymore without injuries.
Wait, what? That's so dumb.
Nubis didn't want to be my partner. Hera didn't want to take me. Cyrus asked me out. Oh, this must be all 7 of them together because there's no way that one refreshing brain is like 5 pounds.
Okay.
Alright.
It was nice hanging out with you. Yeah, I'm sorry I got so tired.
No
lately.
worries. If you don't mind trading contacts.
Oh yeah, of course, of course.
Welcome back, More.
Thank you. And there. Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have fun exploring the city, seeing the city, and all of the above.
Of course. Alright, have a good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Bye, son.
Bye. Wait, who said that?
I'm up here on the coffee cart.
Oh, okay. Alright, I'll see you around.
Oh no, I seem to have wandered inside the coffee stand that makes you stuck here forever.
Oh no.
No, it's crazy.
It's your destiny to sell ghosts coffee from now on.
Yeah, I guess so. Guess I gotta quit my job again, huh?
I guess so.
Hmm.
I hope the ghosts pay well.
Oh, I don't know if they will. They don't even tip.
Oh. Well, it's not like we can kill them.
R34 en route back to hospital. 1 patient, code green.
10-4.
10-4.
Oh, I forgot about code green and stuff. That's new.
Did you guys take an ambulance or the outlaw?
We took an ambulance.
10-4.
There's so many people getting out of that truck.
Oh, like in front of the hospital? Gosh.
And now they're yelling, "What have you done?" Oh god, is that the night? Did the night get new clothes? What's going on?
I feel like I hear him from somewhere. Am I crazy?
Well, 2 of them ran around the corner towards the park.
Beautiful day in Los Santos.
It's
Oh,
bad to
boy.
only get 1 match on Spark, isn't it?
I mean, maybe? Not exactly a Spark X or an expert over here.
I was kind of feeling like it was going nowhere too, because I'd ask a question, he'd answer it. I'd ask a question, he'd answer it. He never offered anything, you know? Never asked me anything. So I decided just to not say anything for a while.
I guess, I mean, that means he probably wasn't the one, you know?
Yeah.
The one who didn't really show that much interest in you and only focused.
He did ask me how I was doing today.
Oh, really? Just like, on Spark, or?
Yeah. He hasn't asked me for my number or come to see me or anything.
Maybe, you could offer that and see what happens?
I don't know, I feel kind of bad because I've got a crush on somebody else, even though I think they're taken.
Sorry to hear that. Who's, if you don't mind me asking, who's the person you have a crush on?
I promise not to tell anybody.
Of course.
Iris.
Promise? I don't think I've met him.
You haven't met Cyrus Hart?
Oh, don't think so.
I have had to pick him up so many times. He comes to the hospital like 4 times a day.
Maybe not at the time I'm working.
I ended up at the dock today for something else, and he was there.
How you doing, buddy?
And I'd already seen him earlier today because he passed out from starvation. That Bubbles? I think that's Bubbles.
Oh, who's Bubbles?
The guy in the blue suit with the clown mask.
Oh, is he a clown, or?
No, I think he wears the mask because he's got burns on his face.
Probably come back to. I come back to check on those wounds in a couple of days.
Hi. Hi.
All right. What did we learn?
Ooh, Milton Road, huh?
We were looking for you. We so thought you got
Which unit is up next?
Unit 2
Listen, Lily.
responding.
Unit 2. 10-4.
Does that change Beard's opinion on guns?
I did get his number today, though.
Oh, congrats.
Yeah, I was like, as many times as we've run into each other, we've never exchanged numbers. And he's like, you're joking. Surely we've exchanged numbers by now. And I'm like, nope.
Well, there's your excuse to, maybe text him once in a while.
Yeah, I guess, but what do I say?
Just, I don't know, maybe ask him about his day, you know, what you up to, that kind of thing. Ask if he wants to hang out somewhere sometime.
I'm no good at hangouts. I'm boring as fuck.
No, you're not. You're not.
Me and Na clocked off. Not me and Na. Fuck me.
I'm not.
Me and Nima clocked off yesterday to just, you know, go show him the apartment and set him up with permissions in it and just do things, and
Mhm.
it was probably one of the most boring ass days in the existence of Los Santos.
To you, or
Well, I mean, okay,
did
so
you have fun? Because that's what matters
This is
more.
Ayamo. Going 1042.
F4.
Alright. For good night.
And for good night.
Like, we went to my apartment and I set up the permissions, gave him a key. He bought a bed. We rearranged the furniture so they both fit. And then I was, you know, he was
Are
telling
you
me about,
roommates?
huh?
Your roommates now?
Oh yeah, we're,
Yippee!
but we've only got the tiny apartment, right? So I was telling him about the big apartment. And he's like, well, how much bigger are they? Are they like twice the size? And I'm like, oh fuck no, they're huge. But there's only 40 of them and I think they're all taken. And so we went to go look at the apartments just to see if we could tell if any were open. And he accidentally went into somebody's apartment. He's like,
Breaking and entering.
well, he said, I don't think anyone lives in this one. I'm like, why? What makes you say that? And he's like, well, there's no like extra decorations on the walls or anything. And I'm like, how can you tell? They're fully furnished. I went up there to look at it and I'm like, okay, it does look like a base apartment, but maybe they just don't have the time or the money to do other decorations yet. We shouldn't be in here. I think this is somebody's apartment. And then he tried another one that also had, you know, enter apartment. And I'm like, no, I think those are just unlocked apartments. Like they forgot to lock them when they left. And he's like, came back and he's like, oh, somebody definitely lives in that one. And we ran away. So then I was like, I've heard somebody say that they got their apartment at the Majestic from City Hall. And I've been all over City Hall looking for the like, if you look at the map, there's a property manager or market or something like that at City Hall, but I couldn't find it anywhere. So we went over there. And he parked in a very strange place, and I'm like, I don't think we are meant to park here, and even if we go on the sidewalk, we're up a lot farther than I think we should be. So he tried to back up and do a 3-point turnabout and put his back wheels off of a ledge that he couldn't tell was there. And it's rear wheel drive, so we couldn't move the car.
Oh no.
Because apparently the car has to be severely damaged for you to push it.
Yeah.
And the car was undamaged. So,
He's fine. I'm gonna go 1042 for the night. Good night, y'all.
good night.
Good night. Info.
So he had to go impound it and get it back. And then he actually managed to find the marketplace. And I had looked there, but apparently I wasn't close enough for my third eye to see it. But the marketplace was empty, so I guess that means all 40 apartments are taken. So then I was like, hey, have you ever been to the Sun Cafe? Because he hasn't been on shift
You need
for like a
200
week,
back to the hospital.
right? So
10-4.
I took him over to the Sun Cafe and showed him how to order food. And then we went to the pier and learned how to fish. Hey, look who it is. Hey, look who it is.
Hello.
What are y'all doing over here?
Do you
I
want? Hey,
was-
did you know you can enter this coffee cart?
I did not.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun.
Try it.
Yeah.
It was
Try
hard
it?
to get out though.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh no, you
Damn
spoiled
it,
this
you
a
ruined
secret.
Do you get stuck inside if you go
Yeah,
in
it's
here?
the evil coffee cart that never lets you
Oh,
get out.
was I not supposed to say anything? Oh,
No, you weren't.
Yeah.
Oh.
they still
oh.
went in
Prank.
anyway.
I still went in anyways.
This is my special hazing for new people.
How kind of you, Ezra.
You still went in it anyway.
I'm not even
It's
the one who
okay.
got you to go in it.
That's true. It's okay. I'll
I
just
got
stay
it.
here until I starve, and then you can pull me out again. Sounds good to me.
Just keep running or use your flop muscle, your U.
Ah.
One of those two work.
Lily.
Takes a bit though. Or like just run like. Yeah, it's like it takes a little bit of.
You
there
flopped the
are.
wrong way.
I think I did. I stayed flopped for a very long time. I was starting to worry, actually.
It ejects people.
Don't
it doesn't,
worry,
like...
we can also pick you up and drag you out.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
That's
really?
good to know.
I
Good
didn't
Yeah,
know
you
that.
can do. Yeah, you can grab people from the door.
Oh, okay.
I did it to Na and she almost cried.
Yeah, it was so mean to me.
I see.
So I don't think we met. Hello.
Hi. Hello.
I'm Naproxen. EMT.
I'm Cyrus. Nice to meet you,
Nice
Na.
to meet you. Want to exchange numbers?
Yeah. Let's see. Here's my phone. There.
I mean, you can give it to one of my other colleagues, just as long as it's not you know who.
Oh god, that one is so far north.
Hope to see you around, but hopefully not at the hospital.
Oh, you
yeah.
will. You
You
will.
will. You definitely will.
Get it injured a lot.
Yes.
Somebody forgets to eat a lot.
That too.
Have you been wall of shamed yet?
It's okay.
Yeah, like 4 times.
Yeah, it was the first one actually.
Wait, we should really get that leaderboard started. Chief Riley was talking about how we should have like wall of shame.
No, you're coming with me.
Don't tempt me.
Nubis or someone has to come with me in the outlaw.
Oh, is it an ambulance call?
Yeah, but it's like way up in the mountains.
I gotcha.
I see, yeah.
Is that? Hi, Lily.
Hi, sir. Look. I'm so employed right now. I'm so employed right now. I'm so employed right now. Cat, I'm so employed right now. I'm so employed.
You know what's awful though?
Pardon?
I went to Betty's and no one's there.
Yeah, because my little fucking stalker babe it was literally standing there watching me.
Is she actually?
Yes.
Air 34 and Aiken G responding.
What did she say?
This is an outlaw job, so the outlaw is taken out.
R34
Make sure
and Aiken G
someone is
responding.
staying at the hospital.
Sometimes because of her double voice, I can't
Helio got a
understand.
10-7, need to be in my head for a sec.
Yeah, it's a little hard to parse.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be in a unit with Hera, and she's left me behind 2 calls in a row.
You should probably tell her. That's... Was it because of what happened last time with the confusion, I guess?
I don't know.
Or if you don't want to talk directly again, you could just I speak to supervisor and let them know how you're feeling about the situation. You may be able to mediate. Because I don't think it's fair. Like, you guys are assigned to a unit. Like, yes, it's an outlaw situation, but you have been here for a very long time. I think.
bet if you search it right now, it'll also be.
Maybe she's not aware how long you've been working the EMS.
I don't know.
I feel like you were here around the same time as me, or maybe even earlier than that.
No, I don't think you.
Since we're in limited groups right now, just make sure you stay in your regular units. We're not going to be using dispatch. Just call it if you haven't in a bit. Thank you.
Did I get moved? Nope. I'm still in Unit 1 with her.
Yeah, I guess you can clarify when she's back if it's like a normal kind of call or something.
Stay in
what
your
am I on,
regular
sorry?
groups, but not me.
Yeah.
So I guess if I'm not allowed to go out solo and I have to stay in my group, I can't leave without her. Also, I don't think all the people in the units are on. Am I seeing it wrong?
Yeah, I think it, like, she just said, like, to call, I guess, like, you know. I guess it's like, oh, just pick somebody to unit up with, and even if, like, the units aren't assembled in the dispatch screen, then...
Yeah,
just call
because
it as
you're
you go.
still in Unit 4 with Mina.
Yeah, and Mina's,
Numas and
not
Lily
here.
are in a group. And then me and Hera are in a group.
Also, I see a certain familiar name that showed up on
Hey,
the radio.
Nima.
I know, just waiting for that 1041 call.
Oh, and there's Will over there.
Will's over there. Maybe Will will, I don't know. He's on the phone. I was gonna say hi. Ran into him.
So now that he's run away, what do you think?
Oh, he seems nice. Did you want me to say more? Like,
No.
he seems nice. You guys
I mean,
seem
all
friendly.
you did was say hi and exchange numbers.
Nope. He looks good.
Helmet 1041. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Where is he? A little bit. Hello. Hey, oh, I happened behind there. That's crazy. Come join us.
You scooched me over.
Oh,
I was
sorry.
in the middle, but then I got scooched over.
Okay, okay.
Just push me over, Nima.
There we go.
Nima, you're
A little
supposed to
bit.
sit down.
Just a little more. Just a little more. Do you want me to do that, Sai?
It's every time I try to turn.
There we are.
There we go.
There we go.
And down he goes.
Do you want me to get down and you want to sit on this side? It has more room. Oh, who showed up just now?
Wow, they have green lights underneath and pink headlights. That seems
That's
like a
kind of
nightmare.
crazy. Oh, I feel like I hear Magnus again.
Yeah, I think it's Magnus. He said fair maidens, I'm going to die.
A heart attack! My word! Speaking, Doctor.
I don't know how I feel about a man like Magnus knowing how to use a phone.
Maybe someone taught him.
Well, obviously someone taught
Oh,
him.
I like the squad. I like the squad. Nice.
Thank you, thank you.
That's my squat. That's my aura pose.
Aura pose?
Yeah, that's what
My word! It is like they are
whenever I'm squatting in the
Gonna check
lobby.
on your recovery room if there's any patients there.
Oh.
10-4, I'll head over.
Hail! How fare thee?
I love him. Shiona, have you met the knight?
Just gonna have to get down.
Passing, but I think I've actually met them.
Oh, hello.
It seems the patient is in the ICU at the moment. Recovery room, I don't know.
Check the recovery room. In the ICU, there is one other patient, but it's not related to the current emergency.
My word! Hail! I fare thee well. Praise
I don't
the
see
sun.
anybody else, just the one patient, Mr. Lean over.
Yeah, that one is a separate patient.
Aye, for it is bountiful.
I hate the fact that he uses the wrong vocabulary all the time.
No patient in recovery room.
One in recovery room?
No one in recovery room.
Fuck.
And down I go.
Sorry, I got confused a little earlier.
I pray I have
All good.
met such a
Good
fan maiden.
staunch.
How is the
We recovered the patient's vehicle, but patient is nowhere to be seen. So some assuming it's a head pop, we'll give it like 2 minutes and head back afterwards.
How is thy lady? I'm sorry, it would seem that my ears were buzzing.
There are so many people out there.
It is Kermite.
Time to go inside.
No, we should. I should tell Lily on this. And then we can tell Aaliyah. Yeah, because then you can get told off by Leah.
Yeah. I'll let her know. I'll let her know when she wakes up. I would tell Lily, but she keeps running off into areas that I don't think we're supposed to go to. I don't know.
AR-34 and A Kimchi en route back to the hospital.
That's where I stayed.
And for
10-4.
Affected by yep. After I was kind of blown up and landed on a car.
yeah, units have kind of fallen apart at the moment.
Yeah, it doesn't even have you listed as on duty right now.
Yeah, that is understandable.
That way is recovery. Or maybe that one.
We've been having trouble with people not showing up and stuff.
Yeah. Just where I woke up.
But also, I've been in a unit with Hera, and she hasn't taken me on a single mission.
I got brought in one time for that, but they
It's
just
not
kept
shit.
they didn't bring me upstairs.
Bye, babe. Bye, babe.
Should we hang out outside?
Ooh, good staunch. Ooh, good staunch.
Hang out inside, right?
I'll have my revenge one day.
It's outside because they got mad.
Never be.
It's okay with me being here.
Oh. Good staunch.
Never
Is there a lot of people out there, or is that just me?
There's a lot of people out there.
What's going on?
No idea.
I'm gonna gamble.
It's like,
There's a lot of people out there.
is that Tucker you brought in? No, that's a power
No.
washer.
Oh, it's power washing. It's not Tucker. Yep, same.
Hello.
Hello.
This
Go
man
ahead
has
and
blown
set him
down my
down.
Chiliad.
Oh.
I need to cope with my stress. Give me a little bit. I can't see anything.
Do you? Sorry, you need me to take a look at you as well?
That's
or?
a lot of
No,
people
I'm
outside,
not
right?
that hurt. I just
There,
cope with my
yeah.
stress.
There are far too many people outside right now.
That's a lot, right? I'm
Yeah.
not crazy.
And I have
Yeah,
no
there's a
idea
lot of
what they're doing out there.
I'm gonna clean the wound with
Can I
some
go st-
saline
can I
and
just go
stitch
stomp
it up.
him? Be like, get out of here, Skin.
Yeah.
007
No, it's
here.
okay.
I'm gonna be delivering a unconscious patient. He is asleep mentally, same case like yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
How do you know
there
it's
you go.
him? He's wearing a
I'll
mask.
put him in the
That's his
IC,
identity.
like recovery room, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's
You
why I
gotta-
know it's him.
Too bad you gotta remove your face, sir.
Appreciate it.
Hi, Cyrus. Hi,
Yeah,
Katya.
strange person in a mask.
That's his
that-
fleshy face.
No,
Oh,
Which
it's
he
Jason. Oh my
exposed.
god.
No, that's not. I'm gone.
Jesus, Jason.
Did you guys say that you came from Mount Chiliad?
Yeah, we had a
Yes.
power washing job. And,
Okay.
I know it was
Did you guys send out a distress call from up there?
yeah, I called, but I think I sent the message wrong, and I said that we're gonna come to the hospital, but a misinterpretation. So that's on
okay.
me.
Because we did have
I
someone
think
go
you're
out
limping a little.
in the outlaw to
Yeah,
try
I
to find
think
you guys
you-
in the
I do not
mountains.
know why I am wobbly.
Action. That's on me.
Alright, let's take a look.
Sorry.
But as long as you guys are safe. that's all
This
that
might
matters.
have something to do with all of us being hit over at Fun Cafe.
All right. Well, I'm taking them back.
Yeah,
Thank you
it's
guys. I
Okay.
appreciate it.
Be safe.
A local came, swerved, and hit like 10 of us.
10-4. Thank you so much.
The patients who were on Mount Chiliad have already arrived at the hospital.
It was not fun. I do not know why the locals.
Can you put one of them in recovery and check over them and wait their time for me, pretty please? I mean, check over them to make sure that they're okay and healthy.
They've already left. He
I
said
see.
that he said that he meant to say one thing and he gave misinformation and
Chocolate-covered espresso beans.
apologizes.
I've been eating those for the past little while.
Alright, 007 going out of radio again. Have put the person at the recovery room. If anything, he is asleep mentally.
I shall try to avoid.
Okay, let's go have a look and see if how
Are
bad he's
they up
hurt
in
right
the
now.
recovery room?
Yep.
Have you already looked at him, Nima?
You have a friend, Katya.
Yeah.
Was it
Okay, is he in
Then
good
he's
enough
asleep
shape right now?
Yeah, he's fine.
Okay.
We just have to wait until he's actually awake.
I was about to say thank you. Ow! I was about
Poor
to say
Snow.
thank you for yesterday. And then you
I know, I
rubbed
know.
it
It's okay, but yeah, take care.
in. You too. Wow.
Ooh, did you get scared? Did you get scared? Did you think
Why
I
you
was gonna
have
do
so
it?
much stress?
Nope.
Oh, I have so much stress.
You're
You
stressed?
could just do it anyway.
Are you feeling stressed?
I was. It's okay. I just had some chocolate frappe. Oh,
Mm.
thank you. Oh, thank you.
I'm gonna go
Currently
take a
am
drink
not
from a
stressed.
volatile drink thing.
The RNG gods will
I would
smile
like to
upon
try.
you.
Lewis and I deserve to go to Hughes.
See this?
We'll be
I
there in
need
a
you
bit.
to survive this time.
I did not survive the last time I hit this one.
You have to compliment its hat first.
Would anyone like a
I
little
did it.
treat?
I'm
Oh,
chosen.
I too would like to try.
Survived.
Do not know what this does.
Oh, that might actually. Oh, because I just healed him. Okay, he survived.
Oh no, he's
Huzzah.
I am good.
Good job.
Alright, my turn.
Good job.
Job.
Oh,
What a pretty hat.
yay!
Hey,
Good.
You did it.
I think that's 4 times I've drank from this, and I've lived at every one.
That's good
Mortal
luck.
You're very
Katia,
lucky.
That's good. You
Mortal
did it.
Katia
Yeah.
survived.
I wish I was immortal. The amount of crashes and times I've had.
True.
No, you really do not wish that.
Doesn't
I
seem logical.
speak from experience. You do not wish that. It is not fun to watch
I
your
was
friends.
joking. I was joking. Amount of crashes I've
Yes.
had. I haven't had any crashes on my new bike, so let's kind of hope I don't.
I've had a couple off of Doug.
Oh, there's Leo. Just been with Staunch.
So you know how I don't know if you heard that, but she got a
We should
cast on
totally
today.
not staunch.
Really?
Yeah, she got a cast on today. And then
Kermit has a concussion.
Is he able to? There.
Oh, there we go. Oh.
Okay.
Mommy needs help.
You can take it. Jesus, I didn't know you needed the money that bad.
I was like, oh.
Oh, hi, Nox.
Hi, hi. Why'd you call yourself mommy, by the way?
It went to go find Officer Macaroni, perhaps.
Sorry, you're saying?
Oh, nothing. You got a lot of blunt force trauma. Did you
Yeah,
hit something?
I
Did
tripped
it
and
hurt when
hit.
you fall from heaven?
What are we?
Nothing.
Nothing? We're nothing?
We're nothing.
We're not even friends?
Yeah, friends. Yeah, sure, friends.
It's a crime. She's a fucking idiot.
No, wait, come back. I'm healing you. Get back here.
I don't talk to mean people.
Wait, Wait, no, I'm sorry.
On thy way.
Hi.
Hail! What dost thou seek today?
Oh my god, you're doing so great. Is that a canter?
Aye! Steady, girl, steady! Hooey!
Huzzah!
Huzzah!
You made
Only you have made a full recovery from thine heart attack. Even becoming less of a ghost.
Huzzah!
Where's your horse?
I'll make him a
Come
ghost.
again.
Oh.
Where's your
Speak
horse?
with thine own chest. Let all be heard.
Hello, Jake.
I said, where's your horse?
Oh,
Oh,
do not matter.
I was sending a
Perish
very
the thought.
important message. Why?
I'm sorry. Oh, did
How
it?
fare thee
did
this
it-
day?
Is it okay?
It's fine.
Wait,
it's fine.
I'll talk to
I
the.
managed to get it in just before you sent
Oh,
it
I see.
before.
Oh, Lee. Oh. Staunch. Are you okay?
No, I broke my leg.
You broke your leg. What happened?
Long story. I'll tell you next time.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna leave for now.
Okay. Take care. Be safe.
I'm gonna. Can I get discharged?
Yeah, you've been discharged. You're all good to go.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for taking care of Lee.
Nana, are you
Glad
there?
he's okay now.
Okay,
Yes,
come
I
here.
am. Amra says hello from Hookies.
Who says hello?
Amra.
Oh, tell him thank you.
Yeah.
We were getting overwhelmed.
What was that?
Or hi.
Okay. You can run.
Just say hello back. Sorry.
Let's go talk.
Why did you say it like that, mate?
Because I was hanging around that.
Not someone you particularly care to talk to?
No, I do.
Who was it? I couldn't hear over all the other noise.
It's all good. It's the person I went on a date with.
I didn't hear the name. Who was it?
Emergency.
Oh, I put him on the wall of shame the other day. Because he forgot
I
to
think
eat.
that's what I couldn't actually tell who Hera said because I have like multiple friends from Hookies. It might have been Phoenix. But I don't think I heard that, so I assumed.
I did not hear Phoenix.
Yeah, it was really I didn't hear Phoenix either, so.
I hope her voice
Air
box gets
34
fixed
and
soon.
Kimchi en route back to hospital.
10-4.
You know that even our patients on the street are like, why are you still in that yellow coat?
Oh. It could was it Evan? Because it could have also been Evan. I don't know what I There's so many. They're still all outside. They're just hanging there. They're just hanging. There's more on the right.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Apparently the hospital is the hottest club in town.
Well, I mean, in a way, I'm kind of happy. I kind of like it. Kind of like the people.
I don't like all these people being around. There's a very funny video on Birdie of our boss carrying someone who died of dehydration. around a combini that they were next to, saying, "This is where you get the food," and then carrying them outside and showing them a vending machine and saying, "What is this? What is this?"
Kimchi going 1042. Good luck, guys.
Good night.
Good night. 34 also going 1042.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh, does that make me
Sure does.
with So Nima, how do you feel about this? I guess I
haven't been
am
trained
your
on it yet.
senior. I have not been trained on it either.
As ease, neither one of you have access to actually changing the units in
Yeah,
the
I
jacket.
know. It's gonna have to be a call out situation.
Okay, whose has ambulances?
Oh, good question. Amber Lamp.
Side.
Boom.
There should only be 2 in the parking lot if there's only 2 units left.
I think there's only 2, but I don't know who owns them.
Who currently has keys to the ambulances?
Hello. You got a bit of a limp there.
Not me. Mine's been returned.
Is that who I think it is? Oh. And you just walked back?
Well.
Oh.
You just staunched our patient.
I'm sorry if I suddenly disappear because everything on my screen except the map is gone.
Oh.
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 Stop.
We might be
stop
cooked.
moving. Nah, stop
We might be
moving.
cooked.
Try walking. Actually, wait. If I tackle her, it might work.
No, it's. I
Does
think.
that help?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
okay.
do. My head hurts a little bit.
Yeah, you probably have a concussion the way you're passing out there.
Also, sorry. I thought you were Lucian.
Oh, you're good.
From
Yeah,
behind.
you
but
have a
just-
lot of blunt force trauma, including a concussion. Let me get you some ice.
Thank you. Totally wasn't from a bike accident. Not a work accident, not.
Okay, I might have to. I might have to.
Go take a nap if you need to.
I need to take a quick nap. I don't know what happened. Your injuries were so severe, it just flashbanged me.
That you already had trauma in your head from just seeing me that.
Wait, I can do. Oh wait, I want to try this. Oh, that works. Okay.
And there she went. All right, how do you feel now?
I feel a little bit better. Hopefully, I don't.
How's your heart?
Consciously just pass out. 100%. I feel 100%
Okay.
right now.
Do you need anything else from us?
No, I think that's everything.
Okay.
That's everything.
Take
Thank
it
you so much
easy.
for that. I appreciate that. Of course.
Be careful
will
out
do.
there.
Thank you for all the help.
Yeah.
Tell him how she feels better.
I'm gonna go RNG.
Okay. Yippee.
So we've got a deal with Wook Noodle now. So there's a fortune cookie for everybody who was on duty at the time in the back, and also we'll be getting like dumplings and noodles every day now.
Yippee! What I wouldn't give to have daily gyoza just delivered to me.
God, fried gyoza would be Alright, so something I learned earlier today. If a call comes in right now, it has to be the 2 trainees go because one trainee can't go by themselves.
Okay.
So if there has to be 2 units right now, you're one and me and Lily are the other until Knock comes back.
Okay.
Was that Riley?
Looks like him.
Alright, I guess that's me and Lily.
Alright. If you guys have an ambulance.
Lily, time for us to go.
Go.
Look at what
Yeah,
I'm showing you
deal
on your
with it.
phone, dude.
Trainings. We're about to know. Got this, Ezra.
I am not the best driver, but I have been getting better.
I can drive if you want. I've been informed that I'm a pretty good driver.
I do need to practice, though.
Yeah. You got this. I won't tell anyone if you crash horrifically.
Oh, if I crash horrifically, one or both of us is going to die. It's already happened.
And then they'll know. Ah! Ezra. Ezra.
That was not horrifically. That was a little bump.
Ezra, I'm gonna
What?
not lie to you. That might have been a little bit more horrifically than you thought, because I went from feeling 100% good to 50% good.
Oh, whoops.
Oh god, Ezra, I think you've given me a concussion.
Whoops. I guess I'll be fixing you up after the patient.
It's so good, Ezra, it's so good. There they are.
Yep, I think we found him.
It's Katya.
Isn't she at the hospital?
Yep, it's Lily. Okay, bye,
Oh dear god, Katya. Do you want to take this one?
No,
Ezra?
you take her, you take her.
Seems that the healers are quite busy today.
Right, let me check you out.
To be fair, I landed on the other side on that patio, but Anita brought me out.
To 8053.
That
right,
wasn't
you've got
me.
some bleeding. I am going to have to patch you up for that.
Okay.
Okay. Just gonna stitch you up a little bit, and then you'll be feeling right as rain.
Back to the hospital.
No, I'll become a patchwork cat.
10-4, would
Yeah.
you like a ride?
And then I'm gonna bring you back up to your feet, and you're gonna tell me how you feel after that, okay?
I will.
It's okay, it's
get
not that
hit
far.
a few times.
Is that where she is?
I just want to call you Lily Bun because of the hat.
Okay. You can, after you tell me that you're gonna be safe from now on, and you're gonna treat that bike with the respect it
Dolly.
deserves. Thank you.
I was. I just happened to hit a fire hydrant.
Okay. Right, well, I do not want to see you on the floor again, okay?
Okay, I was praying it wouldn't be you. I was like, please don't be Lily, please don't be Lily, please don't be Lily.
Yeah, well, it was Lily, okay?
Yeah.
It was Lily and Ezra, and Ezra needs to now patch Lily up, please.
Alright, I'll move out the way a bit. I need to move my bike.
Did you?
I don't think it's a concussion. I think it was just an upper body blunt force.
She just patched you up and you ran into traffic.
I had to get my bike. I didn't want it to be hit anymore. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
but you gotta
I'm
look.
sorry.
You gotta look both ways before you run into traffic, woman.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Can we put her on the wall of shame just for this?
You can try.
I'm gonna tell Briley she needs to go on the wall of shame just for this.
Well, you have to take a picture of her for the wall of shame.
No. 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 No.
Okay, right, we're good to go. We're heading off, Cat. Do you need a lift to the hospital?
Oh, thank you. I love you. Ow!
That was.
What
Oh my
the
God.
actual fuck?
What the fuck?
I climbed over the wall.
Are you hurt again?
100%.
I
The
swear
blood
to
all over the
God.
floor in the front of this ambo says otherwise, but I guess if you say you're good, you're good.
No, honestly, heart is 100% still.
Fine. Take care.
I will.
Ciao.
Hel'leon and Hel'leon back en route to hospital.
10-4.
Did you just see that car fall? What is that car
yeah.
doing?
I don't know.
I
I'm
think
scared.
that car does not have this.
Is that two at the same time?
Sure was. All right. Which one do you want us to take, Elgin or Los Santos?
I think as Hel'leon and Helmet for Los Santos Freeway, and then me and Lo on the other one.
Well, I
am with.
Are you on the way?
All right. Let me get back to the hospital real quick.
No, you're good. If you're already together, like just stay together.
Okay,
Yeah,
but which one do you want us to go to?
Are you on route to one of them at the moment?
No, we were on our. They both came in at the same time.
Just go to Los Santos Freeway then.
Okay.
Or
You want to put the Ninos on?
Oh shit.
Oh.
It's okay. It's okay. We're actually making great time as the crow flies, or I guess the mole falls. This is the longest free fall under the city I've ever had. You know what the best part about this is? My eyes are open, so I've got this on camera. I don't know what to do.
I don't know what to do. Should we radio in that we maybe
We may never make it to our destination. We've been free falling for like 20 seconds under the city.
Oh my God, 10-4.
We are traveling so goddamn far. I swear to God, we're gonna land in the mountains.
I don't think we're gonna land.
If we land, we're gonna be in the mountains far north of the city.
So it was lovely knowing you, Ezra.
I've never seen this before. I don't know what to do.
Get out of the truck. Does that help?
Do you want to try?
The count of 3, we both get out of the truck. 1, 2, 3.
Ow! It worked! How did it work?
Do not get in that truck. Do not get in that truck. That truck is leaking oil. Leaking oil. Do not start it.
Okay, now we have a new problem. We both got out of the truck and we fell from the sky, but now our truck is leaking oil and we cannot start it.
10-4, I suppose. We'll come grab you guys as
Can
soon
call
as
a
we're done
mechanic to
with.
tow it right now. Radio, and then I'm calling a mechanic to tow.
Lily's calling a mechanic to come tow our
Hi there, this is Lily Legal speaking. We have an
10-4.
Ambo leaking oil. Is it okay to get a tow for it to El Ranchos to repair? Currently... currently on the three-way between 9392 and the 7 destination up on the freeway.
Tell them we're just below the blue dot.
East side, just before the garage and the shop up on the
Ezra, no, do you remember what the area code was for the Los Santos Freeway one? Because we're not able to see it on the tablet.
I do believe that I still have it pinged, and it is directly to the right of the red A by 7288.
I'm gonna turn that radio off.
Oh, Jesus. I heard a crash just as the sirens went off, and I thought you got hit.
No, I'm okay.
I had the map open to tell them where the Los Santos is.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna take care of that. So I guess we just sit here and wait.
Yeah, we've got about 3 minutes till they get here.
I can't believe you called El Rancho.
Why?
Because we always go to Benny's.
I work at Benny's right now, and I want it to be known that the current person that is working there is absolutely dog shit at their job.
Oh, who is it?
Not telling names, but as the manager, as one of their managers, no.
Listen, as long as it's not you.
It's Grace. Also, El Rancho is closer.
I think the only thing Grace does is staunch people.
Yeah, no, it's legitimately.
Also, I came to pick up Grace once, and her motorcycle blew up and took my ambulance with it.
Yeah, no, she's the problem. Yesterday
Oh,
I was
there
with.
goes the ambulance.
No. Okay, right. Fuck it. I'm gonna run the risk and drive it around here.
Freeway one, so
No, you shouldn't do that.
still there. There was no one in
We
recovery.
can push it. We can push it, right?
If it's in a bad enough, but if it's leaking, oh.
Well, I guess we just leave it there. It's kind of tucked off to the side as is.
Yeah.
And nothing's hitting it. It's got its lights on, so they're avoiding it as good as they can.
Well, except for that one guy who hit it head on. Damn, look at that oil just gushing out of it.
Hel'leon and Lil, what is your status?
We're sitting on the side of the road waiting for El Rancho.
We took a small free fall. We both got out of the truck. Truck came back to ground, leaking oil, so we cannot start it without running the risk of both of us, you know, spontaneously combusting.
Like how I said free fall there and made it seem like we fell off something, but in reality it was just the world ate us.
Yep. I probably would not have thought about getting out of the truck, so that was pretty smart of you.
Most of the time, if the world is eating something, it's eating one thing and we were just in the thing that it ate. So if we get out of the thing, we're no longer eating.
Well, I've had it eat my truck before, and I've had it eat my motorcycle before, and I've always come back with it.
Yeah, no. For a long free-fall like that, probably best to get out. We were like, the direction we were going, we weren't gonna be in the mountains. We were gonna end up fully in the ocean. I mean, we're not even that far off being in the ocean as is.
Yeah, you're right.
We were unable to find the patient on Los Santos, so we're heading to Great Ocean Highway.
It looks like you guys aren't on the freeway
Hi,
exit.
this is the
yourself.
EMS that was called. Are you asking us to call back again? Right, understood. I can try calling Benny's, see if they've got anyone active, but I don't think they have, because I also work at Benny's. So, we will see what we can do here. So I'm gonna have to close my ears to you saying that, but I don't think that's gonna work either way. We'll just sort it out ourselves from here. Okie dokie. Bye.
Never mind, we found the patient at Salat.
T-Lil, El Rancho is not able to give us a tow. Neither will Benny's because none of them have someone of high enough rank to tow. We are stuck here at meantime.
We can always just impound the van and get it back later, but the two of us. Go take care of the patient. Okay, nobody can come get the truck or us from either of the mechanic shop. So go take care of the patients and we will find a way back.
10-4.
We're not that far away from the garage. We could walk north.
I've got a bike in the garage. We can do it. Let's go. We'll just have to impound this vehicle, but we have an impound at the hospital, don't we?
Yes, we do. Alright, be advised the trainee unit is heading for the closest garage, and we will head south on personal vehicle.
I do love that it is a trainee unit. I love how that's just ended up being a thing.
Where is that?
Hel'leon, Lil, where do you guys need to be picked up from? Where are you at?
We are just about to get to 7350.
54.
10-9, where was that?
354. The garage up here.
I'm sorry, all I got was 354.
7354.
The patient that we just rescued was someone of high enough rank to come tow. She's heading to Benny's, and then she'll be en route to your location.
Hel'leon, did you just drive past me? EMS.
Hail! This is Magnus the Great of House Greystone.
Hello, Magnus.
Hi. I am at the
we'll
EMS with someone who needs to be seen, yet no one is around.
Okay, here's what you need to do. There is a
Hi.
There is a doctor in a white coat behind the counter. I
Yes,
need
this humble gentleman.
to have them speak to the doctor if they can.
I see. I will make sure my fair lady is well treated.
Okay, if she is unable to, then she'll just have to wait.
I see. I thank thee.
Lil and T. Hel'leon heading back to hospital.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Godspeed.
10-4. Hel'leon, are you still with the ambulance?
No, do you need us to be?
Someone's, at least one person needs to still be with the ambulance to get it towed, please.
Okay. Here, just drop me.
Can't get it towed at the moment. There is no one here to tow. Like, no one on shift to tow.
No, hold on one second. The person that they just picked up is actually someone of high enough rank to do it. So they're going to drop them off where they need to, and then they're going to come get it.
Right, I'll drop you off here then.
Yeah. Alright, I will
Stay
wait
safe.
here with the ambulance.
I saw T. Lil heading back to hospital. T. Hel'leon staying with Amber.
Did not head pop? All I heard was a worm crying.
Nima, are you okay? What's up?
She's going to be on the wall of shame soon.
Oh no.
She was the one driving the ambulance.
Oh no.
Is anyone responding to the call at Hookies, by the way? If not, I can pull up a
You're probably
out
gonna
when I
have
get
to
to
take
hospital.
that.
Yes, please,
Okay.
if you could.
On it. Yep. T. Lil heading to Hookies. Wait, is there another unit
I'm
responsible
back.
for Hookies?
We're on the way to Hookies, I believe.
Oh, okay. I was told to go to Hookies. I can go up to the one by the hunting lodge then, I guess.
10-4, yeah.
We'll
you can
go
to
up
the
to.
hunting lodge.
No. We'll go up to the one hunting.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'll go down to Hookies then.
Sorry for the confusion.
Cars are falling out of the sky on the wrong side of the road. Ooh. Oh, please tell me that's Cyrus.
Hey, Ezra.
Hi.
Hey guys, new viewer here. I really like the stream. I just have to ask one question though.
Thank you for
When's
the
the
follow.
gay sex start?
Shit. Hold up. Wait. We're remembering. Ooh.
Girl? There you go.
Well, it's picking it up.
Alright.
Hey guys, new viewer here. I really like the stream. I just have to ask one question though. When's the gay sex start?
I need him closer.
Ezra, we're gonna have to pick you up and take you with us.
Hey guys, new viewer here. I really like the stream. I just have to ask one question though. When's the gay
Get out the
sex
car
start?
Yeah, I'm getting out to
What
grab you.
in the hell?
I was looking
Hey guys,
down from
new
space.
viewer here. I really like the stream.
Go around,
I just have to
local.
ask one question though. When's the gay sex start?
Wait, oh gosh. Can I pick you up?
Hey guys,
I'm
new
sorry,
viewer
I'm
here.
totally
I really like the
distracted.
stream. I just have to ask one
I'm
question
not
though.
sure what's
When's
going
the
on
gay
in
sex
my
start?
demons right now.
Oh, are they?
Hey guys, new
demons?
viewer
No,
here.
I think
really
I'm
like
being
the stream.
bombarded.
I just have to
I think
ask one
it's-
question though. When's the gay sex start?
Oh, did you? Oh. Hold on.
Wait, Ezra, was it just you?
Just what?
Were you the only one? The only EMS?
Oh, I'm the only MS out here.
Okay.
Okay, good.
The
wanted to
other
double check.
one with me was Lily, and she took her bike into town to grab another ambulance to continue picking up the non-stop calls.
Got it.
Ah.
Understood.
Oh, so you had two highlighters together. Nice.
Well, that's because we only had 3 people, and when it comes to highlighters, we're not allowed to go out alone. So it's either 2 highlighters or nobody.
Here comes the money.
The fuck
Oh,
was that?
thank you.
I'd like it if these locals fucking moved.
I
Grace,
cannot
Grace,
believe that you
fire,
gifted porcelain maid.
Hey, I think you're just gonna have to get a new truck. I think this is just a pickup for you right now.
Well, we don't
I
know that
think
yet. It hasn't
nope,
blown up.
it was on fire. It was
Yeah,
on
but it
fire.
hasn't blown up yet.
I'm sorry. Where'd my ambulance go?
It's caught on fire.
Oh,
It didn't blow up yet though, so it might still be okay.
Okay.
I can't lose another ambulance, guys.
Oh, mate. Okay, well, I'm going back for it.
Okay, listen, if it's
surely it's fine. Surely it's fine.
if it's too
There's no
dangerous,
fire.
we'll just get another ambulance. But this will be my second one. It's on fire. Go away. Go away. Go away. It's on fire.
Yeah.
I know it's on fire.
Oh no, look, it just went out.
No, we're not. No, just leave it. Just leave it. It'll start on fire again. We do not want it to explode.
You sure?
Yes,
Will it?
leave
Are you
it.
sure?
Leave it.
Okay. Okay.
I am not getting caught out here with your truck blown up.
Okay.
All right, I'll take us to EMS.
I would greatly appreciate it. Oh. All right, guys. So after all that, we had to abandon the van because it caught on fire.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
Okay.
I love my fucking job. I love my job.
That was silly.
I love my job so much.
Oh my god.
Oh, my job is amazing. Hold up, you ready to see the drift on this thing? Hell yeah.
You ain't seen nothing until you've seen Anubis turn a truck around from like nothing.
Damn. Yo, I kind of want to show PD my new whip.
Oh god.
This one is emergency,
This
taking
is-
up
this is
the
the new
recovery
whip.
room just for a little bit of
The
extra
tow
Whipping it
truck.
out.
after their full duty
Oh yeah.
dehydration.
Look at that thing swaying.
Sir, I'm so sorry.
I wish I could see better so I could know what you're talking about, but
Oh yeah, that's true. It's around the shoulder.
Well, here you go.
Yep, I got you. Let me drop you off here.
thank you.
There you go.
I appreciate it.
Yep. Sorry. Sorry about the ambulance.
It's okay.
Yeah.
You know what?
It's
You get a free
unfortunate.
pass now. The next
thank
time
you.
you pass out, I won't put you on the
so
wall of
sorry.
shame.
Oh my
I'm
god,
so
thank you.
sorry about your
Thank you so much.
vehicle.
Hopefully.
Yo, I get one
hopefully-
too. I'm the one that actually works at Benny's. He doesn't work at Benny's. I'm the one that works for Benny's. This guy's unemployed. I'm employed.
Maybe. I'll think about it.
Oh my god.
Bye. Okay, which ambulance is this? Is this 5?
Is Dr. Prom still here?
I have no idea. He is not on the radio, and I just got back from being out a long
I
time.
was texting him about something.
Ah.
Oh my god, Ada Wong?
Because I had to drop off
Hello.
my big hunk of junk back
Yeah.
at Benny's.
Me when the residents are evil.
They're so evil. I have to wear my outfit tonight.
Is that
someone in
Beautiful
helmets?
angel.
Yeah, it is.
Hello,
But
Mela.
we're gonna
How are
fill
you?
gas first.
Good. How are you? Good.
Come on,
Oh, Ezra
let's go,
just
let's go,
died.
let's go, let's go.
Oh,
Okay.
he's right.
Oh,
Oh dear.
Where's Prom? I gotta torture him.
Okay, so what ambulances are out? I see 5 in front of the hospital. What other numbers are out so I don't impound the wrong one?
We're in number 1.
So 5 and 1.
So I think 1 and 5 should be ours.
Okay. 1 and 5. Lily, are you in 3 or 4?
believe I would need to check. I'm currently with a patient right now though.
Okay, let me know as soon as you can. Ooh, where's 2? These are health. Obviously, it's like health gas and something. I don't. Oh, maybe it's engine body and gas.
Wow.
Oh yes, the sub.
Oh wow.
Yeah. We also dared him.
Wolf with reverb. Wow.
Yeah, that's Aussie approved right there.
I'm very impressed. All two of them. They're working overtime.
They're working overtime. It's 7 o'clock in the fucking morning.
I'm so sorry for keeping you awake.
No, you're fine.
Oh,
Listen, I can always use
You
a
think
good giggle
so?
before I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
I hope I can provide the same with my basement.
I'm gonna come in here all the time. I'm gonna bust your ass to do that now.
That's fine.
I make Dr. Green do it all the fucking time.
My favorite
Where
thing
is
when
he
I worked
actually?
here was
I'm
walking
usually,
past.
I'm usually in the basement because I work in the fucking morgue. So
Yeah.
Well, I don't see you. How am I supposed
My-
to see you? Talk to you.
well, usually I mean, you just knock on the door. I usually open.
I'm not
people
coming in
knock.
here often to fucking explore prom.
You need to go downstairs
What, you're
and then
telling
just
me-
walk past the morgue and you just hear a
I'm gonna
a
fucking knock
bone-
on the
you'll
door.
hear
Hey,
a bone
prom.
saw.
Come
Ooh.
here.
You'll
Knock
hear
on
a-
the fucking
you'll-
door.
You'll
Are
hear
you
a
free? Can you
chainsaw
bark
and
really
then just
quickly?
indeed.
Yeah.
What ambulance was that, and why did it just go?
We've returned the code green patient to the hospital, and now our ambulance, we're heading over to get gas and repairs.
I don't blame them at all.
Really goddamn
I was
funny.
like, oh, I sure hope you don't cut
I
me
made
open
Nuba
and
scream. I made Nuba scream because
No one asked why we needed repairs.
Yeah, well, because I said the tables hadn't been sanitized for a second because I'd just gotten done at work. So
yeah,
it's like it was really fucking funny.
yeah. I was like, wow, I sure hope no one cuts me open and disembowels me and embalms me and soaks me in
I feel like getting
formaldehyde.
cut open would be kind of hot.
You know that
I don't-
It's so
there's a lot-
intimate.
Not like fully cut open, but
No, it's so intimate.
like just cut up a little bit.
You're feeling inside of them.
That would be hot.
Awesome. Sorry, my freak's real coming out now.
You're sounding really disapproving, Oz.
I'm just thinking.
Is it a crime to want to cut up someone just a little bit?
No, well,
I mean,
actually,
well,
maybe.
In Coventry, it's practically legal, you know, since that happens all the time. Especially near Binley Mega Chippy, we have to cross the radioactive
We
zone
have
of
not moved. We're
Birmingham.
still at EMS. Bye. Okay, bye.
I don't know. All I remember one day was when I worked here and I walked in, I was downstairs. I parked my bike in the staff garage, and then I walked past the morgue, and all I heard was like just banging noises, and then it went silent and just indeed.
Oh.
Yeah,
I
I'm like
lost it
fucking-
laughing.
Yeah, I'm like a creature.
What's up, baby girl?
Magneto hazard. I'm keto level.
It was like
Are you
had a
hungry?
dog in there or something. That's how loud it was.
You're both
Yeah, no,
ill and you like to bark.
Yeah, we are.
I'm something.
How do you guys feel about evil women?
I love evil women. I want them to
10-9, could you repeat that, please? I didn't quite catch it.
Worse.
The ambulance I'm in is 005.
Alright, thank you.
That was great. What a fucking wonderful day.
I'm sorry. Did you say that you're in ambulance 5? Because I think 5's parked in front of the building.
It was because I brought a patient in, didn't I? So I had to pull it right up the front.
Oh, okay. So we only have 1 and 5 out.
You're not my favorite. You just lost so many points.
Which makes me wonder, why do we have 5 ambulances out of the garage?
There was a head pop earlier. It might be because of that.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna impound the other. I'm gonna impound the other 3. Either gonna be 3 or 4 that we had out. Eh? Must have been 3, because that was weird. I'm gonna go talk to Dr. Prom about it. And he's gone.
No one
What
will touch
happened?
me. It's not fair.
Uppies?
You've got a bit
Oh,
of a
yes, please.
bodyguard squad, it feels like.
Uppies.
It's not
Hell
even that. I
yeah,
go off
thank
by
you.
myself anyways. It's just no one
Dr. Prom,
touch me.
Yeah, what's up?
we're having a problem with one of our ambulances.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
You
What
think
happened?
so?
We fell through
so
the
sweet. I
world
don't know what
for
you're
like
talking about.
30 seconds, and then we abandoned the vehicle and landed on the highway, and it was leaking oil.
Why are you
So
scared?
we called for a tow, but in the process of the
Why?
tow, it started on fire.
I like
So
the fact
we
that
had
I
to
can make
abandon it, and I just tried to
effortlessly.
impound it and get it back out to get it fixed. But it
Yeah.
will. It just keeps disappearing from around
Grace,
me.
you're so pushy. Jesus Christ.
You gotta wait a couple of
chatting.
minutes before you try and pull it out of garage again.
Oh, thank God you can answer that question because I'm fucking fried right now. I'm so fucking
Who the
tired.
fuck is in there?
I know how you asked Dr. Prom, but like I've had that issue happen to me so many times.
Dr.
in my
Prom is
personal
fucking
business.
tired right now.
Oh, it's
Dr. Prom
okay.
hasn't
Dr.
slept.
Prom's a good boy. And Dr. Prom
Yes,
can
I
stay
am.
right here.
Just leave her in there.
And
Thank you.
Dr.
thank
Prom
you.
needs to go the fuck to
What did you
bed.
say? Oh, okay. I was
Dr.
Yeah,
Prom
Dr.
now
Prom
wants to
needs
stay
to
up
go to
even
sleep.
fucking more now
heard
because that
beloved
sounded
and
like
then
an order.
Dr. Prom, would you be good boy
Oh.
to sleep for me?
Well, I mean, that has nothing
At
to do with a
some point,
kidnapping.
I have to have a conversation and then after that I can.
Okay. Just leave her in there. She's fine. Poke a hole in there. Give her a straw. Prom, you doing alright?
Hello.
Why are you
I'd
doing
like
that for
Prom
free,
enough to
Lily?
do this free.
Oh,
I like
that's
Prom enough to do
sweet.
this for free.
That's really sweet.
I'm so
Very nice of
tired.
you.
Prom's my favorite little kitty boy.
Hell
He's
yeah,
a really
I'm
cute
glad.
kitty boy.
Nobody
He's
was
very
going to
cute.
know that just you can go. I'm not gonna switch out. I've got some stuff to
Wait,
do.
I
You
got
sent
an
him
idea.
to bed.
Put the boy down.
I'm really mentally
I still
thinking
want to
about
get
having a
calls if they
heated
need me
blanket
to.
around me right now, and it's just, life is great.
That
as
sounds
far as
really.
tea as
That actually
well.
sounds really, really good.
Tea as well.
I don't know who I sent that to.
What did you send what to?
Oh, that's me. Hello.
Oh, there you go.
Hi, Meow Mix.
Can you
No
repeat
way,
that?
that's your
Hi.
fucking. Your Meow
Yeah.
Mix.
Aw.
That's so
yeah,
funny.
That's my fucking.
Wait, let me pick you back up again. I got so unlocked by it.
Are you really surprised that the guy that's
No.
wearing fucking cat ears?
No, I'm not. That's the
Not
thing.
at all.
Yeah.
Oh.
Come on, uppies. Uppies.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh.
Oh, my bad.
Comments and bone RTB.
10-4. Oh,
Hey.
please kill me.
Doing down here. Tough
Oh,
day.
I'm pretty sure it was Grace. And it was Cyrus in the truck. And
Oh?
so I got carried all the way back to town by my crush who does not have a crush back.
Oh no. They carried you here?
We had to all fit in the truck because the ambulance caught on fire.
How did that happen?
I think something hit it as we were pulling away because it was not long after it was winched up that it got let go and there was yelling and I was like, what's happening? Because I couldn't see. And then I flipped my camera in just the right way that I was like, where's my ambulance? And they're like, it's on fire. It's on fire. And I'm like, no, I can't lose another one. So they started going back for it. But as soon as we got there, it was very on fire. So I was like, abandoned ship, abandoned ship. So now I'm down here. We had 5 ambulances out, but only 2 accounted for. So I just know that it wasn't 2 because it wasn't red. So I impounded them all. But now I'm trying to get the truck out of impound so I can go get it fixed. But it keeps disappearing around me. And Lily, who says she's also works at Benny's, said that this is a problem that I just need to wait a couple of minutes and it'll fix itself.
Yeah.
So I don't know which one I left out on the highway, 3 or 4. I was gonna take them out and see which one looked like it was leaking.
There's a
Or,
gauge.
on fire.
There's a meter.
I don't know what the meters mean.
The top one, that's your engine. The second one, that's your body, and the last one is your fuel tank.
Okay.
Not like, yeah, you wanna. Sure.
Well, none of them looked like they were, had been on fire then.
The garages tend to like visually fix them.
No, I mean in the numbers.
Oh, you don't remember what ambulance it was?
It was either 3 or 4 because those were the 2 that were out. So 3's top gauge is 59 and 4's is 66. So my guess has been it was engine number 3.
That makes sense.
I'm in the garage.
What's that? Oh, they're asking for you.
Yeah, there are only 4 people on duty. This whole thing happened with Na had a head pop, so we had to split us up as Nima in one and me and Lily in another because trainees aren't allowed to be alone. So this whole time it was just me and Lily, and then eventually Nima was able to come back and pick up Na, but then they had to answer like 4 calls, and then Lily ran up. We were both running up to the garage, but then they said, oh, we need someone to stay with the ambulance, so she dropped me at the ambulance from her bike, and I stayed with the ambulance while Lily rode back here, grabbed another ambulance, and started answering calls. It's been a shit show.
Like 6 needs to really be fixed. Looks like 7 also needs to be fixed.
Yeah,
Holy crap! All of these ambulances.
People
need
are
to be
not
fixed.
taking care of their shit before they put them back.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull out 3.
Get yelled at.
Okay. And it's gone! Why is it doing that?
Is it doing what?
The truck's gone.
Either you might need to. Did you get in immediately and start driving?
No, I got in it and just sat there.
Oh. Sometimes that happens. It's a weird bug.
Good night.
Sometimes you gotta sit in there.
Yeah, I was trying to because I
If you
wanted
didn't
to
want
look
to
at the
be
gauges.
lonely, we could let the local EMS take over and all of us clock out.
I need the pay. I'm so poor.
They not pay well at Benny's?
Maybe.
Because Na is clocking out for the night, and Nima was like, if we really wanted to, we could all clock out and leave it to the
Ezra,
locals.
stop brooding in the basement.
And-
Get up here.
And Lily just said, no, I'm so poor, I need the money. And now Nima's like, stop brooding in the basement and get up here.
I'll go up there. Let's go.
We're gonna need another ambulance if you come on.
Is there somebody on the ground?
That's Lily.
Oh.
But Lily is so broke right now.
I wasn't brooding in the basement. I was trying to get engine number 3 out so I could take it to get fixed. But it's refusing to come out.
Well, that's okay. Sometimes you can't.
Oh,
force
look.
people
Oh,
to
wow.
come
Awesome.
out.
Cole's here. Is that Cole?
Yeah,
Is
Cole and
that
I were
Cody?
talking about the problem with the ambulance in the basement. And apparently there are several
Hello.
engines down there that are
Welcome
in
aboard.
desperate need of repair.
Oh. Hello.
I love how the thank you so much, girl. Thank you so much. Ooh. Sorry, I'm like super high energy right now. Apologies greatly.
All good. All good.
Like that. There's only 4 of you on right now.
Well, now there's only 3.
We're yeah. If you're gonna clock on, it could become
Come outside with me for a second.
okay. Hello.
You know who picked me up on the side of the road?
Ooh.
Cyrus. He had to sling me over his fucking shoulder while I screamed about abort mission, because the ambulance was on fire.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry to hear that. But you know, maybe it was a great bonding experience.
I don't know. I did say that because he helped me back and carried me the whole way, that I would give him a pass the next time I caught him starving on the side of the road.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Oh, fuck
Don't worry
me.
too much. No, come on, come on.
As soon as they rocked up, I'm like, please tell me that is not Cyrus in the passenger seat. And then I heard him go, "Hey, Ezra," and I'm like, oh, fuck me.
It's not all hope is lost. Not you don't worry too much. You're worried too much. What even like you guys like it was because you fell into hell, right? The underworld.
You should go back and watch through my eyes at, I want to say, like 350.
Have you seen my trendy videos?
No, I don't have
'Cause
trendy
I
on my phone.
feel like, oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Fair.
They're too much noise.
Yeah.
If
I could open my phone, I would show you, but my phone is like dead right now.
from like maybe 350 or 4 hours on this particular session, and you can see us just fucking free fall for at least 30 seconds. Nemo, what the hell are you doing?
Oh, what is it? Hi, Nemo.
Hi. Oh. I just wanted to know.
I'm dead.
Know what? Know what? What we were talking about? Secret.
Did you manage to inform Oz?
Why secret?
I don't know. Ask Ezra.
Okay.
Where you going? Oh, good staunch.
I'm on the phone, twat.
Ooh. I'm sorry.
She called you a twat.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Alright, well, good luck on your shift, you two. Don't,
Bye. The fun.
I don't know if I'm having fun. I'm not having fun. I'm not having fun.
Well, make some fucking friends then.
I have so
We
many
could
friends.
clock out
so
and
I've
hang
got
out
so
with
many
her.
friends.
You know, if you're not having fun, are they really your friends?
No, I'm saying, like, I'm going to nap, and I'm mentally gonna have so much fun.
I see.
So much fun. I've been in city too long. Probably didn't see me too long. Gosh. But so much happened.
Yeah,
Really,
especially at
it
the
was
end
kind
there.
of a... Oh yeah. So much that I got a little busy. I have no food. Oh. Okay. I mean, do you want to hang out with
Nima,
me? Because you can. You can. If you want to hang
did
out.
you take Na's picture to put on the wall of shame?
It does not deserve it. No.
You're right.
It didn't, so it never happened. It never happened, and there's no proof. There's no proof.
The wall of shame does not play favorites.
Oh,
It plays
I'm
favorites
so
when
sad
there's
now.
no evidence. Crime was never committed.
Hi, baby girl.
That would have been really good.
No.
It would
but I
have.
panicked and went into actual, like, EMS mode. I went into actual, like...
EMS mode, yeah, you were like... so funny. Let's got so many calls. We were busy. You want to take a photo now? You can take a photo now. I'm here.
Yeah, but you got to be on the ground.
Okay, well now I'm on the ground. No, I'm not. Here. I'm on the ground.
Oh, you're not.
You're not on the ground, actually.
Oh, well, that's odd. Because on my eyes, I
you
very
just
much am.
you sank down a little bit, but you're just wobbling like a bobblehead.
That's weird.
If you could let us know, and maybe I'll send a message to Vina.
How
I
about
just
this?
don't need her
Am I on
around
the
me
ground?
like that. Okay.
No.
No?
Yeah.
You're joking. Okay, wait. Okay.
It was something very interesting, but it could definitely not be described as being on the ground.
What the hell, woman? Now you're showing your panties off to everyone.
But I don't even have any. My legs are invisible.
You better turn around. Do not look. Defend this woman's arm. Oh my God. Ezra!
Wait, what? What's happening? I'm being
You're
normal,
right. You
guys.
don't have any legs.
I don't have legs. Okay, what about this? What about this?
Well, I can still see up your skirt.
Yeah, okay, just take a photo from a different angle then.
Go on. I gotta get out. I can see Cam it if you want.
They need to put me on the wall of shame because they forgot to take a photo earlier. I'm so magnanimous. I'm so generous. I'm
So, Miss Proxon, was it starvation or dehydration?
Starvation. I got too hungry.
Did you get a picture, Nima?
No.
Okay, I'll do it.
Oh. You can send it to each other if you want Nima to post it. I will be out. I'll be out of here, and I'll see it later because my phone's still a broken machine. The garage is that way.
Free to talk. If not, that's the time, or I can call someone else. It's just the one I spoke to talk about. Yeah, kinda. I don't know whether I'm just being paranoid.
But are you sure you two don't want to hang out?
And Nubis caught her
Are you
just
sure?
watching me working at the hospital
do, Nima?
underneath the lamppost about a couple hours ago.
Where do you want to go, Nima?
I don't know.
Nima, will you be here tomorrow?
Probably not.
Nima, will you be here day after tomorrow?
Yeah, no,
What
this
happened
was hours
to
ago.
the
I just,
I'm gonna
this
be
is the
on
only
all
time I've been able to
weekend?
breathe. I'm now discovering what it's.
I got CP.
Got CP, you can't fight it against that. The Eeper.
Yeah.
Okay, let's hang out. It's fine. Do you mind if I mentally take 10 minutes then to do something?
Why would we care?
You want to hang out?
Just go do whatever you need to do.
Yeah, well, okay, but like if you're coming with me, then I'll wait. You'll wait for me, right? 10
We're happy to wait for you.
10-7.
Okay, yeah. I don't know. I don't know whether I'm just being paranoid. It's just like I'm scared of the woman.
Is there still a person in recovery that we're supposed to be taking care of?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Yeah. No. I just wanted to let you know. Yeah. I could have sent it as a text. I just wanted to make sure that I had let you know about everything that has happened so far.
Yeah.
What?
What I told her. The person who picked me up off the side of the road and carried me all the way back here over his shoulder is Cyrus.
Oh.
No, not oh. It's more like, please kill me.
I hope you have a better day.
Why?
I would like to die of embarrassment.
I mean, he probably understands that it happens.
Yeah, I mean, considering how many times that I've had to pick him up off the side of the road. At least I wasn't dead.
Exactly.
I was screaming about, I can't lose another ambulance.
That's pretty funny, though.
Where did you guys go?
Just upstairs. You're alright.
Sorry, I was calling the police.
Yes.
That looks like a pretty bad limp.
Ezra,
Hi, Max.
can you check
Hi.
on me?
Me too, please.
Got ran over by a truck and it ran my whole self over and the tire went over my chest and my throat and it hurt. It hurt.
I got bad news for you.
What's up?
You have no visible injuries and have to bandage
Helmets
yourself.
and T. Little responding to the Morningwood Boulevard.
If someone stanched me and I had an injury, I think.
Oh. How long ago was this?
Hey, this is Officer Shelby Wright. Are you guys, missing an ambulance by any chance?
Yes.
There is a ambulance along Clinton Avenue at 7093, and it seems like it's been stolen.
7093 would not be a license plate of one of our ambulances.
No, sorry, that's the postcode of where the ambulance is. It's in
I'm
front
an
of the
idiot.
taxi rank. The license plate is, let me read it for you. 23JCS760.
Not one of ours. I am not showing any injuries for you. And so I can't tell if
Really?
you have visible injuries or not. Maybe they're too old for me to diagnose. So I'm just gonna go ahead and give you a heal kit just in case.
Okay, thank
Ooh.
you so much.
Wow. I thought for sure that I would have a bad injury.
By the way, can I ask you something? So by the way, Nubis treated me for my leg, right?
Okay.
So I have a cast on my leg, so it's broken. He said, uh, the cast can be removed, or like I can be okay around like 1 month. What does that mean?
Oh, well, you usually keep a cast on to ensure the proper regrowth of the bone for usually about 6 weeks. So he's telling you that you have to leave the cast on for about a month.
Sorry to ask again, but do you guys
60
know if this
what?
is yours, or should we impound it?
I'm sorry, did it not come through? That's not one of our ambulances.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, no, I did not hear it
60
come
what?
through. All right, carry on.
Thank you. You should keep the cast on for about a month in order to ensure that your leg properly heals.
So, what does a month mean?
4 weeks?
Oh, okay. Well, thank you so much.
If you have any questions, you can ask Anubis directly next time he's on shift.
Is he here or no?
He is not.
Okay.
We're actually pretty short staffed. We only have 3 people on duty right now.
Okay. Thank you so much. Wait, that's my friend. Thank you so much.
No problem. I gotta go see if he needs help.
Okay.
Sorry, Max. Oh, looks like he just needed to... Did you need anything?
No, I'm just here for some breakfast. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Wait, what's your name again?
E. Helmet and T. Lil, RTP.
10-4. Go fucking disappear. Did he head pop? Come here. Hey. Oh, your paws are so cold. Welcome back.
I'm gonna be in my head for like 5 minutes.
I don't know what happened to Ko. I thought he went to the locker room, but he's just gone.
Where did Na go?
Oh. The void? I'm gonna RNG. No. My watch had the audacity to tell me that my health is low. Thank you.
You went unconscious right as I was about to revive you.
Yeah.
Ten four.
10-4.
T Lily 1041.
10-4.
Welcome in.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Greetings.
Look at me learning the tens. Oh.
Wow.
Couldn't even count to 10 before I started. That is a joke. I could count to 11.
You can count to 10 and 4.
10.
9.
10.
9.
10.
11.
I know that one. That's a trick. That's a trick.
1.
Wait. There's a 1.
2.
I didn't have one for 2. Ah, dang it. Oh, you went splat. Ma'am, are you okay?
I'm okay.
That
Jump.
was beautiful from my eyes.
Professionals. I'm gonna stand outside. Last time, like, we did a funky dance, like, it brought lots of people over. I learned that from my superior.
Let's dance.
Yeah. I learned from my superior earlier. My
Real British.
Oh, I have no idea what happened, but while I was being carried by Cyrus in the truck, like 6 people followed and someone gifted a sub.
Someone what?
Gifted a sub.
A sub?
A subscription?
Oh.
Congrats.
And do you know who they gifted it to?
Oh,
Fucking porcelain maid.
Joel?
Yeah.
Okay.
The very guy whose sounds I use as alert. I just realized I had a message from Na. They temporarily disconnected to fix their phone issue, and they'll be back when they're done with their brain stuff.
Yippee!
What the fuck did Coco? I'm gonna text him and be like, where are you?
You guys got it out here. I'm gonna go make a new outfit, I think.
Well.
Hey, Clumsy going 1041.
Welcome
Good morning.
aboard.
Wee.
got you a treat.
Little treat.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, I love macarons.
Mm.
Oh, thank
Alright, who wants to
you.
go?
You wanna go, Dolly?
Yeah, okay.
With Will.
T. Lily joining. I just got the call person back up, so I'm gonna hop back off the radio and go 1042 for the night. Good night, y'all.
Oh,
Good night.
You okay?
Yeah. I'll be.
How was it? Were they nice to you or were they mean to you?
No, they were very polite. I was like getting dressed and they were like, "Hey, you got like a couple seconds, but like, can you stop that, please?" And I was like, "Oh, okay. Let me pick some cute shirts."
At least they helped you food and water. That's very nice of them. Yeah, no, it happens occasionally. Your sister May, you're May, right? So your sister Bay? Yeah, Bay. And then brother Will, and then brother Bob. Yeah. Bay the pink one, Bay the black one. Will the princess, Bob the farter. He farted the first time we ever interacted. He just let one fucking rip. Yeah. It's okay. It was okay. It was a little bit like a nuclear weapon went off, but it's okay. I don't know if he does either.
Lily, are you shouting?
I won't say anything because he's not my brother, so I can't say anything mean. Hi, Mini Mexican, how can I help you? Fairly well. How fairly? What is your location?
On the road.
Up by the fishing? Up by the fishing, like 1089? Okie dokie. We'll be there as soon as possible. Okay? Okie dokie. Bye bye. 1089 call is the direct call into the phone. Do you want to go take that with me?
Is that the North Calafia one?
Yeah. Do you want to call it in or shall I?
You do it because my cat is in the way.
T. Lil and Hel'leon responding to the call up in North Calafia.
Alright, you drive. You say you're better than me.
Thanks for marking it. I'm not better at it until locals decide that I'm not.
find
Local,
honking
please.
at them help. We just ran over a carcass.
That was a deer. This is a hunting zone.
Yeah, I was just saying we just ran over a carcass.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like that it was someone else.
No. I couldn't tell what animal it was.
Yeah, no, I come up here to do hunting in my free time.
I've been considering trying hunting.
It's fun. It's not good money, but it's fun. If you get what I mean. It's better for relaxing than anything else.
I suppose if you like killing.
I don't actually do any of the shooting. My friends are the ones that actually hunt. I'm just there for the vibes. I control the orcs. Have you got a weapon in case there's mountain lions up here?
I do. That does not mean I'm good at it though.
It's okay. I'm a pretty good shot. If you want to cover the patient, I can cover the I can provide cover.
Found them.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. There he is.
I can't relate to desperation. My giver fucks are on vacation. And I got this one boy, and he won't stop a call.
Would you like to do
When they
cover
act
in
this
case
way,
of mountain
I
lions?
know I got him. Too bad your ex
Only
don't
pulling
do it
out
for
weapon in
ya.
case mountain
But
lions. Don't
Ian
worry,
and
guys.
Dream came true it for ya. Soft skin and I perfumed it for ya.
Alrighty.
Yes, I know a Mountain Dew it for ya. That morning coffee brewed it for ya. One touch and I
What?
brand newed it for ya. Now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet? I guess so. Say you can't sleep, baby. I know. That's me, espresso. Was that okay?
Is that sweet? I guess so. You can't sleep, baby. I know. That's me,
That's espresso.
Yeah.
Hey, huzzah!
Huzzah! Say you can't sleep, baby. I know.
You got here with great haste. I thank thee.
You're more than welcome.
Could thou help with this predicament down here? Thank
We're gonna have to call the cops.
Aye, we have called Benny's.
Oh, we have to call the cops. Oh no!
Wait, call
I'm
the
gonna get in
cops.
trouble with the cops.
I don't think Benny's can tow from down there. You are going to have to call the cops to impound that, or go down to the impound yourself.
Oh, good
But I
heavens,
would
poor
suggest
Anita.
going to the-
That is not
I
thine own
suggest maybe-
vehicle.
I see. Well, then just go down to the impound. Maybe don't tell us that that's not thine own vehicle, please. We don't have to
Nay,
report-
nay, they had given us the keys.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
But I thank thee.
Okie dokie.
Good luck.
Good luck. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Fare thee well.
Do you want to maybe call in that we're heading back now?
Lil and Hel'leon on our way back to town.
4.
I know that man's voice. I cannot think of where it came from.
Which the fancy ranty Englishman?
Yeah, Magnus. That is
Yeah.
most definitely a voice mod, but I cannot think of where that voice comes from.
I think it might just actually be his voice. I've heard him say some really bizarre things with it.
Well, a voice mod is not, you know, like an AI voice. But I definitely know that voice comes from somewhere. And I can't think if it's a game or a website or a series of videos. But I know it. I'm probably dating myself by saying that I recognize it. But I do.
Okay, I won't say if you don't say.
What?
The whole dating yourself thing, like making yourself out to be old.
Oh, I am old. Ezra's pilot is very old. I know I don't sound like it.
Lily's pilot is the same age as Lily and is very young.
I could probably be your father.
I'm only 23, okay?
Yeah, I could be your father.
Damn. Oh, damn. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. We are gonna need to refuel.
I have jerry cans if we can't make it to a gas station.
Let me pull over a little bit so I can pop a gas station, the nearest gas station in. I think we should make it. Do you want to radio in that we're heading there, or do you want me to?
We're gonna stop and get some gas on our way in.
Info?
I'm really starting to think that it might have been one of the first available, or first publicly available AI voices that were used on YouTube.
I'm still convinced that's just that man's voice, but...
No, I don't. If I can find it, I'll prove it. But if that's just his voice, then he's gotta be the person who did it in the first place. And I don't believe it. That man just yelled at an ambulance. What the fuck?
He hates us. God, these things take ages to fill up.
Hel'leon, Hel'leon, RTV.
10-4.
Orbit. They're professionals. Oh, look at that. My condition has increased. I have feet in my pocket. I'm smart. I'm not going on the wall of shame. Look, if the highlighters don't have energy, what do we have?
Ezra, come on, we're circling well.
Yeah, orbit him.
Orbit him.
Orbit.
Orbit him.
Accept the orbit. I've been stopped. My orbit. Orbit both of them. And forget in the middle.
Celestial bodies.
Now
Let's forget
it's a
it.
binary system.
Wait, let's make him do a figure eight.
Wait. Okay.
Alright, guys, figure eight time.
How many times are we gonna crash into each other because we're going different ways?
Sorry. Sorry.
This is great. This is fine. Oh!
Sorry.
We are professionals.
Sorry.
So professional.
Oh, that is something I need to do today. I need to go to the police
Neymar?
station later.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I've been told to get my weapons license, and I'm scared to do the test again because I failed once because I answered in answers that made sense, like safety-wise, but apparently some of them were wrong. And I'm scared I'm gonna fail again.
I answered some of the questions and I was just like, I don't understand the question. Are you saying this? And they were like, yes. And I'm like, okay, well, to me, the smart answer is this, but I think you want to hear this. And I passed.
I'm just
Well,
very
'cause-
Australian.
Oh, sorry.
and don't know gun laws.
Oh,
So
another
real,
Aussie!
so
Another
real.
Aussie! Oh my god! Orbit the Aussie. Hi, I'm Aussie. Orbit the
I'm
Aussie.
Aussie.
May is
Oh
also
my god.
Aussie.
Oh, Orbit the Aussies!
I'm
Aussie,
fake Aussie.
please.
I'm fake Aussie. I'm fake Aussie.
I'm so painfully British, I'm gonna run over here.
Hi, British person.
British person.
British. So painfully so.
Goddamn. Ah, that's right. British.
No,
buy another gun?
Come here, you fucking thumb wearing
Do you have
twat
money for
nugget.
another
I
gun?
swear to fucking God.
Hello.
Yeah, get on the ground.
Hello. Where's Neymar? Where's Neymar? He said he
Last
changed. Where's
I
Neymar?
saw,
I'm dead.
he headed back to buy some clothing.
There we go.
So he's getting a fit.
I think so. I haven't seen him in over 10 minutes.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, I saw him when I came back.
Oh, you
Is he
did?
still looking? Yeah, I did. He said he'd go
To
change.
make it up to
Let me
Dolly,
look.
do we
Let
feel
me go
better,
look.
Dolly?
Okay, here, I'll make you feel better. Yeah, I'll do
What are you doing?
Looking for hats.
Nima, or not Nima, Na is wondering where the fuck you are.
I thought we were just waiting for you to get back.
I'm back.
Yippee! Okay, video after it's been sick. What do you think? Have we had? How do it look?
Are you supposed to be wearing a hat?
Well, I was hoping for some sort of like cute accessory, right?
I don't think us men get cute accessories.
I know, and that's why I'm depressed. I just didn't have time to look through like the decals and stuff too. I don't know if there's stuff hidden in there.
Some, not a lot.
We'll ask Nah if my outfit needs more. I was back
You're
here.
all dressed up. Did you clock out?
No.
Oh, no.
I was asking if you're still.
Hellman's going 1042. Good night, everyone.
10-4, good night.
Good night.
Wait, were you
joining
coming
us?
with us?
Are you coming?
Are you coming with us?
Are you coming?
Are you coming with us?
Are you coming with us?
What exactly are we
joining us?
supposed to be doing?
Hanging
I
out.
don't know.
Hanging out.
Vibing.
Hanging out.
Chilling.
Chilling. Vibing. You know. I'm doing this instead of studying anatomy. You better hang out. I'm so screwed for tomorrow's practical.
Maybe you should be studying anatomy then.
No, it's too late. It's cooked.
We'll help. We'll help. No, no, no.
It's okay. It's
No,
not
we'll
like it's a
help.
graded thing. I'm just whatever. I'll just go to the thing and I'll see. But it's like I won't know what anything is, but it's fine because they don't. It's not like it's graded. Like it's just learning. Hang out, hang out, hang out. Hang out, hang out, hang out. Otherwise, my laundry will be ready and I have to go pick up my laundry. I hate.
Ezra, you hurt the girl. Go. Go. Go on. Yeah. Yay.
Oh. Hey, Hel'leon going 1042.
4.
Let's just go. Did you clock out?
Yeah. Morning.
Good morning.
Sorry, did you say something?
What?
Were you saying something?
Oh, damn.
Yo. Oh, whose car is that? Hello.
Hi.
You might need to carry each other.
Oh, I have a 4-seated car.
Oh, you do? What are we
Yeah.
taking this one out for then? Bring that bad boy out. How come you have a 4-seat car? I don't want a 4-seat car.
4-seat. That's not a 4-seat car.
That looks like a 2-seater.
What?
It looks like a like. Okay, Ezra, try.
Aw.
Ezra, try. Yeah, it's a 2-seater.
What?
I know. They lie. They lie. Oh, I put myself in. Come here. There we are. Let's drive. Where do you want to go? Do you want to go to Malibu? Do you want to go to Hookie's Cafe? Just hang out at the beach? Just drive around?
I do need some food.
Okay, let's go somewhere with food.
Where to?
Maybe Hookie. Well, are they open? I don't know because I can't check my phone. Did you change your license plate by any chance?
So, Club Malibu, Sun Cafe, Hookies, Brook Noodles are all supposedly open.
Okay. Let's go wherever we feel like. I'm
If
fine with
someone
whatever.
could mark one on the map, please.
Okay, while you drive, we'll be AFK.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Thanks.
I marked one on the map.
I don't think it's registering you as a passenger.
Well, then you're fucked. Just go left and turn left under the viaduct. Go to Malibu.
Oh, I marked books because it's closest.
Wherever, I don't care.
We can go to Malibu. Away we go. Man, I really thought this was a 4-seater.
How? It only has 2 doors and there's not enough legroom in the back.
I thought it was you know, one of those ones that like.
Yeah, those don't exist
Where
in this
is it
game though.
take?
This is it right here. You just park on the left.
Yeah, I'm just gonna park in the garage across.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You park in the garage on the left.
Benny's.
What
Please.
are you doing? Are you stuck?
Waiting for it to open.
It is open.
No, it just now open.
No, it was open the whole time.
Not for my eyes.
I can't get down.
You see, now I feel weird being the only one not goth for once.
I'm not goth. I'm wearing white pants.
Yeah, but you're wearing a black shirt.
Oh? That doesn't mean I'm goth.
I want to go change.
Then fucking go change. Morningtism. There's a there are 2 clothing stores within 3 blocks. Why? Isn't it ancient? Can you just add character?
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and run to one of those real quick. BRB.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is a safety hazard. Boy, I sure was wondering why you were running to the store. I'm stuck. Na went AFK to go get her laundry, and now she can't put me down if she's not here. I'm just stuck. And we're not even gonna talk about me getting picked up earlier. My ambulance fell through the fucking planet. And when it landed, it hit the road so hard that it started leaking oil all over the road. And luckily the trainee with me saw that it was leaking the oil, because we were on our way to a call, so I just ran and got back in, and she's like, get out, don't start it, it's leaking oil. And so we had to have somebody come pick us up, but then no one at either of the mechanics places were a high enough level in mechanics to drive the truck to come get us. So we were just gonna run up to the closest garage and get our personal vehicles to take back into
You guys
town.
okay?
Hello.
Are you
guys
okay?
alright?
Somebody is in her head getting her laundry, and she therefore cannot put me down.
Oh.
If I punch her, will that help?
No, it shouldn't, because he's being lifted by her.
Oh no, Ezra, you poor thing.
So you've been like this for how long?
I don't know, maybe 3-4 minutes.
Oh.
Oh no.
Long enough for our driver to decide that he's upset that he's the only one in white and that he needs to join the goth gang and has left in order to go get clothing.
This is
That's
gonna
hilarious.
sound really bad. I don't know how well this. Hold on.
What are you going to do? Oh, he may hit you with his car. Okay, no, he won't. I thought he was going to. What's he doing?
Are you back? Thank you.
I'm back.
Good to
So-
see you now.
Oh, hello.
Hello, darling.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good. Where'd Nima go?
He's
Thank
right there.
goodness. You're nice and safe and not in her arms anymore.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. We just didn't know what was happening.
Yeah, it was kind of weird because I just saw a guy floating and stuck there.
Hi, Nima.
Oh, they couldn't see you.
Bye-bye.
Oh, really?
It's up, Nima. Just drive in.
I think he was show off his horn.
A little bit.
Sick horn, though.
Yes,
Hang
it
out,
is.
hang out. My laundry's in the dryer.
Yeah. Yeah, they came out and they're just like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, yeah."
You're just
I'm like, somebody's in her head doing laundry and so cannot put me down. No. No.
No. You won't let me kidnap you?
No.
You changed again?
Are you still clocked in by chance?
Oh god, am I? Now I'm not.
Check now, Will.
I was wondering how you managed to open the gate to get out of the garage, not being on the block.
Nima drove us out though. And you can, even if you're clocked out.
No problem. Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. Yeah, even if they called me directly, I would not have been able to answer that because my phone is gone forever. Let's Malibu. Is it even open?
Girl, I don't know. Every time I show up here, they're not, though. God damn it, Nemo.
It's closed.
It's closed. Damn.
Cookies?
Okay.
Cookies?
Okay.
Look, cookies?
Whichever.
Cookies? I mean, you could call them, but I guess you would be bothered by the.
There's fishing and hunting and going to the beach and here's the thing. The main purpose of this server is for the criminals to have fun being chased by the police. Unfortunately, the three of us,
You can carry me this time.
I don't know how.
Third eye, lift up.
Oh my god. You don't even bend in half. You just... It's like I'm carrying a massive bouquet of black roses.
Should You should do that sometime. Just treat me like your bouquet.
Yeah, I was wondering how, yeah. Oh, my door.
Your door.
There we go.
Yeah, there's fishing and there's hourly fishing tournaments. Or maybe not hourly, maybe every 2 hours. But the main purpose of this server is criminals.
Pedal to the metal, Dima. Pedal to the metal.
Remember, we don't get speeding tickets. But as government employees, as EMS, we will be fired if we commit crimes larger than a speeding ticket. And since we're exempt from speeding tickets,
We do though.
well, let's see. We've got probably three-fourths of the server.
Is that an actual parking?
If they're not a
spot
government employee,
anywhere?
they are a criminal.
Park back here.
Yeah, there's a valet right here.
Yeah.
They had to have him installed because the people were, or locals were, fucking insane.
You.
The first time I came here to help a patient, I stepped away from the ambulance for 5 seconds and I was hit twice.
Damn.
Oh. No walks.
No whoop.
No walks. If doors are closed, close.
No Malibu, no walks.
Hookies. Hookies.
Hookies.
Hookies. Hookies. Is she there? I win. What's my prize?
Passenger princess.
Three. Four.
You can also go hang out with your friends at their apartment, but our apartment is extremely small
How
and
much
there's
money do you
nothing
have
to do
saved
in
up?
it. There's literally nothing to do in it.
$13,000.
Oh, nice.
Two of us don't drink, and the other one will drink like a fish.
20,000, but I
You
was a
can
little
join.
ham on the
You
the
don't need to.
decorating
Well,
of,
your computer won't.
Oh,
run
your
it.
apartment?
Um.
Or Ezra's apartment, I guess.
Yeah. No. We get crazy people who just.
How do you split rent? Is that how it works?
presumably. We just entered this agreement, so I don't think there's been much discussion of the details.
What agreement? I said, hey, here's the key to my apartment.
Exactly.
Yeah, the agreement
so
to
there
live
hasn't
in the
been
same
any
room.
Yeah, but there's no agreement.
Contract?
Yeah, there's no contract. There's no. You have to pay half the rent. There's no nothing.
Uh-oh. There's no protection here, guys. You need a contract. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Nima, don't piss me off or I'll kick you out.
Uh-oh.
Anyway, I prepaid for a month.
Maybe I should go pay. Can you pay in advance, or is it like you have to pay
Yeah.
this time?
Well, you can either pay a month at a time, or you can pay a week at a time.
I do monthly
I also do monthly.
because I'm EMS. I wish I could check my wallet
Like, you
out
see
right
that big
now.
shiny thing on the right there? That is someone's tag, meaning
see it
that
on
they
the
have
top
tagged this
my
area
vision,
as
by the way.
their
It is
domain.
the entrance. It's just a very bad place because there's.
Yes, the entrance to this restaurant is fucking horrible.
It is. It is really bad. Bing, bing, bing. Listen. Bing, bing. Oi. Ow.
Wow.
Hold on,
No
hold on,
masks
hold on.
allowed. Trespassers will be shot.
Yeah, because they got robbed.
Yeah, I know. I was here. I wasn't here for the robbery. I was here for the aftermath.
Call, someone call.
We song.
Are we opening hookies?
Yeah, let's open hookies.
All right, if we're opening hookies.
I'll die if you don't. For real, I have no food. I have one single strawberry cake and a hot pocket. Actually, no, I got food. Found some. I have quesadillas.
They hung up on me.
Oh.
I think somebody forgot to clock out.
Oh. Oh.
Your turn.
Am I
Your turn,
involved?
or we're gonna end up at a combini next door.
Combini hangout? Combini hangout pretty good too?
Nah.
Yeah?
If you look under your remarkably voluptuous skirts, you'll find 2 croissants.
Oh. How'd you get them under there? Crazy.
Don't worry about it.
I thought you were gonna say voluptuous or something else. I was really taken aback for a second. Call. I need my call.
Oh. Yeah. What am I calling? What?
Hokey. Mr. Hokey himself.
What do I say? Do I just ask them like,
Purposes.
hey,
Yeah,
get over
open up.
here?
Yeah, get over
Or
here.
like,
We would like
like,
some
politely.
food, please.
Please,
We have a
please, open
starving
diner,
goth
please.
princess.
Yeah.
Off-duty
starving goth
EMS are hungry.
I'm very hungry. We're like mewling little cats in the cardboard box on the side of the road, and we're so hungry. In the rain,
In the snow.
in the snow, next to a highway. 3 little kittens looking for a new home. Meow. Like that. All of that.
hello, we were wondering if you were going to be opening anytime soon, by chance.
Why the fuck does it say on Birdie that Wook Noodle House is open 2 minutes ago?
We were
Understood.
at Wook? Are we wooking?
Appreciated.
Include the cat thing. Cat.
Have a good day.
Throwing a meow.
Goodbye.
What'd they say?
So they just had to take a patient to the hospital really quick, and then they were getting their car fixed after that, and as soon as they're done at Benny's, they will return.
So we wait?
We wait.
They said it'll be about 5 minutes, yeah.
5 minutes to take a photo! Woo!
It's ironic that the EMS are here waiting for food, and they took the patient to the hospital.
Yeah, and they took it to
If we had
hospital,
come
but
here
hospital
first,
here. Yeah, they would have been, yeah. Stand right there. Oh, yeah. Just okay. Staring at me.
does it have stained glass windows that we could access? Because not would ill to have stained glass window pictures.
Ballet guy dude? I don't think there is one. Why is this filter just orange? I'm wearing an old timey film.
You want the sepia tone, or that looks like sepia tone? Ow. My white pants.
White pants. Pants white. Or are they gray? We're like a metal band. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm saying.
See, if you had if you had been in all black and you had stayed in all white, then I could have stood between you.
Oh, it'd be half and half. When I got like dark hair and he has like white hair, and you have like middle hair, I've been sick.
Yeah, but we can't go to San Andreas.
Nima, I'm not friends with you through email.
Email?
Email friend. Slack friend.
Discordia.
Discordia.
Oh.
I'll find you.
Miranza, I've been going for so long that you probably had a full night's sleep. You were the first person to comment.
Sorry,
And
did you
now
say something? Because every time I tab out, I can't hear anything.
Understood.
you were the first person here, and now you're back again. Why? Why?
I found you. I found you. Found you and I heard you again. Oh yeah. Oh, this is sick.
If this was a real restaurant and that was our real only way to get into it, I think it would go out of business just because nobody could ever get in.
Okay, okay. Do you want me to do anything? Do we do a silly one? Thinking.
I do like the fog.
Fog? dog is pretty good. Good.
That cherry blossom would make a nice background if it weren't for the valet guy underneath.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. I finally found it.
Where the fuck did you get that chair?
Chair.
What?
Hurt.
It's bring your own chair day.
Bring your own chair day. You didn't bring your chair? You forgot your chair?
What?
By the way, did you guys see the video of the book club?
What? How are you doing? How are you doing that? What? No. What?
What in the hell are you doing, woman?
Did you manage to mix the silly dance with something else?
Yes. You can mix silly dance with a lot.
My sick, twisted, silly dance.
Exactly. My sick twisted silly dance. You can basically silly dance as the first thing and it'll do like whatever else. It's awesome. Oh, not this though. Just go down. Are you feeling rizzed yet?
Incredible.
I feel like I'm watching a Pokemon with a stiff tail.
Dude, stiff tail, you got a problem with my tail? Bro?
I'm just saying, it's like the ones where their body just becomes a tail and there's no, like, ability to move it. It just exists.
Air machine. This one is too tiny. It doesn't fit me. It's so funny what happens to my, like, invisible feet and legs.
Your feet aren't invisible, just your leg.
Well, my feet, but, like, I'm just saying, like, it's funny what happens to them because my legs are invisible. Oh, not that one. I don't know. Okay, it does work. Like, she was a scanner girl. She said she wasn't good enough for her. Or I mixed up the amounts.
He was a skater boy, she said see you later boy.
I know, but like I'm the skater girl here. Like there's no skater boys here.
Well, maybe they were both skater.
They were both skaters. Oh my god, and they were
Maybe
both
she
skaters.
was a skater boy too.
She was a skater boy too. Oh yes, yes, yes. The best email ever. Best email ever.
Right, you know what I finally realized it reminds me of? The, like, Donald Duck with his big round body and his little pointy tail.
A little nub. Tail thing. Bam. Bam.
So, tell us about your date.
Bam. I went to hell.
What?
We went to hell. We drove in the car and we went to hell.
Which hell?
The one under the city.
Oh.
We drowned. There was water canal system under the city. We drowned.
Oh no.
And then, well, that was like the end. That was the very end. And we were stuck down there for a really long time. And then somehow miraculously, the director Ron Shea, Chief Riley, and Cole saved us.
That's
They
a bit
found you?
bonkers.
Yeah, somehow. Because our car wasn't showing up. It was just us, apparently somewhere near like the lake or something. And Director Ron Shea like dragged us apparently, even though we were inside the car. I don't even know what happened.
Wait, you drowned in your car
Drowned in
underground?
car. Because we were in Hell, and then Hell went into the water system. That's under the city, under the mountain. Because we were in the mountains. Because we went to the observatory,
Is there a
and I
postal
also
code
died
for
at the
that?
observatory.
Ism?
Because he was sitting on a ledge, and then I carried him, and then we both fell, and then I died because I was already really low health because I got hit by a car earlier that day. And then Chief Riley revived me, so that was the first time Chief Riley saw me, and they saw me a
San
second
Andreas
time.
Avenue.
The whole, hell car drown thing.
And what? Ginger?
Perhaps not the best track record.
So we were up in Polito Bay. That was cool. That was cool. There's a big chicken there. There's a big chicken at Polito Bay. Huge chicken.
What?
Huge chicken. At Polito Bay.
Like in the
Ginger
like in a
Ginger
normally
Street. Oh, so it's like right
large-sized
here?
chicken, or like just
Huge, just massive chicken. I can check my birdie balls for it.
So one of my
Gotta find my
demons
birdie guard.
is saying
Yeah?
that there's a church on the corner of San Andreas Avenue and Ginger Street that
Uh-huh.
has big gothic windows.
Okay, Slay. Yeah, I think we can only look at it from the outside. None of the churches are enterable, but if it's a good backdrop, then I might go there. Sorry, where did you say it was?
About 80-20.
80-20-ish. If that makes sense, because I feel like I've seen something in that big area. And I've been trying to search for it since, and I lost it before. Wait, that's right next to the Opito.
Yeah, it is right on the other side of the freeway.
It's right next to Opito. Keep it in mind whenever the Hokies employees return. I feel like it's been more than 5 minutes. If they don't come in 15
has.
minutes, or we're legally allowed to leave.
He says it's directly next to Dream Tower.
Oh, that's it? If you're what? Oh, they combined. If you're wondering what I was doing, I was trying to do bird, which is
Tism, I need your help. There's a guy on this server who is pretending to be like an isekai. He's a
If you're wondering why I have
from
this
like
favorite, it is because of my
1472 or
other
something, 1476,
other
some shit.
sense of self.
And
The other me
he
that
is
exists in the alternate
definitely
universe.
using voice modulation,
That is
if
not me,
not
but is
an
French.
entirely
Oh.
AI voice. And I know the
Don't
voice.
worry about it.
I know that I've heard it, and it is
Emma,
buried
you have to
so
meet him
deeply
someday.
within my psyche that I can't think of where it's from,
will
and
have
I'm starting to think that it's
Are you okay
one
with
of the
being kidnapped?
first like AI type
Sure.
voices that was maybe offered to the public.
Good to know.
And you will definitely know it. If you know it, there is no unknowing it.
Don't worry about
But
it.
I would have to get near Magnus
What
again.
was that for?
This one?
Hey, what was?
I feel like it was used on like
was the
YouTube
that
videos
for?
a long time ago.
Black
Why
squares
is
attack.
it blue?
It's black.
I don't think
Where's-
that.
Squares attack. square machine. I'm not aiming that correctly.
What's the Larry meme voice?
Why is it blue? I don't know. It used to be blue for me, now it's black. He's just got dirty
Larry
and dirtier, I
meme.
guess.
Oh, I see.
Wait.
This is actually Gensokyo. That was
No.
your Toho style. Your bullet hell bullet attack. I see.
You didn't see anything. Oh, so good. Oh. Yeah. Oh, I'm so good. Isn't this a perfect color with the umbrella and everything?
I mean, Ema has nothing to say about the police. The host body has things to say about the police, but that's neither here nor there.
I was doing this job as a security guard when all of a sudden I spotted some kind of a dark figure in the hallway. I then asked, "Is anyone there?" But it was getting closer and closer and closer, and to my utter and ball-clenching horror, it was Larry, he then whispered.
I don't think that's it. It's similar, but I don't think that's it. Hi.
Hello, hello. Hi. Cookies. Come on in. So sorry about that. We had a situation.
All good, all good. It happens.
How can I help you?
You've got some new menu items. That's interesting.
Did the bacon is ended in the maple syrup, by the way.
What?
The bacon on the morning wood combo. Is has a little bit of maple syrup on it.
But I'm quite hungry.
Ooh. Okay.
I maybe get like 2 Hookies hot rods.
2 Hookies hot rods.
Yeah. And a cream of
Anything
chicken
else?
soup.
A chicken soup.
And maybe like 2 Sprunk Splash.
2 Sprung Splash. That is perfect.
Yeah, thank you.
That is it for you? Alright. Let me put that in the order. That was for Miss Proxon, right?
Fine.
There we go. And I'll go grab that for you.
Where's it's hard to focus on the menu. Where's the thing? Okay, wait. Sorry. I'm just gonna. There we go. Oh, that paid by cash instead of bank. Oops. Okay.
There we go. There we go. And there we go. That is order up.
Thank you.
Oh, please enjoy. Oh, can I have next?
You want to go next, Nima?
Go ahead.
Okay. Could I please get 2 peach cobblers?
2 peach cobblers.
1 barbecue skewers with rice. 1 Hookie's
Alright.
hot rod. And
1
4
Hookie's hot
miracle
rod.
shakes.
4 miracle shakes. Alright, I will be needing to prepare some of these, so it might take a little bit.
That's
but
fine, that's fine. Take your time.
The name was Mr. Hel'leon, right?
It's Ezra?
Ezra, yes. Okay. I'll take your order now too, since I have to prepare anyway. I believe you were called Mr. Nima?
Correct.
Alright. How can I help you, Mr. Nima?
Could I please have 2 root beer flutes?
2 root beer flutes.
2 peach cobblers.
2 peach cobblers.
2 indeed crepes.
2 indeed. It's a crepe.
Indeed.
Indeed.
And 2 country fried steaks, please.
2 country fried steaks. Alright. Very nice. It has some breakfast items, so you get a $10 discount. So there you go. And I'll go grab the orders. I'll be with you in a moment.
Thank you.
Third eye. Third eye, Umford. There you are. Did you see the name that I saw on the menu for one of those items there?
I'm starting to think it's impossible to get away from that name.
I'm never gonna forget. Sorry, it's just put such a sour taste in my mouth.
Just bury it.
Sure.
Beat that name to death with a shovel and bury it. Dig the
Wish I
hole.
could do
Dig
it
the
with
hole
the
12
person
feet
that holds
deep.
that name.
Bury a pig carcass at 6 feet, and then keep going.
What? Is that like a what does that mean?
That's how you hide a body.
How do you know that? Okay, I won't question it, but I will keep it in mind. Hey, do they sell shovels around the city?
I think so.
Where can I find one?
Hardware store.
Hardware store, of course. Where hardware store?
Just up the road from here, actually.
Oh, I see. Just kind of out by Route 1.
Yeah, I went out there looking for that cleaning kit that somebody had mentioned, and it turns out that all I had to do was buy a mop.
I've been needing a new body lately.
Yeah. Are you able to obtain one?
No. Ooh, yippee, my order's done.
Yes, but no.
Oh, You might want to
You're
jump.
stuck. You're stuck. Ah,
You're
you're stuck.
Your orders are up.
Ah, look who got out on the first try. Haha.
There you go. Sometimes you have to just, you know, rock the table a little bit.
You go.
Thank you.
Thank you as well.
Someone go open my phone and check my birdie for me. I'm dying to know what's on there.
Where's your phone?
Ezra, use my phone. If you can use it, and I've confirmed this with Lee. You can use it, but I can't use it.
Why can't you use it?
Oh, you might want to put yours
Thank
on
you
the
very
ground.
much.
Though. Be safe. Just use it normally, like, you know, it should be mine, right? Is the picture different? Okay.
Okay.
Tell-
You have absolutely nothing.
I'm whispering. No, you have to hop on, okay? It's 0, 0, 0, 0.
Yes, I know your code.
Wait, why do you know it?
I have my ways. You have no notifications whatsoever.
Okay, but what's on Bird? You have to tell me. No one liked my
Oh.
trendy?
You want me to look at like what you're following on Birdie?
Just the For You page. Like, what's up? What's on there? What's happening? Any messages? I don't have a single message?
Nope.
Wow, everyone hates me. Gosh. Okay. Jeez. Ouch.
It doesn't look like anything different than what I would expect on mine for the everybody. If we're following, there's Hera got a van and Roma painted her bike, and I don't know what the fuck's the beans doing, but I'm not gonna question it.
Yeah. Are there any pixels near her? I wish there was a way I could see this.
Yes, there are a couple of pixels.
Like, Zoomer doom scrolling habits are getting the better of me right now. I want to give it back. Okay, my phone back. My phone that doesn't work. You're crossing your arms.
Did it not? Did it not?
You're not giving it back. You hate me.
Maybe you're just not close enough.
Oh, wait. Yes. There we go. Thank you.
Let's sit down and eat our food now, though.
Okay.
I must say I love your dress.
Thank you. I like your hair bow. I was whispering, and
You
I said
sure
thank
were.
you. I sure was.
I thought you were doing that on purpose.
Oh, I
thought
forgot.
so too.
I forgot. Thank you, and I like your hair bow. That's what I
Thank
said.
you.
Oops, I forgot that doesn't.
Yeah, it happens every time. I
Food
think
is
all the
so
food in the city
good,
is
it
just
makes
too
you
good.
stand up.
It makes you stand up for joy.
Yes. It helps with the digestion too.
Yummy, yummy. You know what would be so good right now? Poutine. You know what would be so good right now? A Red Bull.
What?
A Red. Oh, sorry. Oh, I can't sit anymore. I'm banned from sitting.
Yeah, I couldn't sit either.
There you are. You have to just
That's weird.
shuffle around.
Here we go.
There you are.
There we go.
Oh my god, whose phone is okay?
This is Marley speaking. How can I help you? Hi.
Try calling me.
Oh yeah, of course. I am here.
Is my ringtone still
Okay,
playing?
thank you very much. We'll see you then. Bye.
Are you calling me?
You have reached an automated voice message.
It went to an automated voice message without
Oh
ringing.
my god, it's so over. My phone is dead, guys.
You're just gonna have to get a new one.
I don't want to get a new one.
If you can't get any calls, what are you supposed to do? What did you do to it that you can't even open it?
Broke. Oh, wait, can I use yours? Okay, wait. We're experimenting. We're experimenting. This is so bad.
It's really hard to call the inspectors on that too.
Yeah. Well, I can't call the inspectors because my phone don't work.
No, that's what I meant. That is pretty tricky.
It's a pretty tricky situation. Yeah, I can't use your phone either. I can't use any phone. I'm banned from phones, Ezra.
Oh.
Here's your phone back.
You want any of us to call the inspectors for you? They might be able to fix this.
I've put a thing in the Discord, yeah, not like a ticket, but like in the thingy, the bugs thingy.
Where's my phone?
Wait, I tried to give it to you, but I guess you weren't oriented correctly. Here. I'm just not allowed to use phones anymore, I guess.
That sounds terrible.
Yeah,
we
I
had
think
a coworker that couldn't eat, so that was pretty terrible.
Oh, that's pretty bad.
Was she the one who could only eat
The grilled cheese and water one?
Only grilled cheese and water, yes. They got it fixed now for her, I think.
Oh, good.
That's pretty bad, though.
I remember when she starved and we took a picture for the wall of shame and your boss showed up and said, I need to talk to who put her on the wall of shame. And she hadn't even been put up yet.
That is good. I wonder if Mr. Emma shows up in the wall
You
of
don't
shame
have to
yet.
clean. You have workers for that.
Emergency has shown up on the wall of shame because I took his picture.
Oh yeah, but just now he got put on it again tomorrow. This afternoon.
Oh, he did it again.
Of course he did. Of course he did.
Yes.
Of course.
He was
I know
he was
someone else
talking a lot
who's
of-
been on it every day.
Yeah.
He was talking about Miss Proxen a lot and he forgot to drink.
Was he? I see.
Yes. He was
A
talking
lot-
about a lot about the observatory and I wanted to do more and stuff like that.
Huh?
He was very impressed.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Yeah, he was even considering jumping off a high building so you could come save him.
Oh,
Tell him not to do that.
that would be a very bad idea, and we would have to commit him if he did that.
Yeah, we already told him he shouldn't do that. He told me
that's not
about the
normal.
mishap at the fall at the observatory as well, and that they thought like you were a criminal and that he almost jumped to his death after you.
Yeah.
He told a
But
lot.
He told too much. Okay, let's go,
But
guys.
He was very impressed. Oh,
Thank you very much for coming to feed us.
Thank you for meeting us.
thank you very much for coming to be fed.
Thank you.
A wonderful day.
I don't think you should see that one again.
Why?
If he's wanting to throw himself off of buildings just to see you again.
I mean, maybe that's just dedication.
No. That is
Loyalty?
psychosis.
Maybe he matches my freak?
No. If you're willing to throw yourself off a building just to see someone again, we need to commit you.
No, I won't. I won't. Never. Besides, I don't want to make the directors mad. You know, they'd be like, "You're not knowing your life."
Yeah, I think making the directors angry would be a bad idea.
Yeah, it's bad. Very bad. I'd like to keep this job for at least a little longer.
I'd be sad if you got hurt.
Thank you, Nima. Your best little brother ever.
I wouldn't be sad. I wouldn't be sad.
Huh? You'd be sad too?
No, I wouldn't be sad.
Oh, what? Hate?
I would be horrendously angry and I would have to beat up your corpse.
Don't do that. Come on, my corpse doesn't deserve that. But thank you. I appreciate your concern, even though it's a little scary.
Even if it's what?
Scary.
Where to?
I don't know. Where are the fun spots?
For a fun spot. Let's see. Do we want to look at that church? Do we want to buy a shovel? Do we want to go to the Muscle Beach? I just bothered.
Muscle Beach is a gym. I mean, do you want to go swimming? Do you want to go fishing? Do you want to go hunting? Do you want to go look at the church? Do you want to just drive around town and try not to hit things?
What do you guys want to do? I feel like I always do whatever I want to do, but you guys don't get to go out as often as I do.
Well, yesterday we took time off, and I think I told you that all we did was look at apartments and learn to fish.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I liked fishing.
Fishing night. Fishing night. Do we want to go to Zapier? Want to go to Zapier for fishing?
Up here.
Zapier.
Zapier.
Zapier. Zapier.
Zapier.
You guys know what I'm talking about when I
Yes.
say that. Yeah.
Of course I know what you're talking about.
I'm French.
Don't quote my Oshi to me.
I was there when it was written. Zapier. You have to tell me your Oshis later.
Well, Nima and I met playing Final Fantasy 14 with Envy.
Oh. I think I discovered Envy through GTA.
Yeah, same.
Rubros. Eyes open, eyes closed.
My eyes are open.
Oh, oops. I shouldn't talk about this stuff on your eyes then. I can see the non-existent back seats back here. That's crazy. Crazy that they modeled that in, but we can't even sit in it.
There's no leg space.
Yeah, not really. Well, for a tiny, I mean, maybe you could lie somebody down there, like, you know.
Yeah, you could also lay somebody down in the fucking trunk.
You know what? Why didn't we do that? Why are you carrying me? I could be in the trunk right now.
Yeah, you could be in the trunk. We could be pretending. We could be pretending to kidnap you.
Oh, you're just pretending?
Well, yeah, since you're the one who's technically kidnapping us, you got us to you got us to log.
I've
you
never
got us to
kidnapped
clock
anyone in my
off
life.
of work. You pressured us into clocking off of work.
Pressured. You wanted to hang out with me, right?
Yeah. But I also want to get paid. Not that I need it. How much is in your bank?
Me? I wouldn't be able to check because my phone is broken.
Well, when's the last time you went to an ATM? Actually, you should have been able to see. There's a halfway down. There's a park, valet. Like on the left, on the left. Oh, we might be past him.
We're way past him.
Oh yeah, we are way past him.
We're way past him.
Why does the roller coaster have the silhouette of a penis and balls? I just need to know.
What?
Who designed this roller coaster?
It's so bumpy. I'm free. I'm free.
No, literally, look at your map and look at the shape of the roller coaster on the map. It's a penis and balls.
Oh, it literally, you're right. It is just straight up. I think that's on purpose.
Huh. Can we, like, jump this? No. I wanted to see if
Now,
I
where'd
could jump the
Nemo go?
railing, but it won't let me.
Oh, I won't.
I think we're gonna go... No, not in this world. They have to, like, activate things, and they did not activate any of the carnival rides. But they did apparently activate the exploding hot dog cart, because this hot dog cart right here blows up all the... Why is there a fucking manta ray? What the fuck?
Balloon.
Why is there just a manta ray laying on the pier?
Oh, I didn't even notice. Yeah, that is manta rated laying on the pier. Wait,
The pier.
the pier.
That was a very nice book. Oh.
Photo. I don't like this one. Wait. Beer.
Good news, I'm pregnant again.
Modeling audition.
You got the ray in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would send you the picture, but you can't see it.
Really loved the one phantom foot. Thought that brought it all together really nicely.
Huh?
Really loved the one phantom foot. I thought that brought it together really nicely.
Yeah, right? That phantom feet. There we go. I feel like I don't have the patience to fish as like a career.
If your computer, the new one that you're getting, if it can run it, you should totally join the server. They have stopped whitelisting and taking applications for the moment because we have a lot of people, more than they can almost deal with at the moment. They have about 130 people, I think, or 150 people that have made characters who have come onto the server, but there are over 400 whitelisted people. They just haven't come in for whatever reason.
What?
Pockets are full.
Pockets are full now.
Too many delicious snacks.
No.
Okay, but if you come
Maybe
onto the
you could give
server
those snacks to
just
somebody
patrol,
who's hungry and
you are going to be sent to the Bahamas.
Would either of you like some snacks?
Would I?
Would you?
A little. Not all of them though, just a little. A little. Ish. Striped boss.
Why the hell is my green circle thing showing up underneath my screen?
It does that sometimes, I feel.
Yes, they consider just killing NPCs for fun. They do consider you to still be a serial killer, and you will be sent off the server. We had to do that recently for a guy who was running around just punching NPCs to death. And
Unable to give restaurant.
he got himself hurt somehow.
Oh.
Which landed him in the hospital. And me and another EMT had to stay in a locked room with him to keep him busy while they called the police.
Okay, I'll give my fish a
I got punched in the face twice and he stole my glasses. No, because if you don't value your life and you become a frequent flyer of the hospital, you will also be asked to leave.
I did that. What if I did that? And then what if I went over to you and I was like,
What is this mysterious bag that's been placed on the ground? You. Oh.
first that's a note of the guy you gotta put on the wall of shame.
Oh. I drank a little zombie. A little woozy. Not too bad. What is Wall of Shame?
Who is this guy?
What guy?
Okay, but did you take a picture of him? Because we can't put him on the wall of shame without a picture.
You were the one who took a picture of him. The last one that we did. At least I thought you did.
Come on, stand in between us.
No, the last picture I have is of Nah.
Oh.
Nah, what? Oh, haha. Did you post it?
I sent it to Riley to post.
You hate me. What if I jumped in the water?
Please don't.
Your dress would either make you float or sink.
Should we find out?
No.
Sink. It will sink.
Well, if it catches
will
enough
sink.
air underneath the hoop, she might float.
Nope, as soon as it starts getting too soaked.
It will become too heavy and drag you down.
Quadruples in weight. Have neither of you seen Pirates of the Caribbean?
It's been a while. Why does the screen shake when I'm fishing?
It's because it's so intense.
Very distracting.
I think after fishing, I have to go to bed.
It sounds like you need to go to bed.
Oh, I don't wanna. I don't wanna go.
So, other than being a battalion and a Hakito, who else do you follow?
Basically, all of those guys. Battalion, Hakito, Macaron, Poipanian, Adventure, Axolotl, Vesti, Magmite, Sorority.
Wow, if you're a Vespi and a Magmite,
Crusader.
you've been in from the beginning.
Oh, bro, I was there for Vesper's debut. I was there for Axel's debut. Axel's debut was the first one. I caught it live. I caught it live when he almost named us Dagos. But yeah, it's Vesper Noir's fault that I'm even this much into VTubers. Like, I was watching them casually before. Like, I would watch clips because I was into, like, Fuji Sanji, like, ID, like, the Indonesian branch, and then the Indian branch as well. That was extremely short-lived. I was into that. I'll miss you forever. I'll miss you forever, Adia. Be something, I forgot. No, I don't remember. And then Noor. I'll miss you. Yeah, I was into those guys. And like a few of the Niji and Liver clips I'd watch. But it was like only clips, really. And then Vesper is stupid. Vesper Noir and his stupid glasses. His stupid glasses and the old man aura. It got me. It got me bad. It got me really bad. I got crazy. I got crazy.
I finally got something that doesn't say just fish, but that did not look in any way, shape, or form like a goldfish.
What was it? It said goldfish? Yeah, I think they don't have that, like a goldfish animation. What about you? What about you?
Yes, it did. You asking me or Nima?
Both of you.
Well, First and foremost, I am a Rusader and then a battalion. The rest are incidental.
Fair.
Shinri is my Oshi in-law because my best friend absolutely loves him.
Is your best friend active online in the fandom?
She's slowly learning how to be sociable on, like, Twitter.
It's because I feel I am very friendly with all the tempura, so it's like I'll just check if I know their like username. That's why I ask. But don't worry about it if you're like shy.
Yeah, I'd rather not say it while my eyes are
Yeah.
open.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. I told you they made me crazy. I started talking to people at conventions and stuff about them. It's crazy.
Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like to look at what servers people are repping in Discord. And I saw Burb, and I'm like, I know that one. I know that one.
Yeah.
There are more than one Burb though, because they have different icons at the beginning.
Yeah. My burb is Hakito Burb.
So I had to check. I had to make sure you were Haki.
Yes. Yes. Don't worry, you can also check by the millions of super chats I have sent directly into Banzo Inaka's pocket.
Wow.
Yes.
I wish I had the
I have-
money to do super chat.
I have flown from Canada to Boston to meet Vesper Noir. That's right. I did the Vesper
Wow.
Noir meet and greet, the one and only time he did that before he exploded and died.
Did we ever find out what happened to him in Magni?
Oh, we sure did.
I didn't. What happened?
Graduated?
Well, yeah, obviously, but what made them have to graduate?
Oh, that no one knows. NDA, I'm sure.
You know where they are now, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Did you not check my Discord tag after that?
No.
I see. You'll see if you look at it. You'll know.
That ain't right.
What about you, Nima? Nima.
All of this is Greek to me.
Oh, fair. Like Oshis and stuff. Like who do you Oshi? If you're wondering indie wise, I also really like Apollo Bugman.
I have beef with Declan Weaver still.
I know you do. It's so sad. Why do I have bro call me on chat? Because of the red flag thing. Leave me alone. I'm being so nice to Declan, I promise.
It's not even the red flag thing that makes me angry with him. Because
know.
I thought that we
I got a
left
tiger
from that.
shark.
I thought we left from that conversation amicably. Because, you know, he was like, oh, you're the girl who called me a red flag. And I defended you. I was like, no, I called you a red flag and it was all a misunderstanding. I thought that was fine. The problem was the next time we met, he made a pass at me in my swim trunks and then said that he didn't recognize me with my clothes on. And immediately started talking to Percy like a fucking pet, saying, do you want some kibble? Do you want a tip? Do you want some kibble? And I'm like, I'm gonna murder this motherfucker. How dare you talk to Percy like that?
I'll help you bury the body, Umfi.
And I think it's strange that I don't watch Apollo Bugman, considering that I watch everybody he's friends with.
Hop on Apollo Bookman. Hop on, hop on.
I've tried watching him. I just don't vibe with him as much as I do Battle and Ruse. And
Fair.
what are you curious about?
I'm more of a Zack Shadows kind of guy myself.
Ah, I see. Our good old Chief Riley.
You mean Damian Black?
We haven't seen that guy. Who's Damien, bro? Who are you talking about? I only know Chief Riley.
I decided to start watching Damian Black's point of view when he parked at the pillbox, got out, took like 3 steps, saw Luck hiding behind a garbage can and giggling, turned around, got back in his car and left.
Shay, are we allowed to be talking this much OC in the city?
It's just the 3 of us and we're all consenting.
And your gremlins. And the VOD that lives forever and ever and ever.
And I decide what's on my stream.
Why?
Sockeye salmon?
Ooh, that seems special. I mean, it has a name and everything. It's not just fish. We need more glasses, VTubers, you guys. So dire.
Sockeye.
So it was actually really funny.
Uh-huh.
The first
tell me.
time I was walking around the hospital, did not realize that Zach had, like, I knew he was in the Discord, did not realize that he had hopped on the server as early as he did.
I mistimed it. You're joking. I didn't mistime it at all. I hate you. Want me to die?
So here I am, already scared of this man.
Yeah.
And then I walk into the hospital, and then I just see him walking by, and then I'm like, nope. Oh god. Nope. Nope. And then I made the dumbass decision to join the EMS. And then he was the one who was doing my practicals. And I punched him in the face.
Oh my gosh. Eva.
And then he had somebody stab him so you could do your practical.
He had Prom Star stab him. He said, I know you've been waiting to do this a while, Prom.
And because of that, when he took Sabine down to see the morgue and the ambulances, I was like, oh my god, he's gonna get stabbed, he's gonna get stabbed. So I ran down there to watch, and he didn't even give her a practical. I was like, where's her practical? And he's like, she already had a practical because she passed out. And I'm like, well, she didn't fix herself, did she? And then she's like, yeah, he punched me. He's like, no, you dehydrated. And she kicked me in the fucking chest and said, that's what he did to me.
Incredible.
Hi.
Right, free already?
Who else I watch? Luffy. And Curry Fishball. And A12 Flames. And Gator.
Why don't you let me sell all of my fish at once?
Who are all my friends, and I think I roped most of them into the server.
Oh, hey, nah, since you know members of the, Tempura,
Hi.
there are 2 new people on this server.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
What do you mean?
1 and 2.
What?
The Bugman brothers.
What? No.
No? Okay, more?
I don't know what you're talking about. We're gonna have to have a
Okay, I thought
conversation.
you were talking about Battalion and Crusader number 1 and 2.
I may be.
You know, okay, wait, one second. Let me fish. Where's my fish, bro? Where's my fish? Hi. Reel it up already, nah. Reel it up. Walk in, nah. Walk in. There we go. Took forever. What were you? What's up?
Wait, so how do lures work? Do I have to buy lures like bait?
Apparently lures are useless. It's only for like deep sea ocean fishing or something.
Oh well, I wasted $1,000.
Sorry. I got a tiger shark.
Okay, so we just keep using fish bait.
Yeah. Well, you can buy a lure, but I think it's like for ocean fishing, like if you're going on a boat.
Yeah. Do I look like I want to go on a boat? The last time I went on a boat, I fucking drowned.
Yeah, I know you don't want. Yeah, that was an ocean
I know for
rescue today,
regular
by the
fishing,
way.
yes, but for in-game fishing, and if it doesn't work on the docks here, then I don't really
All right,
want it.
no comment. I understand.
Okay, so
You can Discordia it if you want, if you prefer.
well, it sounded like you said the Apollo brothers.
They're not brothers, but the
Well,
Apollo
no, they're also
divorced
not
wives.
men.
Yeah, the Apollo divorced wives.
Well, these two are your Doomed Yuri.
Yeah, Doomed Yuri.
Doomed Yuri. Yeah, they're
Yeah,
here.
Doomed Yuri. Yeah, I know. I know they're here. They were with
Now
Umfert
I
earlier.
need to know, what is your YouTube name?
It's the same. I'm always Skylimit everywhere. Skylimit art. I've been there. I promise. You might not see me a bunch in Rue's streams, though. I lurk a lot for him. I've definitely. You can look at the projects. I always join the projects. Maybe not like that many this year, but like last year's projects, I was there. I have the same username everywhere, though. I don't change it, and it's kind of driving me insane because I kind of want to move away from it. And now everyone calls me like Wimmy and stuff, or like I want to remove the art from the name, but the art's always been there, so it's like, well. But yeah, I'm in the projects. I'm in the project trenches, bro.
I've never
You ever-
joined the projects because I don't have anything to add. I don't do art or anything.
No fair. I mean, there's like lots of different stuff. There's people here.
Yeah.
I can send you some later, like stuff that I done. If you play Protostar Twilight, mistimed it. My fear. My fear.
Yeah, Chisholm.
I was on that team. Are you interested in a game you can get on
what?
Steam for free? That's right, free 99.
Wow.
Sure.
Good riddance.
I will
I
Discord.
hope he gets
yeah,
stabbed in
later.
prison.
Why not?
Right in the cock.
Ew.
Eel. For the eel, don't you have to give that to restaurant people because we can't use it, but they can.
Yeah.
like
You
how
get a
even-
discount on your food if you give eels to Wook Noodles.
What kind of discount?
I think it's per eel.
You know, I don't even pay attention to the discounts because
Me either.
emails, baby. Emails. I love my job. That's why I can't commit crime. I can't. It's a very tight balancing act between being crazy bleh, and like not, getting fired. Bro has not answered anything that I sent, which is so funny.
Rockfish.
By bro, I mean cowboy bro. This one's a fighter, oh my gosh. What are they doing over there? Are we gonna get kidnapped? That'd be so cool. I mean, terrible. That'd be terrible.
In order to get
so
one of
bad.
us, they'd have to beat up the other two.
Oh, that's kind of hard. Why don't you just hide around the corner or something, you know? Fish.
I can't even see where my line is anymore.
Eh. Oh, sorry. Oh my gosh, I'm so
My
sorry.
glasses!
Glasses.
You made me lose my fish!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wait. Stand right there. Stand right there then. Stand right there. So sorry. So sorry. Here. You got it. Crazy.
The demon in my head just yelled, "Not the fish!"
Not the fish. Hello, demon. Hello, Ezra's demons. Am I freaky? Blah. I don't know what's my problem. Can you believe I haven't drunk a Red Bull today? That's crazy. That's crazy.
You better not. You're about to go to sleep.
I know. But you know what'd be so good right now?
Not a Red Bull?
Water.
Yeah.
Nice cold water.
I don't like ice cold anything.
I said nice cold.
Oh.
I do
nice-
like ice cold water. I love ice. I love chewing ice. Yum yum yum.
No, that's gonna break
Yum,
your
yum, yum.
teeth.
Yum 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 yum.
Terrible for your teeth. Don't do that.
would you tell that I'm anemic? It's like a thing, you know, like if you're iron deficient, like you'll want to chew ice. And boy, do I want to chew ice.
I was iron deficient when I was younger, and I have never wanted to eat ice.
I think it's like a case by case basis. Not everybody. Like, Pika, an idea. Did they just run over that local like on purpose?
Probably.
Okay, do you like Jujutsu Kaisen? Do you know Gojo Satoru? Oh, I know. I don't even know what that means because I haven't watched it. I read a bit of the manga, that's it. I barely know anything about JJK, but everyone talks about it.
My girl made me watch it. I was like, I've seen to like this point, and she was like, "Oh my god, so you haven't seen this?" Like, nope. And they're like, oh, "You haven't seen this?" Like, nope.
But I'm gonna be honest, guys. I don't like Gojo. I never liked that kind of character.
Me
Or,
either.
I'm not a fan. I like Nanami.
I don't like Nanami either.
He has glasses and he's old.
Here's the thing. Everyone keeps fucking calling me Gojo-san.
I know, you had to change some
They
stuff.
still do it though.
I hate
They
Gojo.
still call you Gojo?
They still
Oh my
do
god.
it.
Wait! Oh my god, guys! I saw a notification on my phone and it's a message! Oh my god, guys! Wait! I don't care about fishing. Get me out of here! Get me out of here! Pull it up! Pull it up now! Pull it up! Get this thing off me! No! It's gone! It still doesn't work! I just gotta see. I think it was to the fish group chat. Why did I get a notification of Vina sending a message to the fish group chat, bro? And nothing, it still doesn't work! My brother's broken!
Hey,
I haven't seen you in the Epsilon
training, you okay?
Not kidding.
Seriously though, since this is an individual problem that is serious, like this is going to very much hinder your gameplay, I think it should be a ticket and not just in the tips and help.
It's not in tips and help, it's in the other. It's
Oh,
in
I mean in the bug.
forum. We'll see. I mean, no, I can see the burning.
So my chat demon just said, "I see a snake outside. Be right back."
Oh, good luck, chat demon. Please don't die.
Oh, he won't. Can't guarantee the snake though.
Uh-oh.
Is that that guy that had like a shit ton of guns?
Yep, that's the one.
Yeah.
Someone say guns?
Oh
shit.
The demon in my chat right now had 86 guns, sold 20, and bought back like 9 more.
Are they like a person from a math problem? What?
From a what?
A math problem?
Yeah, pretty much.
So. I'm losing my mind. I think you guys can tell. But then again, I feel like this is also how I always talk.
Like a son of a bitch.
hate me and you're ignoring me? Are you
You
having
know,
fun?
if you want to bury that name, the first thing you've got to do is stop mourning his loss.
Okay, but I kind of look sick wearing this, you know? I look sick. So sick. I don't want to change it.
You can be goth without looking like a, you know, abandoned Victorian widow.
No, but looking like an abandoned Victorian window is sick. It's sick. Now, what if I want to be like traditional? Yeah, like I'm not gonna wear. The clothes, the other clothing options are kind of. You know? Like what? Like what? Like, have you seen anyone else that looks like me though? Like, this is eye-catching, you know? Provides an
True.
air of mystery and intrigue
True.
that I otherwise would not have had. And also, a lot of people have complimented it very randomly. Like, even if they don't know who I am, they're like, "Oh, Trish." That makes me feel happy.
On the other hand, I'm walking up to people that I don't think I know, and they're going, "Hey, Ezra, how you doing today?"
Oh, you're popular.
So, my demon
like you,
now
anything.
has an eastern hognose snake in his possession.
Like, alive or?
Yeah, he promised it would live.
That's cool. Cool. Yeah, hognose snake. I don't know what those ones look like. I'm guessing they have a little turned up little snout thing because hognose. Good.
Correct.
Snakes are cute. I like snakes. I like birds. If you could not tell, I really like birds, you guys. It was like it was destined to be. What time is it? Oh my gosh, wait, who's downstairs? Oh my god, what time is it? My laundry.
For me, it's 8:45.
9:42 EST.
How long have you been up, you guys? Oh, okay, I gotta. I'll be right back. Oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez, oh
Oh,
jeez.
crawfish.
I'll be right back. Going into my mind palace.
Okay.
Tism, what are you gonna do with the little snake?
I need more bait.
And if he's so small, how did you even see him? Are you just gonna like let him loose in your house? He doesn't sound big enough to eat mice. What?
Oh, right. Needs a nose job, Helen. Listen, I may be an asshole, but this asshole makes $6,000 an hour. What's that? You're super wet. I'll be there in 10, babe.
That was an NPC. No one in this game makes that much. Did you not hear what he said to her in the first place? About which one she was? I missed the first one. Or what he said the first time. But all I caught was, or the one with lopsided tits. And then a few seconds later, so needs a nose job then. That's why he said, yeah, I am an asshole. But this asshole makes 6,000. So my demon says, ask your fishing buddies for a name suggestions for the snake. Mention that it is in fact a big snake. And by big, it's like 2 feet long and an inch and a half wide. Mom, I miss my old boob. What the fuck?
To jog now, but guys keep staring at my face now, and it's creepy. Aw, thanks, Mom. You're sweet.
Oh, hello there. How you doing today? I was hoping we could continue the conversation we had the other day about my proposal. Oh, sure, of course, I understand. Like,
Anyway, so they're sure it's a hognose and not any sort of viper. Like, they are certain with the head shape and all that.
He is a country boy who is very autistic. He would not confuse.
Okay.
He says it's definitely an eastern hognose because there are no vipers in Wisconsin. He is now lecturing me on how many venomous snakes there are out of how many snakes there are in the state. And now he's mad I called it a lecture. Update, the snake is female. How about Minnie the Mouse Eater?
I know. She thinks we're all sisters from another mister or something, and we've barely ever hung out. Ah, Pickles, you're such a bitch.
What were you thinking of? Well, then just call her Little Bitty Big Joan. It can still be the reference. It doesn't have to be exact for people to get it. I'm hungry and sleepy. man. People have to like stay here all fucking day to fish to make enough money to survive.
I don't know. It could be the flu, Ebola. It could be anything. I might be out all week. No, that's just the TV you're hearing. Gotta go.
Did you guys check the amount of food that you got?
No.
Because I noticed when I picked it up off of the register that she didn't give me the correct number of food items, but I didn't say anything because I didn't feel like it.
All of my stuff seemed correct.
Yeah, like I ordered 4 America shakes and she only gave me 2. And 2 barbecue skewers and she only gave me 1. I'm getting eepy now. And I'll be honest, I haven't seen you reel anything in for a while, and I'm starting to wonder if you fell asleep on your feet. Nah. Nah. Nah.
Hi.
Nah, I fell asleep. What do we do?
Hi.
Ah.
I think we're gonna have to drag her to the hospital so they can look after her.
Meow, 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 meow.
Oh, you
This
are
fish
awake.
I'm getting is crazy. This fish is like insane. Wow.
How long did you fall asleep for?
I wasn't asleep. I was getting my laundry.
I see.
Finished drying 30 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
I was in the dryer for 30 minutes. So I can't move my camera around anymore. That's crazy. There we go. Fixed it. What are you guys doing? How did you cope without me?
I'm EP.
Wait for you to get back.
Yeah, let's go bed. You waited for me to get back? Oh.
We were
then
just
whatever.
discussing whether we should take you to the hospital for them to look after you, and you started meowing.
Meow, 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 meow. Sorry, I had to wash my goggles.
Your goggles?
Shall we run? Oh, hey, you got a head start. You got a head start. Cheating.
Nah, you're the one who said, shall we run?
Cheated. I'm like teeny tiny bit fashion. Where's Nima? We lost him. Where Nima? Coming for you.
This is a nice
Whose
car.
car is this? I'm getting the notifications. So I know stuff is being posted to Birdie, but I cannot see it.
thought you wanted to be shoved in the trunk.
Oh right, trunk time. Open it up. Open her up.
Don't you dare break my car.
Close trunk. There we go.
Oh God.
Oh, this is kind of a better view. I can see so
Jesus
much. Like
Christ, your whole head is outside.
that's fine. It's fresh air.
Oh, hold on.
Huh? You gotta take a photo. Yum, 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 yum.
He found another snake.
Another snake? I'm so curious about what your gremlin is saying.
He was
Anyway,
hoping
bad news.
for
We
you
gotta
guys
get
to offer.
gas before we head back to the hospital.
Okay.
He was asking you guys for names for his snake, which is a girl, and the second one is a boy.
Bluey and whatever Bluey's brother's name is, because I've never watched the show.
Bluey and Bingo?
Bluey and Bingo.
So he has
Okay.
decided the male will be called Itty Bitty Big John.
Itty bitty Big John, that's good, that's good.
Because he had a previous snake named Big John.
Oh, so this one's like an itty bitty version?
Yeah.
I'm having a pretty good time back here. Actually, we should do this more often.
I can't wait for one of the police officers to be trapping around.
PD ain't ready. Evie-chan just posted. That'd be so cool if I could. 15 minutes until next 5th.
How much money do you get for winning the fish tournament?
I don't know. I think 10K, maybe.
Hmm.
I'm just guessing.
I kind of feel like I don't want to ever, like, take money away from the people who are fishing because they need to. You know, since I've got a very well-paying job.
You could win, and then you could give the money to someone else. Do it for the satisfaction of being first place.
Hmm. I don't know.
We were deciding whether to take you to the hospital, but then you started meowing. Meow, 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 meow. Katya's at the hospital right now. It'd be so cool if I could see it.
Yeah, don't mind me having to reach underneath your skirts to get to
That's
the gas
okay.
cap
No,
over
yeah,
here.
it's fine. Invisible legs, you're good. There ain't nothing to see there.
I'm just waiting for the day that a cop tries to do a traffic stop. And I'll just yell from the car, I know you ain't pulling over 3 EMS.
I don't think that's gonna save us.
It
Pretty
will if they wanna.
bad,
It will
EMS.
if they wanna get saved after the next time they're shot.
I feel like I've never gotten a police officer back up though.
I have. Not from being shot, from drinking the water.
Ah.
And I think another one got tased.
Oh, to death? Crazy.
I can't remember. I was too upset about the fact that I accidentally stomped him because I was tired. And I forgot to press my open my third eye before trying to open the menu.
I guess I should have flaunted you around a little bit first.
Yeah, you could have taken us to the front of the
You go to
hospital.
the front, yeah, show them all. Are they exhausted?
Yeah, let's do-
I feel like I've gotten 20 years of your smoking history from this. Already different carcinogens entering my body as I breathe in like exhaust fumes.
Oh, and the girl snake has been named Sao Paulo.
Apollo? What does that mean?
Sao Paulo? It's a city.
Really? Where?
Slide. And
Hi,
sorry.
Katya.
I want to say in Brazil.
Whoever said hi to me.
I was like, what the hell is going on? Like, I have some directions.
Hey.
I'm stuck in this trunk. There's a kidnapped.
Hey, Tucker, are you going to the tournament?
When?
Someone's got really strong perfume on.
Who's in there? Is that Officer Phil?
Inside?
Yeah.
You want me to go tell them all to come out?
I mean, I don't know if you want.
Hey, you guys want to see what we caught while we were fishing?
What'd you catch?
I will.
What'd you catch?
Isn't
I hear
she a
voice in
beauty?
the trunk.
Yeah, I'm in here.
Is that Nah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
I've breathed in so much exhaust fumes that I have a 120 year history smoking.
Oh.
I told them we caught you fishing.
They caught me. Yeah, they caught me fishing.
With exhaust fumes.
It's like smoked salmon.
But exhaust Nah.
Exhaust now.
Yeah.
No.
Well, don't
How's-
don't fillet this one. That wouldn't be good.
No, don't fillet
Don't worry,
me.
I'll
Oh,
just
that'd be
be
so
boner.
horrible.
Oh, okay. So she's just a blob, like on the floor.
Like the
That's fucked
blobfish.
up.
I'm simply but a blob
That's
on the
fucked up.
floor. Please don't fillet me.
Hi, Hera.
Hi, Hera.
Don't get all excited, because I'm here.
Welcome back, Hera.
What's going on?
We were just talking about deboning Nah.
Yeah, they caught Nah while fishing.
Yeah, they call me fishing.
So I said, don't fillet her, because that wouldn't be good. And then he said, we'll just debone her.
Marcus filet of fish. Mmm.
I'm gonna walk away now. Good luck with that.
Bye.
Have fun, guys.
Had your fill of
Tism, you're
attention.
right.
Yeah.
They might think you're really gonna debone me. Next time I'll come up and I'll wear a shirt that has no bones on it.
Did we want to park down here? Did we want to go back to the apartment?
Oh yeah, no, it does live in the same place.
Yeah, we know.
Can someone mark it on the map for me, please?
I think that it has to be Ezra. I'm locked from the maps. I can't check a map back here.
It's just down the street. If you back up and go in front of the hospital.
Oh.
All over the vehicle! Stop the vehicle! Come out with your hands up!
Uh-oh.
How far away was that?
Yeah, like here? I'm so confused. Do we go back to the front of the hospital or?
I have no idea.
We just
Or,
rubberneck.
over there? Wait, Dolly's out there. I want to show Dolly. Where's the police?
Oh.
Oh. What? I'm confused. Oh, there they are.
Where are they?
Well, they went not here.
Oh, I saw them.
Yeah, I'm very lost.
Dolly, she wants you to see.
Hi, Dolly.
Oh, hi. Nah, you look so good back there.
You're looking in the wrong place. He's in the trunk.
Oh, nay!
Hey, who's Nay?
What the fuck is Nay?
I'm thinking on a lot of things.
Oh, hi.
Hi. How's it going?
Oh, I missed it.
Hang on. Ready?
Am I broken?
Oh no!
Am I stuck in this drug forever? Where's my
Hang on.
phone? Now my... Uh-oh. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, guess what? Alright, she's mine now. Goodbye!
Finally, we're free.
Dress just despawned.
Yeah, when people get too far away in this parking lot, they literally just, their clothes go away, and I'm just staring at naked people. I think she's bringing her back. It's just, there's no dress, so all I see is a pale torso. There's the dress, and it's gone.
Juke them!
Give us back our mourning Victorian widow. Give us back our mourning Victorian widow. That's my mourning Victorian widow. Oh no, you hit a tree.
Juke 'em. Yeah!
You can warn everybody, no problem.
Juke 'em.
No, I'm serious at the EMS. Okay.
Oh my god!
Oh, whoa, careful.
Oh my god!
Okay.
Or slide.
Bye.
Oh wait, yeah, I forgot that's an service we offer.
So, somebody
Oh.
put the trunk down.
You're gonna have to use your F6 muscle.
Oh, me? I can't.
You know, whoever's driving, use the F6 muscle and close the trunk. Oh,
That's the hood.
Wait. Oh,
Oh,
Hey,
there
guy.
we go.
there you go. Oh, slide.
Oh,
Wow.
slide.
Oh.
Oh, almost. There
Alright,
we
it's
go.
clean now. It's
Getting
clean now.
Is your car with my butt?
Yeah. EMS is branching into car washing.
Wow. How versatile. Oh,
And for
That's someone's something.
Alright, 2v1.
Wong.
What happens if I switch POVs? I can't. That'd be so funny if I could do first person view. Just watch like the back. I've made myself too hard to kidnap you guys. Everyone will see me if I'm in the trunk.
That's true.
No one can stuff me in here. Like it's just too obvious.
Yeah, they just need a bigger trunk.
True. I'm sorry, I'm legally obligated to say it every time I think about the Wulong Hotel.
I'm curious to see how this is gonna play out.
Oh, sorry, did you want me to stay in there? I'm sorry, I already left.
I think he wanted to park you in there.
I wish I could install Birdie on my work tablet.
Can't you?
Well, you know, you can just buy it.
Oh, my tablet died too. Tablet gone. Tablet perms lost.
You can just
It's
buy
gone.
another tablet.
It's gone. No, guys, I'm stuck. It's gone. It's gone.
Well,
I just have to do this, and my camera, it broke. Oh no, camera good. I'm gonna go to bed.
we haven't seen your apartment.
You don't wanna. Do you really? Stole my tablet, bro.
Yeah.
Can I toggle my lock, or do I have to? Yeah, I can. Okay. Oh. Okay, wait. 1 second. Welcome to my humble abode. I have a bed.
Oh, you
I
got
have
the
the
same
couch that
bed.
faces the door. Like.
So what I see here is a big fancy bed and a cook chair.
Yeah. I got a table.
Not even a TV. You got a mirror though.
Mirror. Got a problem in my
Facing
room?
the cock chair.
He's got to be able to watch himself be cooked.
Who says that he will be on the chair when I, Shrimply, can be on the chair? I prefer to call it my Joshing out chair.
Yeah,
I'm still on the tablet.
you are. You're still on the tablet.
Oh my god, that cured me. Does my phone work again? Nope. Oh, but my tablet works
Nope.
again. No, it cured me. My tablet sickness is free. But my
I
phone is
wish
still
we
broken.
could like paint the walls and get new carpet or some shit.
I know.
Fujoing is the answer.
Yeah, Fujoshin now, bro.
Does the mirror do anything?
Oh, I cannot interact with the furniture menu right now. Oh. Does the mirror do anything? No, it just sits there and it's ornamental.
It sits there and does not reflect.
Yeah.
Would you like to see ours?
I've seen yours, but I want to see it after the changes. Yeah, show me.
I was gonna say you haven't seen it since I got a roommate.
$13, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, you really can unlock it. It's crazy. Whoa! Oh, I like the dichotomy here. Oh, your bed is so cute. You got like a little teddy bear and stuff too. Oh, you got like a bunch of electronics to put in your bed. And whose closet is this?
Both. You can
So
actually
the
change your
table,
clothes.
your sick table with your a plant, nice plant in here. That's good. That's good. You have the same bed as me.
I said that.
Wait, you guys have a chair too. You guys have been launching out.
Okay, well,
That's
originally
that's
this was
his
just
couch chair.
my apartment, and it was for watching. This was the watching TV chair.
Well, now I can be. But you know what? I'm joking. I'll leave.
Don't
It's
forget
nice.
to relock your apartment.
I did.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
I did. Alright, guys. Good night. It was fun hanging out. Thank you for keeping me company.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye. One day, hopefully, my phone will be fixed.
Put in a ticket.
You locked me out.
I did, because it was funny. I'm gonna pretend that these are like bedtime shorts, like boxes or some shit.
Oh, you're right. I don't have jammies yet.
What's oh?
Can't sleep like that.
Where's your hoodie? You know you can do slash shoes to take your shoes off.
Yeah.
Well, I'm surprised she didn't do that yourself. That looks uncomfortable with your feet on the desk.
Perfect. Literally perfect. My head is centered in the pillow and everything.
This is like my first college dorm room, but slightly bigger. Okay, so who do I raid? Is there anybody to raid at this time of morning?
Oh god, I have to fuck it. Wait, do I have shit to do today? Oh. Let's go to market. I think I might have to get groceries.
Let's see. Following. Oh, it's Yvette. We could raid Yvette.
Anywho.
Should I raid Yvette?
Good night. Good night, everyone.
Oh my god, has she been live for 8 hours?
Good night, Night Vale. Good night.
We're raiding her.
Oh, wait, well, I guess it'd be good morning. Good morning, Night Vale.
I'm raiding Yvette.
Oh.
Good night.
Good night.